Chapter 244, Chapter 244, Covering Sun Cloud Formation. Xiao Yan's strength skyrocketed as he borrowed the power of Yao Lao, elevating him to the level of a Dou Emperor, and under his attacks, the three elders' blockade was broken. Looking at Xiao Yan, whose aura had suddenly increased, Gu He on the stance revealed a look of realization. This aura was definitely the one that had attacked him. An attack that contained an enormous amount of soul power was performed, forcing the Misty Cloud Sect elder in front of him to retreat, and Xiao Yan immediately seized the opportunity to shoot out towards the foot of the Misty Cloud Mountain. However, before he could get too far away, his footsteps stopped again. Looking at Yun, who was dressed in a luxurious green brocade robe in front of him, Xiao Yan's face was gloomy as he said, "Get out of the way." But Yun paid no heed to his words, and instead, her calm voice echoed through the square and reached the ears of every disciple of the Misty Cloud Sect. "Disciples of the Misty Cloud Sect, listen to the command, group up for the Covering Sun Cloud Formation." Do they need to use the Covering Sun Cloud Formation to deal with Xiao Yan? If this Covering Sun Cloud Formation is combined with a Dou Emperor presiding over the formation, even a Dou Ancestor powerhouse would have some scruples. Upon hearing Yun's command, both Jia Xingtian and Hai Badong were stunned and shook their heads in unison. However, after they noticed Xiao Yixian, who was perched atop the giant tree with a calm expression, they both realized that the formation was not targeting Xiao Yan but rather this powerful woman. As the command echoed throughout the square, countless disciples of the Misty Cloud Sect momentarily froze before responding in unison, closing their eyes and releasing threads of white energy from the top of their heads. A steady stream of white mist energy rose into the air, eventually covering almost the entire sky. To the naked eye, it looked as if they were in a sea of clouds. The 10 white-robed elders on the stone platform rose in unison and swiftly split up, rushing towards the large trees surrounding the square. They formed hand seals and manipulated the sea of clouds, shaping it into a spiral energy sphere. "Surrender, Xiao Yan," Yun said, trying to persuade him politely. "If you return the heavenly flame, our Misty Cloud Sect will spare you, considering Master Xiao Ming once rescued me." "Humph, wanting my heavenly flame, what a silly dream!" Xiao Yan retorted sternly, swinging his heavy Xian ruler and unleashing a fierce gust of wind towards Yun. "Arrogant! Wall of wind!" Yun's Dou Emperor aura burst out, and as she waved her jade hand, wind instantly whistled in the square, forming a slightly illusory layer of wind barriers. Peng peng peng! Xiao Yan, who had borrowed Yao Lao's soul power, was still not skilled enough to defeat a true Dou Emperor powerhouse like Yun. Her formidable aura caused his attack to be easily blocked, forcing him to retreat back to the square. As he backed away, he held the heavy Xian ruler defensively in front of him, blocking the wind blades that Yun had thrown at him. To his surprise, Yun did not continue her pursuit, but instead raised her right hand and manipulated the crystal sphere in the sky. A milky white energy immediately descended from the void, and in the huge trees surrounding the square, nearly 100 middle-aged looking Misty Cloud Sect disciples had appeared at some point. Looking at their robes different from those of the other disciples, in addition to the Dou Qi overflowing from the surface of their bodies, it was obvious that most of them were no weaker than Dou Grandmaster. These nearly 100 disciples of the Misty Cloud Sect shouted in unison, and their robust and powerful Dou Qi burst out from their bodies, as white mist-like energy gushed out from their palms. Hundreds of mist-like energies intertwined with each other and combined with the cascading mist. In a moment, a bowl-shaped energy shield was formed that covered the entire square. At the same time, within the energy shield, the white energy mist also began to slowly spread. Tisk, 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 this formation is a combination of the Covering Sun Cloud Formation and the Misty Cloud Formation. Even a Dou Huang would struggle to break it in a short time. Marveled Hai Badong as he gazed at the energy mist. "Isn't she going to make a move?" Jia Xingtian looked at the calm Xiao Yixian and muttered inwardly. "Is it possible that she doesn't want to get involved in this affair?" Xiao Yan had been informed by Yao Lao about the immense strength of the energy shield, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. As he looked towards Xiao Yixian, who seemed indifferent to his plight, his anger boiled over. What's wrong with that crazy woman? Why isn't she making any move? Didn't Xiao Ming promise to help me get out of here? Yao Lao's old voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. There are two possibilities, either she's still upset with us and deliberately didn't make any move. Or that cousin of yours told her not to make any move, but this motive is somewhat difficult to understand, but no matter how it is, now that things have reached this critical point, either way, we will have to think of a solution by ourselves. So, Master, what should we do then? Xiao Yan asked. He had trusted Yao Lao all these years and now was no exception. I won't be able to maintain my power for long, so we need to leave the Misty Cloud sect as soon as possible. Inform the two snake people that we need their help to escape. With two peak-level Do Emperors waiting for us outside, we'll have a better chance of making it out safely. When we get down from Misty Cloud Mountain, we'll head straight for the Jianan Academy. Yao Lao's plan seemed perfect, but Xiao Yan harbored quite a few doubts within his heart. Master, the way the situation is right now, will the Snake People tribe dare to come? Don't worry, that queen of the Snake People tribe is very greedy of the heavenly flame, and since Yun Shan has been stopped by Xiao Ming, they will definitely show up. Besides, the Snake People tribe is already in conflict with the surrounding empires, so they won't mind offending them. Hearing what Yao Lao said, Xiao Yan put aside the doubts in his heart, took a deep breath and took out a purple token engraved with an exquisite snake-shaped pattern from his storage ring, and crushed it with one hand. The moment the token shattered, a mysterious power rose and immediately dissipated into heaven and earth. While watching Xiao Yan's actions, Yun Yun stared at him and coldly shouted, Xiao Yan, don't be stubborn. Humph! Xiao Yan snorted in disdain. Did Yun Yun really think he would surrender without a fight? That was just wishful thinking. Wind block. Observing Xiao Yan's haughty demeanor, Yun Yun decided not to show mercy. With a wave of her delicate hands, she formed a seal and summoned streams of green energy ropes that snaked towards him like lightning. The energy mist in the air was drawn towards the ropes, augmenting their power. Xiao Yan's arms, legs, waist, and neck were suddenly bound by the energy ropes, suspending him 3 meters above the ground. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, Medusa. Hold. As Xiao Yan found himself unable to free himself from the wind ropes, he sneered and unleashed an earthy yellow flame from his body, which melted the ropes in an instant. After regaining his freedom, Xiao Yan did not wait for Yun Yun's reaction before his eyes moved and locked onto Yun Yun's body. His coal-black heavy Xian ruler lit up with a faint white aura as he violently shouted. 100 flames strike! A towering pillar of earthy yellow flame erupted from the heavy Xian ruler, and its violent energy crashed into Yun Yun like a falling comet. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the flame, Yun Yun channeled the Do Qi from her body and swiftly formed a fierce wind barrier in front of her. Wind wall. With all her strength, Yun Yun released layers of wind barriers, which piled up together as thick as a city wall. As the earthy yellow flame pillar collided with the first wind barrier layer, the barrier was shattered in an instant, but the flame pillar was also partially depleted of energy, creating a great tide of energy. With their Do Emperor strength, both were able to unleash their Xiando techniques with the same level of power as the Dido techniques unleashed earlier. After finishing off the pillar of flame, Yun Yun did not stop in her movements and, in her empty hand, a long sword made of pure white energy appeared. Among the clouds and mist, Yun Yun was like a goddess of the ninth heaven. Suddenly, 2 peak Do Emperor auras slowly enveloped the sky above the misty cloud sect. The leader was dressed in a set of luxurious purple brocade robes, wrapping her delicate body in them. Her voluptuous and fiery figure released a powerful temptation, and her pair of narrow pupils gave a magical charm to her golden eyes. She was the queen of the Snake People tribe, Medusa, famous for her cruelty and beauty. Medusa was a powerful peak Do emperor who had once terrified the 3 surrounding empires with her own power, so the moment she appeared above the misty cloud sect, she naturally attracted the attention of many people. The crowd in the square fell silent. The silence went on for a long time before someone finally broke it with a terrified voice. Queen Medusa. This name, which almost all the people of the Jiama Empire had heard of, belonged to a cold and stunningly beautiful woman who had personally killed many famous powerhouses in the wars against the empire. Before the appearance of Xiao Ming, a Dou ancestor, there were only a few people in the empire who had the strength to rival this demonic woman. This woman, with her merciless methods that rivaled even the most ruthless emperors, had terrified several empires around the Tagar Desert, making them hesitant to easily initiate a war against her tribe. Beneath her luxurious purple brocade robe, a purple snake tail slithered lazily, exuding an exotic and untamed aura. As soon as Medusa appeared, Xia Yan's eyes lit up, but now was not the time, so she did not rush toward her without regard to the occasion. Medusa also saw Xia Yan, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she remained silent. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Yan, and a hint of displeasure flashed across her face, only to be replaced by a languid expression as she exhaled gracefully, saying, "Xiao Yan, although I promised to get you out of the Misty Cloud sect, you didn't say that a Dou ancestor powerhouse would actually appear here. I had no idea there was a Dou ancestor here. You'd better hurry and assist me in passing through the formation, so I can leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to use my heavenly flame to break through," urged Xiao Yan. A trace of coldness flashed in Medusa's eyes upon hearing this. If it wasn't because this Xiao Yan had once rescued the Grand Commander of her Snake People tribe, that is, the bald snake man beside her, she would have killed him long ago to seize the heavenly flame and evolve on her own, but now this fellow even dared to talk to her like this. It seemed like she was being too kind before. The bald snake man next to her saw that her face turned cold, immediately understood the reason, and rushed to advise her. "Your Majesty, at this time, we should focus on helping him escape from the Misty Cloud sect first, otherwise, the matter of the heavenly flame." "Do it." Medusa narrowed her eyes and nodded her head. Upon receiving Medusa's command, the burly and unappealing Grand Commander swiftly formed a seal. A dense fog of verdant energy arose from the seal, ultimately materializing into a colossal serpent measuring 32 meters in size. "Go!" With a command, the giant snake rushed straight at the energy shield covering the square. Boom! Instantly, a wave of energy was created from the point of collision and then spread out along the energy shield. "Queen Medusa, this is a private matter between my Misty Cloud sect and Xiao Yan, are you sure you want to interfere in it?" Feeling the violent vibration of the energy shield, Yun Yun's pretty face held back her fury as she asked. Although the covering sun cloud formation could gather disciples' energy, it had a drawback, and that was that there could only be one formation and while she was currently fighting Xiao Yan inside the formation, she was unable to deal with any threats from outside. What she received in response was an even fiercer attack. Humph! Seeing this, Yun Yun coldly snorted and charged her sword, rushing towards Xiao Yan. As long as she dealt with Xiao Yan inside the formation, Medusa outside would naturally retreat. Seeing Yun Yun shoot towards him and her aura rising, almost surpassing the limit of a Dou Emperor, Xiao Yan's eyelids couldn't help but jump. "Master! That Yun Yun has used the formation to increase her strength by a large margin, forget it. Relax your mind and let your master take control of your body." "Okay, please, master." As Xiao Yan opened his eyes, a lingering white flame appeared in his pupils. An aura, full of the weight of time, began to emanate from his body. The aura that was comparable to that of a Dou Emperor began to rapidly condense at this moment, gathering the scattered power. His aura soared once again, surpassing the peak of a Dou Emperor, but not reaching the Dou ancestor realm. Instantly, Yun Yun's pretty face revealed a look of surprise. Originally this Xiao Yan could temporarily raise his aura to that of a Dou Emperor, which was already enough for people to be surprised, but how could it keep increasing? Now his aura was even in the half-step Dou ancestor? Although she was shocked, Yun Yun did not stop her attack. Xiao Yan laughed lightly, unafraid, and waved the heavy Xian ruler in his hand nonchalantly, the ruler's body dragging a heavy residual shadow across the sky with a fierce force, heavily crushing Yun Yun, who flashed in front of him. Peng peng peng! Violent explosions echoed in the square. For a moment, all but a few fighting people were plunged into silence. Old Hai, do you think we should make a move? Looking at Medusa and the bald Grand Commander, who was indiscriminately bombarding the energy shield, Jia Xingtian asked. What, you want to make a move? Hai Badong narrowed his eyes. It's just that I think this time it's a problem concerning the entire Jiama Empire, and it's not good for Medusa from the Snake People tribe to interfere. Jia Xingtian said with a bitter smile. He didn't want to interfere either, but this Medusa had brazenly approached the Jiama sacred city, and as the imperial guardian, it seemed unreasonable for him not to do something. But if he made a move, it seemed that he would offend Xiao Ming. This was a real dilemma. It's that brat's fault. He could have asked anyone for help, but he had to bring the Snake People here, putting me in a difficult spot. It makes me furious. After thinking about it, Jia Xingtian cursed under his breath, blaming Xiao Yan for choosing the Snake People as allies. When Hai Badong heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head and said nothing. It seemed that Jia Xingtian was no longer planning to make a move. While he could risk offending anyone else, offending Xiao Ming was out of the question. If Gu He wasn't so important to the Misty Cloud sect, they probably wouldn't have made a big move either. Truthfully, Hai Badong was also unhappy with Xiao Yan for bringing Medusa here, for no other reason than the simple fact that she had sealed him for decades in the past. Under the control of the experienced Yao Lao, Xiao Yan managed to keep Yun Yun at bay while the energy shield gradually crumbled, creating a small opening amidst the bombardment of Medusa and the bald Grand Commander. Pang! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as a burst of purple do chi was launched against the energy shield, causing the small opening to expand rapidly to a width of 3 meters. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel joy at the sight, and he fiercely brandished the heavy Xian ruler, forcing Yun Yun back with a burst of white flames. Taking advantage of the opening, he shot out through it and flew into the distance without hesitation. Looks like this Xiao Yan is successfully escaping. Many onlookers thought. However, the disciples and elders of the Misty Cloud sect had an unpleasant expression on their faces. Suddenly, a sea of black smoke erupted from the Misty Cloud sect's underground and spread into the sky above the square, bringing with it the sound of clanging chains. The sky was covered in a gloomy black fog, and black chains the size of a human's head coiled around Xiao Yan at lightning speed. GGG, don't waste your energy, you won't be able to escape. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Hidden Title, 1, Snort. A few black chains pierced through space like poisonous snakes, and then turned into a blurry black line, shooting towards Xiao Yan, who was not far away. The tips of the chains were exceptionally sharp and had mysterious runes covering them at the sharp end. The runes were spirally wrapped around the chain tips and exuded an aura of malevolence. It was evident that these deep-colored chains were not just ordinary chains. Of course, these weapons were no ordinary iron chains, they were specially made and had the effect of restraining the soul bodies. Xiao Yan, who was originally on the run, did not dare to neglect the chains that pierced through space. He was all too familiar with this, especially that iconic laugh. No one else in the entire continent would laugh like that, except those dogs from the Hall of Souls. The white flames in his palm swayed and turned into a projectile, shooting fiercely towards the black chain. Boom! Finally, they collided with a low sound, but there was no violent energy explosion, just a wave of black and white energy spreading silently. Yao Lao's current strength was only at the level of a Do Emperor, and although even a peak Do Emperor would not be his match, he had not yet reached the Do Ancestor realm after all. The difference between a Do Ancestor and a Do Emperor was like heaven and earth. Moreover, this Hall of Souls protector had sent out a sneak attack. Therefore, Yao Lao's resistance only stopped it for a moment. 3 chains pierced through the energy ripples and stretched out far enough to seal off all of Yao Lao's escape routes, and then began to envelop him like a ball. GG. I said you couldn't escape, but you still dare to resist. A burst of extremely sinister laughter was heard coming from the black fog. The black fog violently shook, and the sound of chains rang out as they wrapped around Xiao Yan's body, shaking him violently. Suddenly, a transparent white-haired old man was pulled out from him. Yao Lao's departure caused Xiao Yan to regain control, and his majestic aura fell rapidly due to the extraction. Seeing Yao Lao being dragged away by the chains with a pained expression, Xiao Yan couldn't help but cry out in anguish and anger. Master! Get out of here! In response, he was met with a palm from Yao Lao, pushing him to the ground with a gentle force bursting against his shoulder. GG, this protector originally wondered how such a high-quality soul body could be found in such a remote corner as the northwestern region, but it turns out to be you, Yao Chen, a fish that escaped from the net. You were very lucky to escape back then, and by capturing you today, I'm sure it will make the hall chief very happy. Do you want your disciple to leave? It's not that easy. This protector will also accept the heavenly flame from your disciple, GGG. As those words fell, another chain emerged from the black fog, hurtling towards Xiao Yan's falling figure. The speed of the black chain far surpassed Xiao Yan's falling speed, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped around one of his arms. However, before he could be pulled forcefully, a crimson spear abruptly appeared in front of Xiao Yan and mercilessly smashed into the black chain. Boom! Fierce flames engulfed Xiao Yan, and a moment later, he shot out from the flames and crashed onto the ground. Cough! Xiao Yan coughed up some blood. At this moment, the clothes on his right arm were all torn, revealing his bare right arm, which was also faintly covered with a chain mark, and there was a faint black fog rising above these blood marks. His face was a little pale, and there were some traces of blood remaining at the corners of his mouth. After wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Xiao Yan quickly got up from the ground. The collision hadn't caused any visible injuries, but the sensation in his arm was fading, replaced by an eerie numbness that seemed to spread up to his shoulder. In the square, a large group of Misty Cloud sect disciples and also the powerful people of the Jiama Empire looked at what was happening in front of them with dumbfounded eyes. Too much had happened in such a short time. First, a black fog suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire sky of Misty Cloud Mountain, in which several chains emerged to easily trap Xiao Yan, who had failed to be captured by the Misty Cloud sect after wasting a lot of effort. Then, the soul of an old man was surprisingly extracted from Xiao Yan's body. Finally, just when they thought that Xiao Yan was about to follow in the footsteps of that soul body, a spear broke the chain that had taken Xiao Yan's arm. This was all so unexpected that now they did not even know what to say. However, there was something familiar about that spear that had suddenly appeared. It seemed to be the spear that Xiao Ming had created. Without waiting for the crowd to finish their thoughts, the protector of the Hall of Souls above the sky snorted coldly when he saw his attack being interrupted. Several more chains fiercely shot out with whistling whines towards Xiao Yan, leaving him with no way to dodge. But just as they were about to wrap around him, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Clang 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 clang! Several clear clangs echoed throughout the area, as various chains shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground. That's Master Xiao Ming! Someone exclaimed. Naturally, it was Xiao Ming who appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Although he had been fighting against Yun Shan, he had been keeping a close eye on the surroundings, and that red spear had also been thrown by him. As Xiao Ming appeared in front of Xiao Yan, the crowd had various reactions. Many rushed to look at the place where he had been fighting with Yun Shan earlier. They saw that there stood Yun Shan, standing in mid-air. His simple white robe was no longer neat and tidy, instead, there were many broken pieces. His feet were stepping on the void, sending out a wave of energy that calmed the turbulent qi surging from his body. Comparing Yun Shan's appearance to Xiao Ming's flawless and intact state, a trace of astonishment flashed through the crowd. It appeared that Xiao Ming had the upper hand in their previous battle. Medusa's eyes narrowed as she watched Xiao Ming appear in front of Xiao Yan, her thoughts unclear, while the Snake People tribe Grand Commander beside her could not help but want to rush forward to take revenge after seeing Xiao Ming. However, reason made him stop this impulse. That's because Xiao Ming's current power was too terrifying. The crimson Do Qi completely enveloped his body, emitting an aura that made the surrounding space tremble. This pressure was even stronger than that of Do ancestor Yun Shan, making everyone present feel oppressed. They could not afford to mess with him. When the Grand Commander thought about how Xiao Ming, being a Do King, was able to knock him down earlier. If he now rushed forward, wouldn't he be courting death? Now he could only hope that Xiao Ming wouldn't notice them, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Later, when they start fighting, find an opportunity to take that Xiao Yan with you. Medusa suddenly instructed. Yes. Looking at Xiao Ming, who appeared in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes turned bright red and his voice hoarse as he said, Xiao Ming, my master has been captured by that black fog that suddenly appeared. Hurry up and help me save my master. Didn't you promise to guarantee our safety until we were at the foot of the mountain? As long as you save my master, the high-level alchemy inheritance and other things can be given to you. At this moment, Xiao Yan's voice was extremely anxious. I only promised to protect you. Xiao Ming said inwardly when he heard this. To be honest, at this moment, Xiao Ming had a bit of a headache. He originally only wanted to use Yao Lao as bait. He thought that with Yao Lao's abilities, even if he encountered the Hall of Souls Protector, he would be able to hold out for a while, but he didn't expect that Yao Lao would be captured in one move. Title: Yao Lao is captured. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, Hidden Title, 2, Protector Wu suspended in the air holding a black fog in his palm, with some fluctuations emanating from it, while Yao Lao's soul body was chained to his side. The white flames persistently tried to burn the chains but to no avail. Suddenly, Protector Wu's claws pierced through Yao Lao's body, and with a gloomy smile, he forced Yao Lao into the black fog. Gripping it tightly in his palm, he swiftly inserted it into a ring on his finger, after which he let out a sigh of relief. GG, even if there isn't another harvest, with this Yao Chen's soul, I will still be able to obtain the Hall Chief's reward. By then, my strength will definitely be able to reach the level of a heaven-grade protector. However, this is not enough. If I am able to capture the souls and heavenly flames of the strongest people here, reaching Do Venerate is not impossible. Seeing Yao Lao being put into the ring, Xiao Yan's eyes dulled. I'll do what I can. Xiao Ming frowned and slowly said, if there was nothing unexpected, it wouldn't be too difficult to retrieve Yao Lao from a Hall of Souls Protector. Yun Shan, join me in dealing with Xiao Ming. After putting Yao Lao into the ring, Protector Wu said gloomily. The powerful people in the square couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they heard this. By God, it was no wonder that a strong person had suddenly appeared here. It turned out to be related to the Misty Cloud sect. Protector Wu, this is a private matter of my Misty Cloud sect, I'm afraid it's not too good for you to interfere, right? Although Xiao Ming and the Misty Cloud sect had a conflict because of Xiao Yan, from the exchange of blows just now, at least it wasn't a life and death dispute, so there was still room for reconciliation. Helping Protector Wu against Xiao Ming was not in line with the Misty Cloud sect's usual manner. However, since Protector Wu had once helped him break through to Do Ancestor, Yun Shan's words were spoken rather tactfully. Humph! Do you really think you're important? Don't forget who helped you break through to Do Ancestor. Let me ask you again, are you going to do it? Scarlet eyes appeared from the black fog in the sky, looking at Yun Shan with indifference. Yun Shan's expression turned ugly upon hearing these words. That's impossible. I only promised to help you find some people. In that case, don't blame me. Originally, I was thinking of letting you live for a few more years, GG. Protector Wu laughed as the black fog churned and a strange suction force erupted. Yun Shan's body shook violently and he let out a miserable scream. At the same time, a slightly illusory white soul body slowly floated out of him. But since he had not suffered any serious injuries, he had some resistance, and the speed at which his soul was sucked out was not too fast. Master! Former sect leader! The members of the Misty Cloud sect were shocked to see this, especially Yun, who turned into a green shadow and rushed towards Yun Shan. But she was stopped by a smaller black fog, and the other elders were also blocked by one black fog after another. Xiao Ming's eyes showed gravity at the sight of Yun Shan's soul drifting away from his body. The Hall of Souls methods on the soul were truly powerful, but he couldn't let Yun Shan's soul fall into Protector Wu's hands. Xianer. As Xiao Ming spoke, Xiao Yixian moved with graceful lotus steps, stepping into the void with ease. A flood of majestic grey do qi surged from her body, enveloping her in a menacing aura. The faint scent of decay emanating from the poisonous energy was in stark contrast to her delicate, fairy-like appearance, giving her beauty a sinister edge. The strong corrosive power within the do qi made the air thick with a strange sourness, making it difficult to breathe. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yixian's delicate jade hand quickly formed a seal, and a dark grey do qi gushed out from inside her body like a fountain. Sky corrosive rain. The do qi shot into the sky, quickly condensing into a layer of grey clouds. Countless raindrops of dark grey liquid then fell from the sky. At first glance, these grey liquids seemed harmless, but if one looked closely, a faint black mark appeared in the empty space as the raindrops passed through it. The toxic raindrops dissipated before they hit the ground, turning into a wisp of poisonous gas that rose and penetrated the grey clouds. The gas then condensed back into raindrops and repeated the cycle endlessly. Several black patches of fog streaking across the sky were drenched by the rain and screeched before dissolving into nothingness. Plop! Plop! Dense grey raindrops fell from the sky, and the heaviest rain was still on the spot where Protector Wu was standing. Facing Xiao Yixian's attack, Protector Wu did not dare to be careless. The black fog surged, trying to defend against the rain. However, the fog dissipated rapidly under the assault of the rain. This surprised him a little, and even Yun Shan's soul tugging diminished. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming swiftly grabbed Xiao Yan's collar and instructed him to leave, throwing him into a small corner out of sight. Then, ignoring him, Xiao Ming continued to concentrate on dissipating the fog. After a few moments, the fog mostly dissipated, and he was able to hold Yun Shan's soul and introduce it back into his body. However, his happiness was short-lived, as Yun Shan's soul emerged again. GGG, don't waste your efforts, my Hall of Souls methods are not something that a bumpkin as you can decipher. Protector Wu watched Xiao Ming's movements out of the corner of his eye, then laughed out loud in mockery. Xianer, I'll seal Yun Shan first. Take care of that fellow, no need to hold back. In response, Xiao Yixian enveloped herself with highly poisonous do qi and fiercely attacked Protector Wu. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming formed a special seal on his hands, causing an invisible flame to appear. As Xiao Ming's hand movements changed, the flame gradually turned into the character seal. As the word seal appeared, he reintroduced Yun Shan's soul into his body, and before it could emerge again, he engraved the word seal on the top of his head, integrating it. As soon as Xiao Ming completed his actions, Protector Wu's expression changed. His connection to Yun Shan's soul had been severed. After launching a move that forced Xiao Yixian back briefly, he glared coldly at Xiao Ming. Good boy, you do have some tricks. But today, even if you have tricks, you will die. Protector Xian, didn't you always want to deal with this boy? If not now, when? As soon as Protector Wu's words left his mouth, a laughter similar to his own suddenly rang out. GGG, Protector Wu, I told you that this boy is not easy to deal with. Title, 2 Protectors Chapter 248, Chapter 248, Hidden Title, 3, Bang! Bang! The moment he finished speaking, black fog erupted from the treetops surrounding the square, and dozens of shadows appeared, encircling the crowd. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, and they looked around in panic. They are all experts in the Do King and Do Emperor realm, damn it! When did so many powerful people come to the Jiama Empire? Jia Xingtian's face was no longer calm, his old features contracting uncontrollably. Hai Badong's face wasn't much better. It seems they don't plan on sparing us. Be prepared to fight for our lives. As Xiao Ming overheard the conversation between the two protectors, his expression became increasingly grave. He hadn't anticipated the presence of two of them in this place. He had always assumed there was only one. It also seemed as if they were already aware of him. This time, he had made a slight miscalculation. However, two protectors were only two protectors, he could still handle them. Unexpectedly, as soon as he thought this, Protector Xian immediately shouted. All spirit envoys listen up. Form the 10,000 soul swallowing formation. At the sound of the shout, the sky was suddenly filled with black fog pouring out of the bodies of the black figures atop the trees. The fog rapidly enveloped the misty cloud sect and several swirling clusters of black fog-like substances rose and hovered, emitting a faint glow. Phantasmal souls with fiery red eyes burst forth like malevolent spirits, emitting a chilling and blood-curdling screech, launching an all-out assault on the powerful figures of the Jiama Empire and Xiao Ming. As he gazed upon the multitude of wandering souls, the recently arrived Protector Xian let out a maniacal laugh. Xiao Ming, I know you possess extraordinary battle prowess, having been able to defeat Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver of the Black Corner region who had the combat strength of a Do ancestor while you were only in the Do Emperor realm. So, I have prepared a special surprise for you. These are souls I have successfully gathered over a long period of time, and the formation they create is worthy of you. GGG, enjoy! Countless high-pitched, piercing screams echoed endlessly on misty Cloud Mountain. Dense souls entered and exited the black fog, like evil spirits hidden in the night. Their blood-red eyes, in the darkness, looked extraordinarily eerie. The experts of the Jiama Empire gazed at the dense black clouds in the sky with grave eyes, feeling their scalps go numb at the sight of the countless souls within. These were not weak individuals, and they quickly summoned their Do Qi to cover their bodies. As soon as the souls began to descend upon them like a pack of wolves, the experts unleashed their Do Qi, imbuing their sharp blades with a powerful force that tore the souls apart upon contact. The sect's protective formation had long since been broken, and many disciples were fighting for their lives. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out as a Do King powerhouse named He Qian was killed and his soul directly extracted, and immediately, his soul body began to attack and kill the other experts under the influence of the black fog. The reason why this Do King died so quickly was due to the spirit envoys brought by the two Hall of Souls protectors. Other than a few who were maintaining the grand formation, most of them rushed into the formation to attack and kill the Jiama Empire experts. Because there were actually not many Jiama Empire experts that had come to observe the competition this time, each of them above the Do King realm had to face several soul bodies in the same cultivation realm. In particular, the focus of attention was on peak Do Emperor existences like Medusa and Jia Xingtian. Among them, the Grand Commander of the Snake People tribe was the most unfortunate, likely due to his unsightly appearance, and was directly targeted by 6 Do Emperors. They easily dispatched him in a few moves, and his soul body joined the opposing side. The death of the Snake People tribe's Grand Commander made Medusa's face turn cold. However, before she could act, Jia Xingtian appeared next to her and took down one of the spirit envoys. Queen Medusa, our only option now is to support each other and get closer to Xiao Ming, otherwise, we'll perish sooner or later, urged Jia Xingtian. Hearing this, Medusa hesitated a bit, then looked towards a battle group where Ziyan was fiercely fighting 2 Do Emperors. Agreed. A trace of concern flickered in her eyes. Without further delay, she pointed at Xiaoyan and said, "Let's go to her." "Sure." Naturally, Jia Xingtian had no problem with this, instead, he was eager to do so. Immediately, the two of them fought their way over and soon reached Xiaoyan's side, where Hai Badong also joined them. The spirit envoys who had dealt with the Grand Commander seemed to gain confidence and charged directly towards Xiao Ming. With two casual blows, Xiao Ming easily crushed them and his body burst into flames, burning all the soul bodies that came near him. He then turned to look at the black clouds in the sky and narrowed his eyes. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see the countless souls hidden within the black fog. The sheer number of them made him take a deep breath. The 10,000 soul swallowing formation required an enormous number of souls, and it seemed that the current protector Xian couldn't fully take advantage of it yet. They hadn't even started fighting properly yet, but such a formation had already been used by the other party. Xiao Ming then turned to look at the Jiama Empire's experts that had already been killed or wounded in this small amount of time, as well as Xiaoyan who was fighting. Frowning, he touched his storage ring. "Senior Lao, I need you to come out." "What do you need me to do, Xiao Ming?" Yao Tianhuo floated out of the storage ring in Xiao Ming's hand and floated to his side, smiling as he said, "Hey! Is there really another soul body?" Looking at the degree of the solidity of this soul, although it's not as good as Yao Chen, his cultivation level shouldn't have been low before he died. What a lucky day, GG. Protector Xian's scarlet eyes looked straight at Yao Tianhuo as he said with a sinister smile. Although he thought about this, Protector Xian did not make any rash moves and remained cautious. "Senior Yao, I'll let you take care of those spirit envoys inside the Grand Formation." "No problem, however, I've seen this 10,000 soul swallowing formation of the Hall of Souls before. The soul bodies released from within are merely food, and every time a soul body is killed, pure spiritual strength is absorbed by the black cloud. With the gathering of an increasing amount of spiritual strength, a fierce spirit that is formed from the tens of fierce soul bodies will appear in the cloud layer. This fierce spirit is the purpose of this formation, and by then, the other side will have another Do ancestor powerhouse. If I attack, I won't be able to avoid affecting the soul bodies, and the fierce spirit will appear even earlier. Are you sure there's no problem?" Yao Tianhuo had no objection but felt the need to remind Xiao Ming. "No problem." Xiao Ming said nonchalantly, he had long since seen the suspicious nature of this formation. Those spirit envoys only sensed the presence of Do spirit or higher, so those weak disciples of the Misty Cloud sect, contrary to what one might believe, were not greatly affected, and every time these disciples as well as the experts killed a soul body, a piece of spiritual strength was absorbed by the black cloud in the sky. Obviously, this formation was more complicated than it seemed. By the way, later on, remember to take care of the Jiama Empire's experts. No matter what, they also suffered an undeserved calamity. Oh, and take this Yun Shan with you as well, Xiao Ming instructed. He then turned to Xiao Yixian and said, "Xiener, go to Xiaoyan's side." "But what about those two?" Xiao Yixian asked, feeling insecure. She was worried about her sister but didn't want Xiao Ming to put himself in danger. "Leave them to me. If the fierce spirit appears, you just need to block the other party and keep some of your cards to protect Xiaoyan at any time," Xiao Ming said before immediately turning into a fiery red shadow, rushing towards the two protectors. Title: Formation, Grand Commander dies. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, Hidden Title, 4. Seeing that Xiao Ming dared to charge at the two of them alone, Protector Wu and Protector Xian sneered. Chains emerged around their bodies, lunging towards Xiao Ming like poisonous snakes, and at the same time, both of them disappeared from sight. "Brat, you don't know life or death, how dare you come here alone? Since you are so eager to die, then we will grant it to you. You want me to die, just with you two?" With a sneer on his lips, Xiao Ming launched a powerful punch, causing the surrounding Do Qi and flames to surge in tandem. The size of his punch was like that of a sandbag, creating shockwaves that rippled through the space with unparalleled force. The impact was accompanied by a burst of intense wind, striking with brutal force. Boom! Where his fist landed, a black shadow appeared. Their fists collided, causing waves of energy to spread out in all directions, creating muffled sounds like thunder in the sky. The black shadow did not withstand the impact and was sent flying backwards. Turning around, Xiao Ming delivered a whip kick with a crisp collision sound, and another black shadow was forced back. Shink! Shink! The three figures disappeared once again into the sky, only to reappear 100 meters away in a matter of moments. As they moved, the thunderous roars from the sky and the flashes of their figures filled the air. Each time they appeared, their powerful clashes produced explosions that shook the earth and made those below shudder with fear. The black clouds swirled overhead, creating an ominous atmosphere. Occasionally, when there was a fluctuation of energy, the thick layer of black clouds would briefly open up, allowing a ray of sunshine to penetrate the darkness. However, even the sunlight failed to bring warmth to the intense battle raging below. While Xiao Ming fought in the sky against the Hall of Souls Protectors. After he left, Yao Tianhuo waved his palm and from each of his 5 fingers, a small flame floated out and under the infusion of his soul power, it burst out forcefully. 5-ring flame expelling technique. In an instant, the 5 flames changed and merged to form 5 fire spirits, wolf, leopard, lion, tiger, and dragon. Each of which was no less than 15 meters in size, roaring skyward in a mighty manner and emitting a blazing, domineering aura. These 5 flames were all beast flames that Xiao Ming had prepared for him. Yao Tianhuo was most skilled with his famous technique, the 5-ring flame expelling technique, and even in his current soul state, with his flame control achievement, he could control several beast flames with ease. Forming a seal in his hand, the 5 fire spirits attacked in all directions, scattering all the black fog within 100-meter radius of the sky where they passed, and arranged themselves in a pentagonal shape. At the same time, 5 pillars of fire of completely different colors shot out of their mouths and headed straight for each other's bodies, forming a perfect pentagonal shape of light. As the pillars of fire entered their bodies, the 5 fire spirits also burst forth with a brilliant radiance. Beams of light shot out from the spirits and intertwined in the air, creating a complex and intricate pattern. The crisscrossing of the light beams formed a very complicated luminous matrix in the sky in a short time. The 5 kinds of beast flames, each of which was only at the 5th and 6th rank, temporarily merged with the wondrous veil of fire, and the destructive aura emitted caused people to feel a terrifying sensation. Sky incinerating expelling flames. Under the curtain of fire, fantastic flames intertwined in 5 colors steadily emerged and became a towering sea of fire that headed toward the spirit envoys within the formation. In the process, it was unknown how many soul bodies released by Protector Xian had been incinerated, while the flames avoided the people of the Jiama Empire on the ground, so due to Yao Tianhuo's control of the flames, they were basically harmless. Clang clang clang! 2 black patches of fog flew out backwards, and when the fog dissipated, their shapes became clearer, and the figures of the 2 Hall of Souls protectors faintly emerged. Damn! This Xiao Ming is not easy to deal with. Protector Xian's voice trembled slightly. The protectors of the Hall of Souls were all soul bodies, and in the battle just now, Xiao Ming had used a kind of heavenly flame that could burn the soul, which was very restrictive for them. Therefore, although he and Protector Wu had done their best so far, they still suffered quite serious injuries. Protector Wu felt very uncomfortable as well. One had to know that he was an Earth-grade protector, a 5-star Do ancestor. Earlier, Protector Xian had told him to be careful, and he had not understood the reason, but now he did. This Xiao Ming was only a 1-star Do ancestor, but he actually fought back and forth against him and Protector Xian, and even hit them so hard that he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Damn brat! Protector Xian, has your fierce spirit formed yet? Summon it quickly and let's besiege him together. Well, yes, but it's been stopped. Protector Xian's tone revealed helplessness. Not far away, Xiao Yixian had Do Qi coalescing around her body as she fought against the fierce spirit. Fug! Are you two done babbling amongst yourselves? It's time to send you to the afterlife. Xiao Ming calmed the churning Do Qi around his body for a moment, then his hands began to fiercely form seals. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Fallen Heart Transformation. As Xiao Ming's words fell, his aura rose sharply, and only stopped when he reached the 3-star Do ancestor. Seeing Xiao Ming, whose aura had skyrocketed, Protector Xian and Protector Wu's faces changed greatly. Holy crap! This brat had beaten them up with his 1-star Do ancestor, causing them injuries, and now being a 3-star Do ancestor, wouldn't he easily deal with them? There was a big difference between each star in the Do ancestor realm. Protector Xian, use the secret technique. Protector Wu commanded urgently, knowing that they were running out of options. I have given all my soul bodies to be released and used to make the fierce spirit. Protector Xian's voice was hoarse, as all of the Hall of Souls secret techniques were made with souls. You don't have any more? He then asked anxiously. You said you wanted to make a formation, didn't I lend you all my soul bodies? Protector Wu gritted his teeth and replied. Right now, I only have Yao Chen's soul body with me. Yao Chen's soul body was his hope to claim credit and improve his strength. He could not swallow him just like that. Xiao Ming didn't mind waiting for them to search for a soul body to enhance his strength. He directly turned into a red glow, and appeared in front of the two of them. Hao Ran Gang Yan sword, he roared, unleashing 2 red sword ki that measured 3 meters long and hurtled straight towards their heads. Protector Wu managed to evade with great effort, but Protector Xian did not have the same luck, and under Protector Wu's eyes, the long red sword chi pierced straight through the weaker Protector Xian, followed by a wave of invisible flames. Ah! With a miserable cry, Protector Xian directly turned into fog and dissipated from the world. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Protector Wu's heart skipped a beat. Humph! You made me do this! A soul body spewed out, and immediately, his hands moved in strange and complicated hand seals, and an instant later, a sharp cry abruptly resounded through the heavens. 9 Forest 100 Soul Devourer! As the screeching cry fell, a strange black fog abruptly emerged from Protector Wu's body, enveloping Yao Lao's entire soul body, and immediately, a chewing sound slowly spread out from the black fog. The fluctuations of the black fog became increasingly violent, and in the end, it boiled like a pot, constantly spitting out black circles towards the sky. After a moment of spitting out the black circles, the black fog began to shrink rapidly. Finally, a figure shrouded in a set of black armor appeared under Xiao Ming's gaze. The black armor was dark and its material was unknown, covered with strange patterns. Looking closely, it turned out to be a grim-faced head pattern, and upon closer inspection, it was actually Yao Lao's head. When Protector Wu appeared again, a terrifying cold aura, which was several times stronger than before, slowly spread, and finally enveloped the entire misty cloud mountain. Although I lost a lot by swallowing Yao Chen's soul. By offering the heavenly flames to the Hall Chief, as well as a Do Venerate soul body and 3 Do ancestors, the reward won't be much worse. GG. Title: Yao Lao's Death Chapter 250, Chapter 250, The Curtain Falls GGG, Die. Protector Wu laughed ghoulishly as he pounced on Xiao Ming. At this moment, his realm had soared to 6-star Do ancestor or even higher. Truth be told, the difference in stars in the Do ancestor realm was very significant. Xiao Ming, as a Do ancestor, would not be afraid to face a powerhouse in the same star as him, but he could no longer cross too many stars to face his enemies like he used to. Even if it seemed so, it had not been so easy for him to fight Protector Wu and Protector Xian before. Therefore, looking at Protector Wu, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. After a few collisions in midair between Protector Wu and Xiao Ming, the space became agitated, and ripples emerged. Feeling that he had the upper hand in the battle against Xiao Ming, Protector Wu let out a triumphant laugh. However, his joy was short-lived as his body suddenly expanded like a balloon. Xiao Ming, who had just repelled a move, stared at Protector Wu's expanding body, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. This is the chilling bone flame's aura, but why is it so frenetic? Could it be that it is about to self-destruct? Fearing the worst, Xiao Ming quickly turned around and began to flee. No, this can't be happening! Protector Wu cried out in horror. At this moment, he could not care less about Xiao Ming's fleeing. A white flame the size of a thumb swelled up inside his body. But how was that possible? He had used Yao Lao's soul power to appease the chilling bone flame. Why would it still self-destruct? Did that old geezer Yao Chen do something? Protector Wu was at a loss. Boom! In the end, he could not find an answer. When his body inflated to a certain level, he exploded with a thunderous boom, echoing for hundreds of kilometers around the Misty Cloud sect. At this moment, the top of Misty Cloud Mountain erupted like a volcano. The blazing white flames mixed with soul power turned into waves of flame, spreading out in a circular arc. Misty Cloud Mountain shook violently, and a huge crack spread along the mountainside. Rocks rolled and trees burned, creating an apocalyptic scene. The surging flames gave birth to a colossal mushroom-shaped cloud at the peak of Misty Cloud Mountain, visible for hundreds of miles around. Countless people within a 100-mile radius of the Misty Cloud sect gazed with incredulous expressions at the spectacle. Even at such a distance, the sudden rise in temperature was palpable. As time passed, the flames slowly dissipated, revealing the bright sunlight once again. The black veil that previously shrouded the sky was chased away by the intense flames. When the smoke and dust cleared, the huge square appeared to have been the epicenter of an earthquake, with cracks stretching in all directions and the originally imposing hall shattered almost in half. Outside the square, some of the surrounding houses and halls had turned to rubble, and the square was filled with the constant wailing of the Misty Cloud sect's disciples. Of course, the power of destruction caused by the fusion between the self-destruction of a heavenly flame and a Dou ancestor would not be limited to a few shattered buildings. The explosion would have caused much more destruction if it weren't for the huge bowl-shaped energy shield in the air. The energy shield enveloped the entire peak of Misty Cloud Mountain, but even so, the residual energy from the explosion destroyed much of the Misty Cloud sect. Venerable Tianhuo was the one holding the energy shield. At this moment, his soul had become somewhat illusory again, indicating that it had not been easy to deal with the explosion. When the heat wave dissipated, Venerable Tianhuo's gaze was fixed on the center of the explosion. He was at a distance from where Xiao Ming and Protector Wu had fought, and the effects he had just witnessed were only aftershocks. Therefore, he did not know the situation with Xiao Ming, who had been at the center of the explosion. After a while, the figure of Xiao Ming appeared in everyone's line of sight. His condition didn't seem to be very good, with a pale face and torn, burnt white clothes on his body. Cough cough, fortunately, I ran fast. Xiao Ming said, wiping the cold sweat from his head. He felt lucky that he had seen something wrong earlier and ran away before the chilling bone flame exploded, or he could have been seriously injured if not killed. Even so, he was still a little injured and not feeling quite well because he hadn't run fast enough to completely avoid the explosion. However, with the death of Protector Wu, the Misty Cloud sect matter had finally come to an end, even if it ended with unexpected events. Venerable Tianhuo, Ziyan, and a few others who knew Xiao Ming well rushed over to check on him as he landed on the ground. Xiao Ming, are you okay? Did you suffer any serious injuries? Ziyan asked with concern, her small hands groping around his body. I'm fine, Xiao Ming replied, looking at Medusa who was standing behind Ziyan. He took out a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it before turning his attention to Venerable Tianhuo. Senior Yao, do you have any interest in the fierce spirit? If not, then I'll go help Xiener to exterminate it. The explosion from earlier had briefly affected the battle between Xiao Yixian and the fierce spirit, but now the battle had resumed. Of course, I am interested. To be honest, I have a unique set of techniques for this kind of fierce spirit. My soul was quite consumed during the explosion, and this fierce spirit will help me restore much of my strength. However, that thing is vicious and abnormal, so I would like to borrow your heavenly flame when the time comes, Venerable Tianhuo explained. Naturally, I'll lend it to you. Xiao Ming faintly nodded his head. Seeing Xiao Ming's agreement, Venerable Tianhuo didn't say anything else, he just took the storage ring from Xiao Ming's hand and flew straight towards the area where Xiao Yixian and the fierce spirit were fighting. Venerable Tianhuo had a unique set of techniques against fierce spirits, so this one had little opposition in his hands. Xiao Ming turned his gaze towards Yun Yun who had approached him. At this moment, Yun Yun's face was not very pleasant. After the battle just now, it could be said that the Misty Cloud sect had suffered great losses, but she could not resent Xiao Ming who had caused this scene. After all, those powerful people with strange laughter had actually been invited by themselves, and if Xiao Ming did not take action today, then sooner or later, her Misty Cloud sect would be annihilated by these people. Even her master had been deceived and could be said to be helpless before them. In this sense, the Misty Cloud sect had to thank him. Moreover, Xiao Ming had rescued Yun Shan's soul before. Yun Yun quickly pulled herself together and sketched a gentle smile on her pale face. Thank you very much, Master Xiao Ming, for saving my master earlier. Xiao Ming had saved Yun Shan for two reasons. One was because he had been a bit unreasonable when he prevented Misty Cloud sect from seeking trouble with Xiao Yan, and secondly, to prevent Yun Shan's soul from falling into Protector Wu's hands and being devoured by him, causing the opponent's strength to skyrocket. Unfortunately, seeing that his life was in danger, Protector Wu panicked and even devoured Yao Lao, resulting in the current situation. In the end, Protector Wu finally reaped what he sowed and died grotesquely. Xiao Ming did not feel sad when Yao Lao died, he only felt a little pity. It's a pity for the chilling bone flame. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, High-Level Alchemy Inheritance Master Xiao Ming, my master is still unconscious, this. Yun Yun began to speak but then stopped herself. Your master's soul was under the control of the Hall of Souls Protector. I previously sealed it in his physical body, and I have to unseal it for him to wake up. But before that, there's something I need to tell you, Xiao Ming said, emerging from his thoughts. What's wrong? Yun Yun had a bad feeling inside as she looked at Xiao Ming's expression and gritted her teeth before asking. Xiao Ming looked at Yun Yun for a moment before continuing. At this moment, Yun Yun was in a precarious state. She had been besieged in the previous battle and had sustained a considerable number of injuries. Her face was pallid, and the way she was gritting her teeth and persevering was truly heart-wrenching. Although I previously sealed the former sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect and his soul was not consumed, I only sealed it and did not solve the problem within his soul. In the future, if he encounters a Hall of Souls Protector again, he will likely be just as powerless to resist. Moreover, since his soul was extracted from his physical body, even though I sealed it back quickly, his arms and legs will probably be uncoordinated for a while, which means he will have limited combat power, Xiao Ming continued explaining. Yun Shan's soul had been affected much more than just his combat power, and it would take some time for him to fully recover from the impact. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun felt relieved. Although the situation was still bad, it was not life-threatening. Master Xiao Ming, can you undo the secret technique from the Hall of Souls? Yun Yun asked. I'll have to try to find out, Xiao Ming replied. He had not encountered the Hall of Souls secret technique before, so he couldn't say for sure. If he couldn't figure it out, he would have to search Protector Xian's storage ring to see if there was anything that could undo it. Naturally, after killing Protector Xian in battle, his storage ring was guarded by Xiao Ming. Unfortunately, Protector Wu's death had been too tragic, and there was nothing left. As he thought about this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh. The treasures accumulated by a Dou ancestor powerhouse would not be a small number, and it was quite distressing to think that they were wasted like this. Seeing Xiao Ming sigh, Yun thought that he was considering Yun Shan's soul problem too complicated. She quickly reassured him, "Master Xiao Ming, don't feel pressured. Just do your best, and the reward." Yun gritted her silver teeth and spoke resolutely, "As long as my Misty Cloud sect has it, you can ask for whatever you want. We will definitely provide it to you." Hearing these words, Xiao Ming looked deeply at Yun. Her words were very ambiguous. If he didn't ask for something, but someone, then would they also hand it over? However, Xiao Ming remained serious and waved his hand, saying, "Let's not talk about rewards. Whether the problem can be solved is still a question." Yun smiled bitterly at his words. Just then, a Misty Cloud sect elder dressed in a white cloud-printed robe approached them. Seeing the elder coming, Yun stopped thinking about other things and asked him, "Elder Yunjing, how were our casualties?" Yunjing shook his head and sighed, "Sect leader, we suffered heavy losses this time. Dozens of ordinary disciples were killed, and hundreds were injured. 2 elders died in battle, and all the others suffered injuries of various kinds. The most severe is the first elder, who will need at least half a year to recover." Yun asked, "Have you already organized support for the injured? And who were the 2 elders who died?" "Yundu and Guhi." Yunjing's face was bitter. Yun was shocked. "What?" Guhi's death came as a surprise to Yun, but when she considered his combat ability, she fell silent. Alchemists were known for having either extremely strong or weak battle power. Xiao Ming's master, Elder Huo, belonged to the former, while alchemists like Fa Ma were part of the latter. Guhi's situation was similar to Fa Ma's, and the soul of a 6th-tier alchemist was evidently attractive to the Hall of Souls. Furthermore, Guhi was not a Dou emperor but received treatment comparable to one, being besieged by 3 Dou emperors, making it even more difficult for him to resist. Therefore, Guhi's death was inevitable, and it was a miracle that he had not fallen sooner. However, thanks to the soul body that Master Xiao Ming released in the middle of the battle, I was able to save Elder Guhi's soul body. While Yun and Yunjing were discussing their sex matters, Xiao Ming searched for Xiao Yan's figure and found him under a ruin after a while. Xiao Yan had several abrasions on his body and was already unconscious, with black chain-like wounds on his arms that looked both fierce and terrifying. Seeing his chest still rising and falling, Xiao Ming didn't immediately wake him up. Instead, he waved his hand and suctioned the high-grade black storage ring from Xiao Yan's finger into his own hand. Yao Lao's Bone Flame Ring. Xiao Ming took the Bone Flame Ring for the high-level alchemy inheritance that Yao Lao had promised him earlier. Although Yao Lao had passed away, he had fulfilled his part of the deal, so the reward he was to obtain had to be given to him. However, since Yao Lao had died, he had to take it himself. The Bone Flame Ring was a high-grade storage ring with soul protection, but since Yao Lao had passed away, it only provided minimal protection against someone like Xiao Yan and was even less effective against Xiao Ming's own soul power. He used his soul power to break the protection established by Yao Lao, and what appeared in front of Xiao Ming's eyes was a huge space. There were all kinds of Qi methods and Dou techniques in the space, both Xian class and Di class, and Xiao Ming even saw high Di Dou techniques of wind and fire attributes. But his gaze didn't linger on these things for long. Instead, he continued to search through the entire space until he finally found the alchemy inheritance that Yao Lao had promised him among a bunch of pill recipes. A white light flickered in Xiao Ming's hand, and a slightly damaged green scroll appeared. Glancing at it slightly, there were 3 small characters written on it. Medicine Sect Inheritance. That must be the right thing. Xiao Ming handed back the Bone Flame Ring to Xiao Yan. He then immersed his soul power into the scroll, and after a moment, he opened his eyes with a look of excitement. Indeed, the scroll contained the inheritance of alchemy promised to him by Yao Lao, and the one who left the inheritance was an ancient sect called Medicine Sect. This inheritance provided comprehensive explanations of various alchemy techniques, but the only drawback was that some parts were unclear, possibly due to deterioration. The higher the level of the inheritance, the more confusing some parts became, and there was nothing where the 9th tier inheritance should be. For now, this is more than enough. Once I assimilate this inheritance and my soul power is sufficient, reaching the 8th tier alchemist quickly will not just be a pipe dream. Chapter 252, Chapter 252, Departure Cough. As Xiao Ming examined the scroll, Xiao Yan coughed slightly before slowly opening his eyes. You're awake. Noticing Xiao Yan's movement, Xiao Ming stored the high-level alchemy inheritance in his star ring. Ah, what happened here? Xiao Yan, who had just woken up, had a slightly dizzy head and his entire body ached. He only felt a little better after taking out a healing pill from his own storage ring and drinking it. The Hall of Souls Protector has been defeated. You should run away now while the Misty Cloud sect doesn't have time to take care of you. It's not safe for you to remain in the Jiama Empire. Perhaps you can search for your 2 older brothers first. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Yan finally remembered everything and hurriedly looked around but did not see that familiar figure. Xiao Yan's body suddenly froze before he raised his head and stared at Xiao Ming. His voice trembling as he asked, "Where is my master?" "He's gone," replied Xiao Ming dryly. "He is gone." Hearing this, Xiao Yan seemed entranced, as if he could not accept it. "What do you mean by gone?" "He's dead," Xiao Ming said bluntly. "Dead?" At this moment, Xiao Yan's pupils shrank fiercely. "Impossible! My master is incredibly strong, how could he die? You must be lying to me, right?" Seeing Xiao Yan refusing to accept reality, Xiao Ming shook his head before saying, "It's your choice to believe me or not. But understand that I have no reason to lie to you. You must descend the mountain now while Misty Cloud sect is busy and has no time to bother with you." Looking at Xiao Ming's serious expression, Xiao Yan froze for a moment before finally accepting reality. He then asked with extreme anger, "Didn't you say you would protect me and my master?" "Hey, I didn't say that." Xiao Ming directly interrupted Xiao Yan. "I only said that I would make sure you left the mountain safely. As for Venerable Yao Chen, he was not within my range of protection." Xiao Yan gaped at the reply. His scarlet eyes stared at the bone flame ring for a moment before he shouted again, "Tell me how my master died and what force is behind the person shrouded in black fog." Since Xiao Yan's master had just died and he himself was in a good mood since he had just obtained the high-level alchemy inheritance, Xiao Ming chose to overlook his brusque tone. He was swallowed by Protector Wu of the Hall of Souls with a secret technique. Xiao Ming replied. Xiao Yan, who had received the answer, walked away. Looking at Xiao Yan's back, Xiao Ming turned thoughtful. It was incredibly difficult for Xiao Yan to grow up without Yao Lao, and if he did not change that impulsive personality of his, sooner or later, he would die at the hands of others. Moreover, it seemed that Xiao Yan wanted to find trouble with the Hall of Souls. Tisk Xiao Ming could only say that he was looking for his own misfortune. Master Xiao Ming. Jia Xingtian, Hai Badong and Yun Yun surrounded him once again. Hai Badong was the first to speak. "Master Xiao Ming, I will be leaving first, so I come to bid you farewell. If you have the opportunity, come to visit me at the Mitre family more often in the future." After saying this, Hai Badong ignored his injuries and unfolded his Do Chi wings, flying directly in the direction of the imperial capital. Xiao Ming's expression seemed strange. Why did it seem like Hai Badong was running away? No one was going to eat him here, right? Haha, that old man is really scared of Medusa. Now that he saw that Medusa was still here, he naturally ran away. Jia Xingtian pointed at Medusa, who was picking up the corpse of the bald snake people tribe's grand commander next to Zai Yan. No wonder. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed before he added, "As a guardian, aren't you going to expel Medusa, Elder Jie. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Jie Xingtian let out a bitter smile and said, "We fought side by side just now, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be good to turn on her now." In fact, the reason was not that simple. In the battle just now, everyone had suffered considerable injuries, and the most important thing right now was to heal soon. Moreover, Medusa's close relationship with Ziyan, Xiao Ming's companion, also made him hesitant to make any rash moves. Xiao Ming nodded in understanding before asking, "Then you'll be leaving too, won't you?" "You guessed it right, Master Xiao Ming, but before that, I'd like to talk about the matter of the zone-breaking pill." "Are you in such a hurry? You can say it's a bit urgent." Jie Xingtian's face was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he was anxious, it was just that now that the Jiama Empire had several Dou ancestors while the imperial family had none, and if this continued, the imperial family's prestige would be challenged. Furthermore, having seen a Dou ancestor-level fight today, he discovered that just one Dou ancestor was enough to easily destroy the entire Jiama imperial family. "I understand," Xiao Ming expressed his understanding, and after thinking about it, he took out a pill bottle from inside his storage ring and handed it over. "This is the zone-breaking pill." Jie Xingtian was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master Xiao Ming. For the reward, just mention it directly to that Yao Ye girl, and I will instruct her to fulfill all your requests." After saying these words, Jie Xingtian flew away. Many powerful people had died in the Misty Cloud sect this time, so he had to go back and take care of it. Then he would directly seclude himself to break through to Dou ancestor. "Master Xiao Ming, do you have time to see my master?" Only when she saw that everyone had left, Yun did open her mouth to state her purpose. She wanted Xiao Ming to undo her master's seal. "Yes, let's go." Xiao Ming would not refuse this matter, so he walked straight to where Yun Shan was and made a few hand seals. Immediately, an invisible flame returned to his hand, and with a wave of his palm, the flame disappeared. At the end of his movements, Yun Shan's eyes, which had remained closed, immediately opened, and the first thing that entered his eyes was the ruined sect. "Yuner, what happened?" Seeing the sect in such a state, Yun Shan felt like he was about to faint with rage. Yun hurried to help him up and then told him everything that happened. After listening to Yun's explanation, Yun Shan let out a sigh. This time, the Misty Cloud sect suffered a great loss, and he had an inescapable responsibility for causing this outcome. But right now was not the time to lament over it, and with Yun's help, he turned to Xiao Ming before bowing and saying, "Thank you for helping us this time, Master Xiao Ming. If you need anything in the future, we will definitely do it without hesitation." "If there's a need, I won't hesitate," Xiao Ming said with a smile. "That's only proper, but as for my soul, I've just checked, and I haven't come up with a solution yet. I'll think about it for a while. You can come to my residence in a few days." "Thank you for your trouble, Master." A graceful figure dressed in white landed elegantly beside Xiao Ming. Her fairy-like appearance and slim waist revealed that the person who had arrived was Xiao Yixian. The first thing she did when she landed next to Xiao Ming was to do the same thing Ziyan had done. Her slender hands began to grope Xiao Ming's body as she worriedly asked, "Xiao Ming, you're not injured, are you?" "I don't have any serious injuries." "There's no need for you to keep checking," Xiao Ming said helplessly. To be honest, if he didn't know that Xiao Yixian and Ziyan were really worried about him, with both of their hands touching around, Xiao Ming would think that they were deliberately taking advantage of him. After looking Xiao Yixian up and down and checking that she wasn't hurt, Xiao Ming asked, "Where is Senior Yao?" "He was left collecting the fierce spirit." After sighing in relief, Xiao Yixian replied with a smile. A while after Xiao Yixian uttered these words, Yao Tianhuo also appeared next to Xiao Ming. He, the fierce spirit has already been collected by me. On the other hand, I have exhausted myself a bit this time, so I will enter a deep sleep for the time being. Wake me up again one day when you are free to help me refine the fierce spirit, Xiao Ming." After saying this, Yao Tianhuo entered the snow-white storage ring. Slipping the storage ring on his finger, Xiao Ming looked around. He then gestured to Ziyan and said, Ziyan, it's time to go. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, Refining the Fierce Spirit. On their way to the Imperial City, Xiao Ming noticed Medusa flying next to Ziyan and froze in midair. Seeing Xiao Ming's reaction, Xiao Yixian and Ziyan also stopped. What are you doing following us? Do you really think I won't kill you? Xiao Ming asked. Ziyan looked confused and replied, Xiao Ming, Sister Medusa is a good person. She has been good to me. Why do you want to kill her? Xiao Ming almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Only Ziyan could say that Medusa was a good person. Medusa was a fearsome figure in the surrounding empires, and anyone on the border trembled upon hearing her name. Even Hai Badong, a Dou emperor, fled faster than a rabbit after seeing Medusa. However, it was also true that Medusa had been really good to Ziyan, feeding her, and even playing with her. Seeing Ziyan's confusion, Xiao Ming thought it would be better to explain the situation. Remember when I entered the Tager Desert in search of medicinal herbs? The first thing I did was to go straight to the sacred city of the Snake People tribe to exchange the San Statura with Medusa. I had good intentions, but this woman colluded with her subordinate to provoke me, wanting me to stay in the Snake People tribe to refine pills for her. If it weren't for your sake, I would have taught her a lesson. Ah! Ziyan was shocked, carefully thinking about what she and Medusa had done these days. It seemed like such behavior really did fit Medusa's character. Sister Medusa, aren't you going to explain? Watching Ziyan shuffle her feet nervously, Queen Medusa frowned and grabbed her by the arm, saying, You ungrateful child! I've been nothing but good to you. Are you planning to turn on me? It's not like that. Ziyan stuck out her tongue and tried to act cute. Humph! Medusa snorted at her before turning to Xiao Ming. It's true that my Snake People tribe made a move against you back then, but you didn't suffer any losses, did you? Not only did you seal the Grand Commander of my Snake People tribe, but you also took my tribe's precious San Statura. So this matter has long since been settled. When she mentioned the Grand Commander of the Snake People tribe, her face twisted with displeasure. This time she had come to the Jiama Empire to suffer a great loss. Not to mention the Grand Commander had died, but now even that Xiaoyan had seized the opportunity to flee. I know that Xiaoyan and you are from the same clan. As long as you tell me their location, I will naturally leave, said Medusa. Xiao Ming's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this. How could he possibly know where Xiaoyan had fled to? Even if he knew, he wouldn't tell her. Xiaoyan has already left. If you want to find him, you'll have to do it on your own. I don't know his location, and following us won't help you find him. Despite Xiao Ming's clear message that she should stop following them, Medusa remained adamant. Firstly, she did not know where Xiaoyan had gone, and secondly, even if she wanted to look for him, she would have to go to the imperial capital to find him, where Xiaoyan might be traveling on a flying magical beast. Thirdly, she was very anxious, even more so than Jia Xingtian. The Tager Desert, where the Snake People tribe was located, was a harsh environment surrounded by 4 empires, and before she assumed the queen's position, these empires had often waged war against them, abducting the women of the tribe to make them slaves. After becoming the queen, she resorted to iron-fisted methods to maintain the current situation. But now, in the empires around the Snake People tribe, several Dou ancestors had appeared, while she was still stuck at peak Dou emperor, unable to advance for a long time due to her magical beast physique. If things continued like this, the Snake People tribe would be annihilated by the various surrounding empires sooner or later. This was also the reason why she had chosen to take the risk of offending Xiao Ming at that time and later on, helping Xiaoyan by coming to the Jiama Empire. She could not simply return with the corpse of the Grand Commander and give up like this. Xiao Yan asked me for help with the Misty Cloud sect matter, and in return, he agreed to lend me his heavenly flame. Now that I can't find him, shouldn't you, as a clan mate, take responsibility? Hat, what do you want? Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. I can exchange a 7th tier pill recipe with you for the Snake Sacred Soul Advancement pill from back then, and I will provide the medicinal materials to refine it. Even though she talked about taking responsibility, Medusa still suggested an exchange, still longing for that pill. I can't refine it, even if you provide the materials. Xiao Ming replied, feeling exasperated. The Snake Sacred Soul Advancement pill was a high-grade 7th tier pill that could not be refined easily. Even if offered a reward, he didn't have the time to refine it for Medusa. He still had to go to the border of the Jiama Empire to pick up a corpse to revive Venerable Tianhuo. Seeing that Xiao Ming did not agree, Medusa looked at Zai Yan. Zai Yan stretched out her small hands and expressed that she could not help her. Although she also wanted to ease the relationship between the two of them, she knew that Xiao Ming could not refine high-grade 7th tier pills. Otherwise, she would have already urged Xiao Ming to refine a transformation pill for her. Seeing that even Zai Yan refused, Medusa was at a loss. After thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, "Can't you lend me your heavenly flame for half an hour? As long as you agree, you can choose any treasure from my Snake People tribe's collection." When she finished speaking, Medusa gently nudged Zai Yan, hoping that she could help speak for her. But before she could speak, Xiao Ming had already flown away. Evolving using heavenly flame sounded good, but if she failed, she would be reduced to ashes. When he returned to his residence in the imperial capital, Xiao Ming relaxed, no longer feeling Medusa's aura around Zai Yan. If possible, he didn't want to have another conflict with Queen Medusa. Zai Yan didn't have many friends, and it would be difficult for her if Queen Medusa continued to persist, so it was best that Medusa understood when to retreat. After spending some time with Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming headed to the secret room. Removing the snow-white storage ring from his finger, he waved it and a soul body floated out. "Xiao Ming, you called me so early, don't you need to take a break?" Yao Tianhuo asked. "No, it's better to refine the fierce spirit as soon as possible." After saying that, he shook his palm and an invisible flame appeared in front of him. Yao Tianhuo nodded heavily at his words, his face filled with a grave expression. He extended his hand, causing the fallen heart flame to float in front of him. With a flick of his finger, the white ring shook violently, and an unusually violent and fierce aura immediately burst out from it. A thick mist of blood gushed out from the white storage ring, condensing into a bloody figure in the middle of the secret room. When the bloody figure appeared, an extremely strong ferocity spread. Fortunately, both Xiao Ming and Venerable Tianhuo were not ordinary people, and this negative emotion failed to invade their minds. As soon as the fierce spirit condensed, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Ming and Venerable Tianhuo. Perhaps because the impression Yao Tianhuo left on him was too deep, the fierce soul roared and immediately tried to flee from the secret room. Humph! Trying to leave. Seeing the fierce spirit's action, Venerable Tianhuo let out a cold snort. With a squeeze of his palm, the fallen heart flame in front of him quickly spread out and immediately turned into a fiery net that flashed and rushed towards the fierce spirit like a hungry wolf, enveloping it completely. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Life Simulation Sizzle. Sizzle. As soon as the fiery net touched the fierce spirit's body, white mist seeped out, permeating the air with a constant sizzling sound. Even though it did not possess much spiritual wisdom, the fallen heart flame was able to directly affect its soul, causing burning pain that was unavoidable. As the fierce spirit struggled, a blood-red sticky mist continued to gush out from its body, colliding with the surrounding invisible fire net, viciously eroding each other. Humph! Seeing the fierce spirit's resistance, a cold color flashed across Venerable Tianhuo's eyes, and the seals on his hands abruptly changed. The fire net began to shrink, and as it did, the fierce spirit within it also became smaller. Xiao Ming, increase the intensity of the fallen heart flame. Venerable Tianhuo ordered. Hearing this, Xiao Ming, who was watching from the side, immediately nodded and snapped his finger, sending a stream of dou qi that landed on top of the burning net. As the net engulfed the dou qi, the invisible flames surrounding it grew denser and denser. The fierce spirit emitted constant shrieks of anger, but no matter how violently it struggled, it was still unable to break the bonds of the burning net. As more and more dou qi was added, the temperature of the fallen heart flame became more and more terrifying. Only moments later, the fierce spirit finally exploded with a miserable shriek, turning into a sticky, bloody mist floating in the fiery net. Seeing this scene, Venerable Tianhuo finally let out a faint sigh of relief. The seals on his hands changed, and the fiery net gradually dissipated, turning into a flaming cauldron about 3 meters in size. Inside the cauldron was the sticky, blood-colored mist. The temperature within the cauldron was extremely frightening, and under the high temperature refining, the mist slowly began to fade. Xiao Ming knew that as long as the blood mist was completely refined, the fierce spirit would turn into pure soul power. However, this refinement process was slow, and it would take at least 3 to 4 days to complete. Next, I need your help to maintain the cauldron. I can't handle its consumption in my current state, Venerable Tianhuo said to Xiao Ming, looking at the blood-colored mist refining in the cauldron. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. He only needed to provide enough dou qi to maintain the fallen heart flame while Venerable Tianhuo controlled the flame. It wouldn't consume too much energy. Venerable Tianhuo closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the air, emitting a trace of soul power to control the flames in the cauldron. Xiao Ming retrieved the high-level alchemy inheritance he had obtained earlier and began to assimilate its contents by dipping his soul into it. It was past midnight, and the flickering light illuminated Xiao Ming's perfect profile in the quiet secret room. Ding! It has been detected that the host has a life simulation opportunity. Would you like to start the simulation? Hearing this mechanized voice, Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes, then looked at Venerable Tianhuo in the air. Seeing that he was still sitting cross-legged, he withdrew his gaze. Start the simulation. Ding! The current number of simulations is 1. Starting the simulation day 1, you sit in the secret room, controlling the fallen heart flame while studying the high-level alchemy inheritance you received from Yao Lao. Day 2, you sit in the secret room, feeding the fallen heart flame with plenty of dou qi, and you feel that this consumption is only a minor problem for you. As you pore over the contents of the medicine sect inheritance, you feel confident that you are on the cusp of perfecting the Emperor's stream pulp recipe. Day 3, with the completion of the fierce spirit refinement, you watch as Venerable Tianhuo disappears into the white high-level storage ring, and then you exit the secret room. Day 4, you sense Medusa's aura nearby and grow impatient with her persistence. Later in the evening, the princess of the Jiama Empire pays you a visit and brings a bounty of medicinal ingredients, including the rare withered wood immortal vine, 100-flowered jade nectar, purple crystal flower. Day 5, you start working on the finishing touches of the Emperor's stream pulp recipe and feel happy looking at the almost finished recipe. Day 16, you feel that the first transformation of the Skyfire 3 mysterious change is not powerful enough, so you want to improve it. You think about improving the flame strength by fusing the heavenly flames. To better understand how to fuse them, you take out the flame mantra and continue to study it. Day 17, you take out a grain of spirit nourishment powder from your storage ring and examine it repeatedly under Ziyan's curious gaze. Day 25, you are cultivating the soul technique in your clan and feel very comfortable when suddenly, someone reports to you that a letter from the Jiama imperial family has arrived. Day 27, you arrive at the border of the empire and see 2 Dou ancestors' powerhouses. Day 210, you arrive in a city with a space wormhole and pay a few thousand gold coins for some small pendants to give to your companions. Day 361, while walking down the street with your companions, you notice many women looking at you. Suddenly, a girl's horse runs out of control and almost runs you over. In a hurry, Xiao Yixian slaps the horse to death, causing the girl to cry hysterically next to the dead animal. Day 450, you attempt to refine a high-grade 7th tier pill, the Sand Spirit Pill. You fail and feel immense pain as you watch the ashes of the herbs fly out of the medicinal cauldron. Day 671, you are confronted by a powerful member of the Serpent clan who demands the Serpent Tendril Flower, blocking your path. Impatience gleams in your eyes as warnings go unheeded, leading you to strike and wound him. He threatens to take your life when his father arrives, and you respond with a slap that leaves his head crooked. Day 700, you encounter a 6th rank magical beast blocking the road and forcibly seizing married women. Unable to bear it, you casually kill the beast. Day 900, your cultivation reaches a bottleneck, and after a day of training, you realize that your strength has not increased significantly. Day 1261, in an attempt to improve your strength, you explore a Do Venerate ruin with Xiao Yixian and Qing Linear. Day 1262, you encounter no opponents during the exploration. Day 1263, you obtain a 4-colored 8th tier pill known as the Soul Cleansing Liquid. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, End of the Simulation. Day 1305, you learn of the opening of the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool in the northern region of the Central Plains. You look at Qinglin beside you and hurry with her towards the Heaven Eye mountain range. Day 1308, you meet with the Do ancestor powerhouse of the gold-swallowing mouse tribe, and after a conversation, the other party agrees to perform a covert operation for you. Day 1405, your fame begins to spread across the Central Plains, and people come to your door to ask you to refine pills for them. Day 1785, through special channels, you obtain the monster core of a 7th rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast and begin preparing to refine a poison pill for Xiao Yixian's woeful poison body. Day 1788, you wake up in the morning and savor a bowl of exquisite porridge, infused with rare medicinal herbs and spices such as goji berries, astragalus root, and cinnamon bark as the key ingredients. The invigorating dish leaves you feeling energized and satisfied. Soon after, you are met with the seductive gaze of Xiao Yixian dressed in a mesmerizing cheongsam, and the two of you sneak off to your room. Day 1800, you refine a 7th tier pill, Heaven's Core Bear Gallbladder Pill, and after its completion, thunder roars in the sky, and your sky demon puppet caught it. Day 2220, you come across a protector of the Hall of Souls who is in the process of capturing a soul corpse. Without hesitation, you casually kill it. Day 2445, you set your sights on the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Day 2557, while searching for heaven and earth treasures in a magma world, you become ensnared in a natural formation that teems with elemental spirits. Day 2560, after many days of intense observation, you experience an epiphany and create your own high Do technique, the Fire Spirit Avatar. This Do technique can be refined by borrowing the fire element, resulting in an avatar that possesses 90% of your main body's strength when perfected. Day 2671, you order the star ring and inadvertently glimpse the remnant map of the purifying demonic lotus flame, and you can't help but feel that the last fragment of the remnant map is really hard to find and that it's actually not that easy to subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame of the purifying demonic lotus saint. Day 2910, you travel to the Pill Realm to attend the upcoming Pill Gathering hosted by the Pill Tower. Day 2913, upon arriving at the Pill Tower, you meet several powerful and talented alchemists. Among them is a woman surnamed Xiao who shows a lot of interest in you, but you remain indifferent. Later, a 6-star Do Venerate offers to exchange a high Do technique, Demon Flame Palm, for you to refine a pill for him. Day 2920, you sweep the competition and win the Pill Gathering Championship. Day 2923, you meet Xian Yi and other association heads of the Pill Tower and receive the championship reward, the Great Single Soul Skill. Day 3000, you spend a lot of money to offer a reward for poisonous herbs and plants to enhance Xiao Yi Xian's strength, but the gains are meager. You only manage to acquire one plant that catches your attention, the Sky Dark Flower, which is found in the southeast region. Day 3333, you are invited to visit Sound Valley, where the people hold you in high regard. After a tour, they ask you to refine a pill for their ancestor. You are not surprised and agree to their request. As a thank you gift, they give you a soundwave high dido technique called Brahmanic sound. Day 3650, you cultivate for 1 day. End of simulation. Selecting talent items currently available. Monster Core of a 7th rank Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast High Grade 7th Tier Pill, Snake Sacred Soul Advancement Pill Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame of the Purifying Demonic Lotus Saint. Xiao Ming was dumbfounded as he read the options in his mind. He never expected Medusa's persistence to pay off, as she had directly given him the option for the Snake Sacred Soul Advancement Pill in the simulator. In contrast, he, who wanted to have some more spirit nourishment powder, took it out every day to look at it. It had even become a habit, but it was never selected, which left him speechless. The third option was the most tempting of all, the Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame that belonged to the legendary Purifying Demonic Lotus Saint. However, Xiao Ming knew better than to choose it. Its acquisition would result in a fate similar to that of the Xiao clan ancestor, blood-colored axe Xiao Chen, who despite being a 4-star Do Saint, was still imprisoned in the demonic flame realm. As for the final option, it had to be said that the value of a high-grade 7th tier pill was higher than that of a 7th rank monster core. With a sigh, he made his choice without hesitation and selected the 7th rank monster core. That's right, the 7th rank monster core. It was true that the Snake Sacred Soul Advancement Pill was really a good thing. It could be used by other snake-type magical beasts besides Medusa, and it could definitely be sold for a good price when he went to a more advanced serpent magical beast clan. But right now, Xiao Yi Xian still needed the 7th rank monster core, and if Xiao Ming chose anything, it would be based on the people close to him. Simulator, I choose the monster core of the 7th rank Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast. As soon as Xiao Ming's words fell, a blood-colored fist-sized crystal suddenly flashed in the air. With a squeeze of his palm, Xiao Ming grasped this blood-colored crystal in his hand and felt the raging energy within it, and a smile flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. With this object, Xiao Yi Xian's strength could start to soar again. A white light flashed in his palm, and the 7th rank monster core disappeared. From the moment he obtained the monster core to the moment he put it in his ring, it was only an instant. Venerable Tianhuo in midair didn't notice anything about Xiao Ming's actions. 3 days later, early in the morning, the two people with closed eyes in the secret room almost simultaneously opened their eyes and looked towards the cauldron in midair. The sticky blood-colored mist inside had completely dissipated, replaced by a chaotic gas in which Xiao Ming felt a strong soul power. Finally, it has been successfully refined. Venerable Tianhuo looked at the invisible, colorless gas, and a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes, and then with a wave of his palm, the cauldron automatically collapsed and swirled into an invisible flame, heading towards Xiao Ming and entering his body. The mass of chaotic gas, after approaching Venerable Tianhuo, was directly swallowed by him in one gulp. Then, his body trembled, and he turned into a white light that entered the white storage ring. Haha, Xiao Ming, I won't forget this great favor. After I completely absorb this soul power, I will repay you. Aside from that, it may take me a while to absorb it, so I won't be able to help you in the meantime. Hearing Venerable Tianhuo's laughter, Xiao Ming also smiled and nodded his head slightly. It didn't matter if Venerable Tianhuo would be secluded for a little longer, he wouldn't need his help to deal with a few Dou ancestors that would arrive at the empire's border. The help Yao Tianhuo could provide right now was limited, and it was only after he came out of seclusion that it would be of great help to him. Creak. As the door to the secret room slowly creaked open, Xiao Ming stepped out into the light of the morning sun. His heart raced as he looked over and saw Xiao Yixian, sitting peacefully on a chair, her eyes closed in meditation. The sight of her delicate features, framed by the soft rays of sunlight, took his breath away. Her long, flowing purple hair shimmered like silk in the light, and the soft curve of her lips seemed to tempt him closer. As he drew closer to her, Xiao Yixian seemed to sense something and instinctively opened her eyes, her gaze immediately fixed upon him. A fleeting moment of surprise washed over her delicate features, followed by an unmistakable glimmer of joy that illuminated her eyes. For a moment, they simply looked at each other, caught in each other's gaze. Finally, unable to resist any longer, Xiao Ming closed the remaining distance between them and gently brushed his lips against hers. At first, it was a gentle and tentative kiss, but as their passion grew, it became more intense and urgent. The warmth of her body pressed against his as they lost themselves in the moment. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Treating Yun Shan. Some time later, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Ming reluctantly parted, their breathing still labored, and a faint thread of crystalline silk appeared between them. Xiao Yixian's eyes were half closed, her lips slightly parted as she tried to catch her breath. She then looked at Xiao Ming with a mix of affection and shyness. "You're so mean, you snuck up on me and caught me off guard." Xiao Ming's eyes sparkled mischievously as he replied, "You didn't seem to be complaining at all just a moment ago, Xianer." Xiao Yixian felt her cheeks warm at his words. As she slowly regained her senses, she noticed that they had switched positions, and she was now sitting on Xiao Ming's lap. She looked down at their rumpled clothing, feeling embarrassed. "I can't believe we got so carried away," she muttered under her breath. They were in the middle of the hall, and any servant who passed by could have heard them. Xiao Ming chuckled and drew her closer. "I couldn't help it, you looked too irresistible." Xiao Yixian's heart skipped a beat as she looked into his eyes, feeling the intensity of his gaze. She leaned in for a soft, lingering kiss before playfully tapping his chest with her delicate fingers. "Flatterer," she whispered, feeling shy inside and at the same time, filled with an indescribable sense of delight, her snow-white neck flushed even redder. Looking at Xiao Yixian's bashful expression, Xiao Ming couldn't help but find her incredibly adorable. He smiled and stroked her hair before gently patting her bottom as a signal for them to stand up and adjust their clothes. Once they were both presentable, Xiao Ming took a seat next to Xiao Yixian and asked, "Xianer, have you broken through?" A moment ago, he had noticed that her aura was a bit unstable, but also much stronger than before. Xiao Yixian nodded gently, the red mist on her face had yet to fade. 3 days ago, after fighting the fierce spirit, I broke through when I felt the bottleneck loosen a little. Hearing her speak so easily about breaking through, Xiao Ming could only smile wryly. Now that Xiao Yixian's strength had reached the 3-star Do ancestor, it was unclear to what extent it could be increased with the poison pill. But he didn't want to rush it. Xiao Yixian's rapid progress was due to the residual effects of the nether poison flame, which would weaken over time. It would not be too late to use it when these residual effects were weaker. Moreover, he couldn't just take out the monster core of the sky poison dragon scorpion beast without a good explanation, so he preferred to wait for a suitable time. Come to think of it, where is Ziyan? Xiao Ming looked around and only then did he realize that Ziyan was nowhere to be found. Xiao Yixian looked at him and rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that this stinky guy approached her so stealthily to do naughty things without even checking if there was anyone else in the vicinity. I don't know, she probably went out to play. Although she hadn't been out of seclusion for long and didn't know exactly where Ziyan had gone, after spending so much time together, she had a sufficient understanding of Ziyan's character. With her and Xiao Ming in seclusion, and with Ziyan's inability to sit still, she should have gone out to play. Hearing Xiao Yixian's reply, and pretending not to notice her reproachful look, Xiao Ming already had an answer in his heart. Ziyan is probably fooling around with that Medusa. Xiao Ming said, feeling a bit exasperated as he remembered the mention of Medusa in the simulation. Thinking about her sister's supposed friend who had been following them back, and remembering what Xiao Ming had said about her, Xiao Yixian's eyes suddenly narrowed as she asked. Speaking of that Medusa, did she really dare? Knock knock. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door and a maid's voice rang out. Master Xiao Ming, Yun, the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, has come to request an audience. Oh? Very well, invite her to the reception hall. Yes. The sound of footsteps walking away sounded outside the hall. Xiao Ming stood up and held out his hand to Xiao Yixian, who pouted slightly. Yun is here about the Yun Shan situation. Let's go meet with her. When the two arrived at the reception hall, Yun was already sitting there waiting, and beside her, Yun Shan, who had long white hair, was also present. When they saw Xiao Ming enter accompanied by Xiao Yixian, Yun Shan and Yun stood up to greet them. Yun was fine, but Yun Shan was probably suffering from the uncoordinated movement of his hands and feet as Xiao Ming had said, and just as he stood up, he felt that he could not control his legs and was about to kneel towards Xiao Ming. Luckily, Yun realized something was wrong and rushed to hold him back, preventing him from making a fool of himself. Master Xiao Ming, please forgive me, you also know the state of my body. Yun Shan said with a bitter smile. No need for such formalities, I'm not the kind of person who cares much about such things. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, before sitting on the main seat with Xiao Yixian beside him. Please take a seat. After Yun and Yun Shan sat back down, the two of them got straight to the point. Master Xiao, have you come up with any solutions for the seal in my soul these past few days? Said Yun Shan, looking at Xiao Ming expectantly. Indeed, I have a solution. Xiao Ming nodded. During these past few days, not only was he waiting for Venerable Tian Huo to refine the fierce spirit, but he had also been examining Protector Xian's storage ring. There were many strange things inside that storage ring, some of which Xiao Ming did not know the function of. However, under careful scrutiny, he found the solution to the seal on Yun Shan's soul. Recalling what he had seen, Xiao Ming said, Sect leader Yun Shan, the seal you carry is called the 100 Ghost Forest Seal. It requires a pill, a secret technique, and the cooperation of the person under the seal to succeed. Hearing this, Yun Shan's face darkened for a moment as he recalled the scene where Protector Wu appeared in front of him. To be honest, he felt that Protector Wu didn't seem like a good person from the beginning. However, at that time, he had not been able to break through to Do Ancestor, his life expectancy had reached the limit, and his bodily functions had reached the point of exhaustion. It was then that the other party mentioned that he could perform a secret technique to help him break through to Do Ancestor, so even though he felt that the other party did not seem like a good person, he still agreed in the end. He really had no choice. If it wasn't for Xiao Ming, other than himself, the entire Misty Cloud sect would have been harvested by the other party in a few years. And he would have become the sinner of the Misty Cloud sect. Thinking of this, Yunshan showed a bitter smile. Please assist me, Master Xiao Ming. This seal will also affect your personality if it remains in your body for a long time, making you cold and ruthless, so it should indeed be removed as soon as possible. Follow me. Yun Shan seemed very anxious, so naturally, Xiao Ming would not waste any time. Before leaving, Xiao Ming spoke to Xiao Yixian. Xiener, you can accompany sect leader Yun for a while first, it's no big deal, so we'll leave soon. After saying this, she led Yun Shan into the secret room. Yun couldn't help but feel worried as she watched the two leave. Xiao Yixian noticed her gaze and spoke up, her voice gentle and reassuring. You don't need to worry too much, since Xiao Ming said it was no big deal, then it's no big deal. Hearing these words, Yun turned and looked at Xiao Yixian with some surprise. She did not expect Xiao Yixian to strike up a conversation with her. It was not that Yun had not thought of striking up a conversation with her before, but with her aura being a bit unstable, Xiao Yixian could not help but let a little bit of it slip out, making her sense of presence extremely strong. Her every move touched people's hearts, like a fairy who had fallen to the earthly world, making Yun unconsciously more inhibited. Yun also guessed that Xiao Yixian had just broken through and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. She couldn't believe that the girl she had met in the Magic Beast Mountain range was even more talented than Xiao Ming. Xiao Yixian noticed Yun's reaction but remained unfazed. She knew what the other party was thinking and did not bother to say anything. The matter of the woeful poison body could not be revealed to outsiders. Anyway, from Xiao Yixian's point of view, she wouldn't be what she was today if it wasn't for Xiao Ming. She felt a deep affection for him. In her heart, Xiao Ming was her world, as well as the person she admired the most. Xiao Ming, who had no special physique or strong background, was the one who should be admired for achieving his current strength. Even if she encountered individuals with stronger skills than Xiao Ming in the future, she would never change her mind. Ah! A faint miserable scream came from the secret room. Although the sound was tiny, both of them were not weak in strength, so they heard it very clearly. Yun's face changed. This voice had been extremely distorted, but she could still recognize it as her master's voice. She knew that the room was soundproofed, so if she could hear the sound from outside, she could imagine how heartbreakingly Yun Shan was screaming inside. Inwardly, she was very anxious, but Yun wanted to be patient and chose to trust Xiao Ming. A few moments later, the sound disappeared, and the stone door slowly opened. Xiao Ming walked out with Yun Shan, who was drenched in sweat. The seal has been solved. With a year or two of rest and finding some herbs that can restore the soul, he will be able to fully recover. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, Snake People Tribe Summoning. It's better if you don't fight anyone during the recovery period, Xiao Ming advised. In fact, there was no need for Xiao Ming to say so. With Yun Shan's current state, he would not seek to fight anyone. With his limbs so uncoordinated, wouldn't he be a laughingstock if he knelt before others before he could even make the first move? After listening to Xiao Ming's instructions, Yun received Yun Shan's signal to take the ring from his hand and hand it to Xiao Ming. Thank you, Master Xiao Ming. This is a small token of appreciation from our Misty Cloud sect. This is nothing compared to the kindness you have shown us. So, if you have any other needs, you can ask. Our Misty Cloud sect will find a way to meet your needs. No need, Xiao Ming waved his hand and said. After several incidents, it could be said that the Misty Cloud sect's fortune had shrunk quite a bit. Nowadays, the Misty Cloud sect could not lend him much help. If there was really anything, it would only be taking care of the Xiao family. But this was something the Misty Cloud sect would do on its own without Xiao Ming mentioning it. When Yun Shan had recovered a little, Yun helped him leave. Once Yun's delicate figure disappeared from his sight, Xiao Ming diverted his gaze to Xiao Yixian and suddenly thought of something. He quickly took out a few books from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Yixian. Xianer, these are for you. Xiao Yixian stretched out her hands in confusion and took the books that were over half a meter high from Xiao Ming's hands. Using her dou qi to suspend them in the air, Xiao Yixian first read the titles of the books that Xiao Ming had given her. Fundamentals of Medicinal Properties, Introduction to Alchemy, Appreciation Handbook of Pill Medicine, Identification Handbook of Pill Cauldrons, 5 Years of Alchemy, 3 Years of Flame Control, The Advancement Path of Alchemists, The Self-Cultivation of Alchemists. Looking at these alchemy books, Xiao Yixian casually flipped through them and even saw some familiar annotations, causing her to show a hint of surprise in her eyes. Xiao Ming, what do you mean by this? Do you want me to learn how to refine pills? Even if I wanted to become an alchemist, I'm already a poison master and can't refine pills at all, and my dou qi attribute doesn't even meet the requirements. Xiao Yixian spoke hesitantly. Xianer, I want you to learn alchemy. Isn't that what you've been dreaming of all this time? As for the matter of the dou qi attribute, this can be solved, Xiao Ming said mysteriously. How can it be solved? Xiao Yixian, who trusted Xiao Ming immensely, showed a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Well. Xiao Ming shook his head, not telling her. You'll find out when the time comes, and even if it doesn't work, you can take it as a more complete knowledge of what you learned when you were in the academy. As a poison master and doctor, it's not bad for you to look at these things. These books were given to me by my master. I have written a lot of annotations and insights on each book. Giving them to you could be considered a way of passing on the knowledge. Xiao Ming chuckled. With Xiao Ming's current status, these things would fetch a sky-high price if auctioned off, and genius-level alchemists would be drawn to them. Knowledge on the Do-Chi continent was quite monopolized, so alchemists would not hesitate to pay exorbitant amounts for such annotations. Xiao Yixian's eyes lit up as she heard Xiao Ming's words. She bit her lip, trying to contain her excitement, and her face broke into a wide smile. She didn't mind that he didn't reveal the method to solve it. I'll listen to you and read through these books. In the afternoon, Xiao Ming was enjoying the misty cloud sex cloud tea in the hall while studying the spirit nourishment powder. The storage ring that Yun Yun had given him this time contained a plethora of items, not just medicinal herbs, but also Do techniques, armors, and monster cores. The cloud tea was one of those things. After taking a sip and feeling the subtle increase in his Do Qi, Xiao Ming smiled. This cloud tea is really something. Just at this moment, Xiao Ming suddenly felt two familiar auras. This caused him to frown slightly, as besides Zia Yan's aura, he also sensed the distinct aura of Medusa. However, both were outside his residence, so Xiao Ming only frowned, but said nothing. Outside Xiao Ming's mansion, Medusa, as well as Zia Yan, a tall and a small beauty, were hanging out together. Sister Medusa, do you want to come in with me? Zia Yan suggested. Forget it. Medusa shook her head. She wasn't foolish enough to enter Xiao Ming's residence without permission. Although she was with Zia Yan, if she entered without his consent, it would give him a reason to act against her. On the other hand, she was just trying to find a way to evolve and did not want to make things too difficult for Zia Yan. To be honest, she had been searching for Xiao Yan within a radius of hundreds of miles for several days, but she still hadn't found any trace of him. If she had found him, why would she need to beg Xiao Ming so blatantly? Sighing, Medusa wanted to say something else, but before she could speak, her beautiful eyes suddenly opened in anger. At this moment, a seven-colored snake scale appeared on her smooth forehead, steadily emitting a faint colored light. Gently touching the scales on her forehead, Medusa's breathing became somewhat erratic. This scale was a wisp of her soul stored in the snake people's soul altar, and the tribe's priests could use it to notify her by burning this soul wisp. Generally, this measure was only taken in times of true crisis within the tribe. As the queen of the snake people tribe for so many years, this was the first time Medusa had been summoned in this way. It seemed that something big had happened in the snake people tribe. Damn it! Of all times! She exclaimed in frustration, gritting her teeth. Just at the moment when she was looking to break through by evolving, even if the chances were slim. But now, she had to go deal with the snake people tribe's troubles. After all, the reason she wanted to make a breakthrough was only to protect the snake people tribe. If the snake people tribe was destroyed, what was the point of breaking through? Rubbing Zia Yan's little head, Medusa revealed a gentle smile that she had never shown to anyone else. Little Zia Yan, I have an urgent matter in my tribe, so I won't be able to play with you from now on. Remember to take care of yourself, Medusa said with a heavy heart. Hearing these words, Zia Yan's big bright eyes dimmed slightly, and she whimpered in response. But she still managed to say reluctantly, "All right, Sister Medusa, I'll look for you when I get the chance." Zia Yan continued, "By the way, remember to apologize to Xiao Ming if you have the opportunity. After all, that incident was your fault." It wasn't impossible to apologize if she could evolve through the heavenly flame, but there was no time for that now. Medusa thought. Sighing, Medusa stroked Xiaoyan's little head once more and then disappeared with a flick of her purple snake tail. Xiaoyan took a moment to compose herself after Medusa's departure, and then she skipped into the residence with a bounce in her step. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, Border Emergency. Xiaoyan skipped into the residence, her steps light and bouncy, and in no time, she appeared in front of Xiao Ming. Well, look who's decided to come back. Xiao Ming said calmly, giving Xiaoyan a casual glance. He. Xiaoyan grinned in amusement and quickly made her way over to sit beside him. Xiao Ming let out a sigh and poured himself another cup of tea. At that moment, a maid entered the room. Master Xiao Ming, Princess Yao Ye requests to see you. Please show her in. Xiao Ming knew it must be about the pill payment arranged by Jia Xingtian, so he didn't hesitate to give the order. Not long after, the tall and heroic Yao Ye entered. When she saw Xiao Ming, a bright smile spread across her cheeks. Master Xiao Ming. Have a seat, Princess. Thank you. After a brief conversation, Yao Ye handed over a storage ring to Xiao Ming, saying it was the payment for the pill in addition to the reward. Like Yun, she also said that if Xiao Ming had any other requests, they would try their best to fulfill them. After saying all this, Yao Ye did not leave as quickly as Yun did, but chatted with Xiao Ming for a while. Feeling Yao Ye's increasingly passionate gaze, Xiao Ming finally found an excuse to make her leave. Before leaving, Yao Ye felt that Xiao Ming should not stay in the Jiama Empire for long, so she asked him when he would leave the empire. Xiao Ming replied that he would leave the imperial capital in a few days to visit the Xiao family, after which he would leave the Jiama Empire. However, in truth, Xiao Ming had no intentions of leaving so soon. His objective was to instigate the conflict on the empire's border as soon as possible. If he stayed in the imperial capital openly, it might take a long time for the border conflict to happen. It should not be forgotten that Xiao Ming's reputation was huge now. These days, all the people in the imperial capital were going crazy talking about how Xiao Ming fought two Dou ancestors alone on Misty Cloud Mountain. And if he didn't say that he was leaving the Jiama Empire, he suspected that those people would not dare to invade and instead wait for him to leave before launching their attack. If the enemy chose not to invade the Jiama Empire, Xiao Ming would have no legitimate reason to initiate an attack against them. He did not want to engage in a game of patience with the other side, so it was better to create this illusion. It had to be said that Xiao Ming was sometimes quite cunning. A few days later, Xiao Ming left the Jiama sacred city in a rather conspicuous manner, taking Xiaoyan and Xiao Yixian with him. Many people saw this and assumed that Xiao Ming was leaving the Jiama Empire, as he did not usually stay for a long time. However, contrary to most people's expectations, Xiao Ming actually returned to the Xiao family. Only a few people knew about this. The vast and endless plains were dominated by two towering mountain ranges, their peaks piercing the sky. Climbing such towering mountains was an extraordinary feat that only a select few were capable of achieving. A massive fortress, akin to a prehistoric beast, stood guard in the gap between these two mountain ranges, defending the primary road leading in and out of the Jiama Empire. This fortress, known as the Black Mountain Fortress, was located on the northeastern border of the Jiama Empire and was the grandest fortress within a 500-kilometer radius. It had been standing for hundreds of years and had survived several battles, leaving few marks on its formidable exterior. However, as time passed, the fortress once again welcomed new challengers. On the city walls, densely packed armies could be seen everywhere, and countless heavy ballistas were visible, steel arrows as thick as a person's thigh already loaded and ready to unleash their amazing power at any moment. Under the defense of countless armies, this defense line was as solid as a rock. Some Doking experts stood atop the ramparts, gazing into the distance. There, a dense army stretched out like a dark cloud, seemingly endless. From the huge flags raised among those armies, it was clear that they belonged to the three empires, the Chu Yun Empire, the Mulan Empire, and the Luoyan Empire. What's going on? Hasn't the Chu Yun Empire been fighting the Snake People tribe these days? How come they have gathered so many troops to face us? A middle-aged man dressed in a general's armor said irritably. The latest news said that the Snake People tribe was defeated by the other side, and it seems that they have a Dou ancestor powerhouse, and the number of Dou emperor experts is also quite high. Someone said with an ugly face. Even if it's the Chu Yun Empire, how come the Mulan Empire and the Luoyan Empire joined with them? Although the Luoyan Empire and the Mulan Empire had territorial contact with the Jiama Empire, the contact was greater between them. The Jiama Empire only had more territorial contact with the Chu Yun Empire, and logically, they should hate each other. How was it that they had now joined the Chu Yun Empire against the Jiama Empire? This really puzzled them. Actually, it was not puzzling at all. The Jiama Empire had always been the weakest existence among the four empires, and the other empires had been eyeing it for a long time. This time, the three empires attacked the Jiama Empire together, with the sole purpose of dividing up the territory of this weaker empire. As for the Chu Yun Empire attacking the Snake People tribe's territory earlier, there was no reason other than the fact that they had a long-standing feud between them. Well, let's quickly inform the imperial family of the situation here and ask them to send reinforcements. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold out for long, one of them said. That's all we can do, replied another. And so, the information was quickly sent to the Jiama sacred city. At the imperial palace, Yao Ye flipped through the information in her hand and her face became unusually ugly. Three empires joining forces to attack them was always extremely bad news, regardless of when it happened. Not to mention now, the Jiama Empire had lost many powerful people due to the events in the Misty Cloud sect a few days ago, which had also caused the Misty Cloud sect to be almost destroyed and the strength of the Dou ancestor powerhouse, Yun Shan, to be severely weakened. His great-grandfather had also gone into seclusion, trying to break through to Dou ancestor. As for Xiao Ming, he had long since left the imperial capital, and she didn't know if he had already left the Jiama Empire. It could be said that this was now the weakest period of the Jiama Empire. Those three empires really knew how to choose their timing. With a sigh, Yao Ye immediately wrote a few letters. Then she gave instructions to the female guard beside her. Send someone to deliver these letters to the Mitre family, the Misty Cloud sect, and the Xiao family of Wutan City. As you command, Princess. Looking at the guard's back, Yao Ye thought, I hope Master Xiao Ming hasn't left the Jiama Empire yet. Wutan City. Xiao Ming had completed the pill recipe for the Emperor's stream pulp these days. He originally wanted to try to fuse the heavenly flames, however, in the end, he chose to verify the reliability of the pill recipe. At this moment, Xiao Ming held a letter in his hand, and a glint showed in his eyes. It's time to depart for the border. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, Meeting Yu Mei on the road before leaving the Xiao family, Xiao Ming sought out the amethyst-winged Lion King and asked if it wanted to leave with him. Xiao Ming had promised to refine a body transformation pill for it, which he had not been able to fulfill yet. This was why he asked the question. If the amethyst-winged Lion King followed Xiao Ming, he would refine the body transformation pill as soon as he was able to. In response, the amethyst-winged Lion King hesitated but finally refused, saying its strength could not keep up with Xiao Ming's growth rate and that it would be better for it to stay with the Xiao family like Xuetian. Since the winged Lion King of Amethyst chose for itself, Xiao Ming said nothing more and left a body transformation grass for it before quietly leaving the Xiao family with Xiao Yixian and Ziai Yan. The Xiao clan was located in the northeastern province, so the journey from the Xiao clan to the Black Mountain Fortress would not be too long for Xiao Ming's group. The three figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared at the edge of the horizon, and even if someone were to occasionally cast their eyes skyward, all they would see would be the flickering streak of light. Flying overhead, Xiao Ming and his companions saw many people fleeing from the border to the northeastern province. It seemed that many people were pessimistic about the situation in the Jiama Empire, as the three great empires were too powerful for them to resist. With the Jiama Empire weakened and rumors that its strongest expert, Xiao Ming, had left, the timing of the invasion of the three empires into the Jiama Empire was impeccable, leaving the people feeling powerless. On the boundless and sparsely populated plain, a faint sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out in the sky. 3 streaks of light abruptly flashed and swooped down. As soon as the streaks appeared, they suddenly stopped, revealing 2 tall figures and a small one in the sky. "What's wrong?" Ziyan asked in confusion as she saw Xiao Ming suddenly stop. "They were flying leisurely just a moment ago, so why did they stop?" "It seems I've run into an acquaintance." Xiao Ming smiled slightly, looking towards the east of the plain. In a moment, his soul perception spread out from his forehead like a tidal wave, quickly perceiving the situation in the distance. "An acquaintance?" Xiao Yixian's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. "She's a member of the Snake People tribe." "You'll find out who she is later," Xiao Ming replied. He had already clearly seen that the figure approaching in the distance was a Doking powerhouse of the Snake People tribe. Xiao Ming had encountered many members of the Snake People tribe before, but there were only a few he was familiar with. At this moment, Yu Mei was quite anxious. In the past, she had never thought that one day she would be desperately fleeing to the territory of the Jiama Empire. The reason for her current situation was naturally due to the critical situation of the Snake People tribe. It should be noted that the first target attacked by the Chuyun Empire was not the Jiama Empire, but the Snake People tribe. The current situation of the tribe was not good, with catastrophic losses. In order to deal with the opponent's powerhouses, the 4 elders who had been in seclusion were all seriously injured by using a secret technique. Queen Medusa was on the brink of death, and the bald Grand Commander was killed in the Misty Cloud sect. It could be said that the battle power in the Do Emperor realm of the Snake People tribe was now basically non-existent. "Damn Chuyun Empire! We will have our revenge sooner or later," thought Yu Mei as she flapped her wings rapidly, determined to reach the Black Mountain Fortress as quickly as possible. She was on her way to the Black Mountain Fortress to negotiate an alliance with the Jiama Empire. Yu Mei was not afraid of being rejected, and although the Snake People tribe was not in a good position, the Jiama Empire was even worse. Only when both sides joined forces would there be a chance of survival. As long as the humans provided healing pills, their peak Do Emperor elders could quickly recover from their injuries and the situation would not remain as passive as it was now. If only the Jiama Empire's #1 powerhouse, Xiao Ming, had not left, Her Majesty could be saved. Thinking of the injuries that Her Majesty the Queen was barely hanging on with a secret method, Yu Mei felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Shaking her head and clearing her mind of her mixed thoughts, Yu Mei thought about what to say after arriving at the Black Mountain Fortress. However, she did not notice the 3 powerful auras heading towards her. By the time she noticed, the 2 sides were very close and, with the naked eye, she could already see the figures of the other party. When she saw the 3 figures, Yu Mei hesitated for a moment before continuing to fly towards them and stopping in front of them. Looking at Yu Mei's bewitching and charming figure, Xiao Ming smiled slightly and asked, "Commander Yu Mei, what a coincidence, are you heading towards the Black Mountain Fortress?" Hearing his voice and recognizing his handsome face, which was different from the ugly faces of the snake men, Yu Mei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "Xiao Ming! You haven't left the Jiama Empire," she exclaimed. Xiao Ming shook his head. "You still haven't answered my question." "Why yes, I am heading towards the Black Mountain Fortress to seek an alliance," Yu Mei replied. Then, a look of pleasant surprise showed in her eyes. She had been thinking of Xiao Ming, and he just appeared in front of her. Perhaps there was still some hope for her queen's matter. Gritting her teeth, Yu Mei made up her mind and said, "Please, I ask Master Xiao Ming to help our Snake People tribe. We will pay you for it. Help your Snake People tribe." Xiao Ming's brows furrowed at her words, then relaxed. Is it because of the Chu Yun Empire matter? Isn't your Queen Medusa back in the Snake People tribe? Together with your Do Emperor elders, even if you can't defeat the other party, defending for a while shouldn't be a problem. And with me here, the Chu Yun Empire won't continue to cause trouble for long. Xiao Ming did not have a bad impression of Yu Mei, so he said a few more words. The situation is not as you said. Our Snake People tribe suffered great losses, our Do Emperor battle power has practically disappeared. Her Majesty the Queen, Sai, what I want to ask you is to help heal Her Majesty the Queen, as well as the elders. Yu Mei said, her face turning ugly as she thought about the Snake People tribe's current situation. Upon hearing Yu Mei's news about Medusa, Zia Yan's previously calm expression became nervous, and she quickly ran to Yu Mei and anxiously asked, what happened to Sister Medusa? Yu Mei was confused by Zia Yan's reaction. What was the situation? Why was this girl so anxious? But Yu Mei reacted quickly and answered truthfully, the queen is in critical condition, and her life is being sustained through a secret method. Ah! Zia Yan's little face turned pale upon hearing her words and then looked at Xiao Ming pitifully. Xiao Ming! Xiao Ming, however, was lost in thought. Seeing Xiao Ming's attitude, Yu Mei became a little nervous. Actually, for the Snake People tribe, Xiao Ming's appearance was half good and half bad. If Xiao Ming agreed to help the Snake People tribe, then naturally, it would be a good thing. If not, then according to what Xiao Ming said, the Jiama Empire's problems would be solved quickly. Although the Snake People's problems would consequently be solved as well, that would only be temporary. With Xiao Ming's intervention, the Jiama Empire would not necessarily ally with her Snake People tribe, and by then, her tribe, whose main battle force had not recovered from its wounds, would be doomed. Yu Mei was not stupid and thought of this possibility, so she said with a determined heart, I know that our Snake People tribe has offended Master Xiao Ming before, as a form of apology, I offer myself as your slave after this matter is resolved. Chapter 260, Chapter 260, Three Do ancestors. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's lips twitched wordlessly as he gave Yu Mei a strange look. Were all members of the Snake People race so dedicated? Unlike the ugly faces of the snake men, the snake women were all very beautiful, with bewitching faces and a different body structure from humans that had always made them highly sought after. This was one of the reasons why they were so hostile to humans. Yu Mei, as commander of the Snake People tribe, was one of the most beautiful, with an elegant figure and the status of a Do King powerhouse. It was estimated that not many people could refuse her offer. Being observed by Xiao Ming, a faint blush appeared on Yu Mei's smooth cheeks. Unlike other humans, Yu Mei had always held a positive impression of Xiao Ming. Moreover, Xiao Ming looked very much in line with her standards, he was incredibly strong and had a good personality. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to offer herself as a slave. I'm not interested in something like a slave, Xiao Ming finally said. Although Yu Mei was quite charming, he was not someone particularly fond of this kind of approach. Moreover, he didn't lack female affection, and he had even less need to force himself on her. If male-female relations were put aside, although Yu Mei's strength was quite decent, her future growth was practically limited by her bloodline, and taking her to the Central Plains would not only endanger her life but also become a hindrance to him. Moreover, even if his female companions did not object outwardly, it would surely weigh heavily on their hearts. Please, think about it some more, Master Xiao Ming, pleaded Yu Mei, staring at Xiao Ming with a flushed face. If I become your slave, we could. Her voice trailed off suggestively, and she bit her lip in a seductive manner, her eyes daring him to resist her charm. But before she could finish her sentence, a shiver ran through her body, and she turned to look fearfully at the fairy-like woman standing beside Xiao Ming, sensing an invisible force that made her tremble with fear. Xiao Yixian, who had not intervened in the entire conversation, finally couldn't take it anymore. This won't do, she said sternly, shooting a warning glance at Yu Mei. Xiao Ming is not that kind of person. As the closest person to Xiao Ming, she knew his character very well. Despite having been in moments of confusion and weakness before, Xiao Ming had never taken advantage of her. From this, it could be deduced that he was not that kind of person. In normal times, Xiao Yixian was a woman of few words and would only give her opinion when she felt it was necessary, but would not actively interfere in the decisions Xiao Ming made. However, since Xiao Ming had already refused, she would not allow this woman to continue to seduce her man so blatantly. Yu Mei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded quickly, indicating that she understood. But a trace of disappointment couldn't help but flash in her heart. More than that, she began to be filled with anxiety. If Xiao Ming did not agree to help them, then where should the Snake People tribe go in the future? In desperation, Yu Mei looked at Ziyan, who had acted as if she knew her queen very well. She hoped that Ziyan would still insist on helping Medusa. Humph! Ziyan let out a snort of dissatisfaction, and her expression twisted into a frown at Yu Mei's behavior. But since her sister had taken it upon herself to put the vixen in her place, Ziyan ignored her and turned her pitiful gaze back to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, can you please go check on Sister Medusa? Please see, Wu. Ziyan blinked her big eyes and threw herself at Xiao Ming's arm, shaking it and pleading pitifully. Yu Mei couldn't help but smile at the sight of Ziyan's adorable antics. However, as she looked at Ziyan pleading with Xiao Ming to help her queen, Yu Mei could not help but feel a pang of envy. It seemed that this little girl had Xiao Ming's attention and affection. Inwardly she wondered if she had missed any chance she might have had with him. This. Xiao Ming hesitated. Xiao Ming. Ziyan hung on Xiao Ming's arm and nuzzled it. Xiao Ming sighed, feeling a bit helpless. All right, I'll go check on her. Ziyan immediately stopped her movements and stared at Xiao Ming with shining eyes. Don't look at me like that, although I promised to go to the Snake People tribe, I still have important things to take care of first, Xiao Ming added, his tone serious. It's okay, Master Xiao Ming. The Snake People can wait a little longer, Yu Mei said, relieved that Xiao Ming hadn't completely turned down her request for help. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. Don't be happy so soon, I'm not going to your Snake People tribe for free, you know you'll have to pay me, right? He said, a hint of amusement in his voice. Understood, my previous proposal is still, it's nothing. Yu Mei trailed off when she noticed the sudden change in Xiao Yixian's expression, causing her smile to freeze. Her proposal to become his slave naturally remained valid, but she knew that she couldn't pursue the matter with Xiao Yixian around. Well, you can forget that proposal, the payment I'm talking about isn't about you either, anyway, follow me to the Black Mountain Fortress first. After speaking, Xiao Ming took the lead and flew north. Xiao Yixian and Ziyan flew on either side of him, and Yu Mei naturally wouldn't fall behind. With a flap of her wings, she flew in the direction Xiao Ming had left. On the vast plains, a towering fortress stood proudly between two imposing mountain ranges, guarded by soldiers in uniformed armor who patrolled the walls with orderly steps. In the center of the wall, a dozen figures of high reputation in the empire stood, gazing out at the distant horizon with a hint of concern. A massive army had appeared, seemingly overnight, and it had grown in size by more than half in just a few days. I heard that Yan Luotian of the Golden Geese sect, as well as the 3 Mulan elders of the Mulan Valley came leading their troops. In addition to Xia Baiyan of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate. The other party has a total of 3 Dou ancestor powerhouses, what can we do about it? Hai Badong looked out for a moment and then sighed, the weight of the situation bearing down upon him heavily. Hearing Hai Badong's words, the figures on top of the wall fell silent. The current situation was dire. It wasn't that the Jiama Empire didn't have any Dou ancestor powerhouses, unfortunately, the former sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, Yun Shan, had been injured in the recent battle and basically didn't have much combat power now. Master Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan had left the Jiama sacred city a long time ago and there was no trace of him to be found, which was deeply frustrating. The Black Mountain Fortress not only had no Dou ancestor battle power, but its Dou Emperor battle power was also inferior to that of the enemy. Yun Yun, Serene Sea Scaly Beast, Jia Xing Tian, Hai Badong, and Fa Ma. Only 5 of them stood on the wall, facing a dozen or more on the opposite side. If it were not for the Chu Yun Empire's reputation for being ruthless and bloody during its conquests, several of them would have had the idea of surrendering long ago. Elder Jie, still no response from the Xiao clan people, a Dou king asked. No. Jia Xing Tian replied in a tired voice. Yao Ye had not only sent a letter to the Xiao clan hoping that Xiao Ming would be present but also with the intention of getting the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's help in case he wasn't available. However, after so long, he ended his retreat, ran from the Jiama sacred city to the Black Mountain Fortress, and there was still no news from the Xiao family, which was really confusing since the Xiao family was in the northeast province. Alas, it's better to send a Dou king to the Xiao family to contact them. Judging from how the situation looks, they will soon launch an attack. Time waits for no one. As soon as Jia Xing Tian's voice fell, a thunderous drumming sound suddenly came from the distance, spreading throughout the fortress. They are about to launch an attack. At the sound of the rapid drumming, the faces of Hai Badong and the others became solemn. Soon after the sound of drums echoed, the earth began to shake, and the massive sea of people in the far distance, which could not be seen to its end, surged towards the direction of the fortress like waves. The thunderous sound of footsteps echoed through the sky like thunder, exerting extremely heavy psychological pressure on their minds. All the Dou King experts, disperse into several defensive lines and be on high alert for the Dou Kings on the opposite side. With his face gradually turning heavy, Jia Xing Tian shouted. After the fortress had been put on high alert, the sea of people surged forward with the deafening sound of battle. In the sky above, streaks of flowing light flew past. These were evidently the powerhouses of the 3 empires and the ones who put the most pressure on the Black Mountain Fortress. As the never-ending sea of people drew within a kilometer of the fortress, they suddenly squatted down with violent force, emitting an unparalleled murderous intent that quickly enveloped the entire Black Mountain Fortress. After the army came to an abrupt halt, figures with Dou Qi wings on their backs emerged from the streams of light in the sky. Their eyes were filled with contempt as they looked at the heavily guarded Black Mountain Fortress. Hee, if I may say so, you guys are too weak to stop our allied army, so why don't you surrender and offer us your treasures? Maybe we'll spare your lives. The army sneered, and a boisterous laughter suddenly erupted, resounding through the sky. As the laughter subsided, a dazzling golden light suddenly emerged from the army and floated into the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a man dressed in golden robes hovering in the sky with a pair of unusually large golden-colored wings behind him, shining brightly like some kind of divine being. After this man in gold appeared, a deafening cheer erupted from the vast army, clearly indicating that he had a high reputation among them. Yan Luotian, Hai Badong, Yun Yun, and the others had grim looks on their faces. Ha ha ha, Sect Master Yan, you are really merciful. Just as Yan Luotian's voice fell, 3 streams of light of different colors also came out from the army below, finally turning into 3 smiling old men appearing in midair. The 3 old men who appeared in the sky were wearing green-colored robes. However, there was a lion, a tiger, and a bear in their respective robes. These drawings did not appear to be something created from ordinary sewing. Instead, they appeared to have been agglomerated from a certain kind of mysterious energy. Hence, when a person's eyes swept over them, the 3 unusually savage beasts seemed to be staring with their bright red, vicious eyes. If someone did not have strong mental strength, their legs would involuntarily become weak under these violent gazes filled with killing intent. Looking at these 3 old men, the eyes of the people in the fortress contracted. 3 Mulan elders. Why does Sect Master Yan bother wasting words dealing with a small empire like this, said an old voice, and then a white-haired old man with a slightly hunched back mysteriously appeared in the air. The old man was dressed in plain clothes and had an expressionless face with murky eyes that gave off a chilling glint. He held a black walking stick, which had an exceptionally savage-looking scorpion head. A faint purple glow emanated from the head of the scorpion, almost imperceptible. The old man stood suspended in mid-air, with all the aura around him completely contained. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old man, but after he appeared, everyone's gaze towards him was filled with awe, including the three Mulan elders and Yan Luotian. A/N, we have reached the final chapter of this volume on Trian. Also, I'll be taking a 2-day break to recharge, so updates will resume on Sunday. During this time, please don't hesitate to share your expectations for the upcoming volume or any questions you may have. Here's a question: do you want lemons? Chapter 261, Chapter 261, Insta-kill Xia Bai Yan. With the keen sight of Jia Xingtian and the others, they could clearly see that the approaching person was Xia Bai Yan, the 10,000 Scorpion Gates powerhouse. Ha ha ha, wouldn't it be a great victory for our allied forces if we could eliminate the Jiama Empire without losing a single soldier? Yan Luotian's eyes flashed with wariness, but he smiled and spoke. Although Sect Master Yan's idea is good, some people won't necessarily appreciate it. Xia Bai Yan said slowly, narrowing his old eyes. Jia Xingtian's brows furrowed at Xia Bai Yan's words, his face contorting with anger. He had once fought against Xia Bai Yan and had prevailed, but he never expected the old man to break through to Do Ancestor and come to Jiama Empire to flaunt his power. Humph! Old Ghost Xia, you are a famous and powerful person after all, yet you are becoming increasingly shameless in your actions. You have even teamed up with the other two empires to attack our Jiama Empire. Jia Xingtian snarled. Sect Master Yan and 3 Mulan elders, Xia Bai Yan alone is capable of handling a significant portion of our forces, but he still enlisted your aid. He must have an ulterior motive, particularly given the conflicts your empires have had with the Chu Yun Empire, haven't they? Jia Xingtian continued. His words caused Yan Luotian to hesitate momentarily before he clenched his fist, a golden light emitting from it. The light transformed into a sharp, barbed golden sword that looked incredibly lethal. Do you believe such a simplistic trick will work on us? Don't waste your time. None of you will be able to halt the destruction of the Jiama Empire, Yan Luotian sneered, his tone confident and unwavering. That's right, Sect Master Yan. Why are you talking so much to a man who is going to die? One of the Mulan elders with a black bear tattooed on his robe said, a slight bloodthirsty red aura shining in his narrowed eyes, and his voice sounding quite shrill as he sneered. Looking at the Jiama Empire people, which did not think of giving up, Yan Luotian lightly waved the strange long sword in his hand and said with a slight smile, in that case, let's wash this place with blood. The sword in Yan Luotian's hand vibrated, and a thick do qi shot out from the sword like a poisonous snake. After the thick sword qi traveled a small distance, it quickly expanded hundreds of meters in size. The space around the sword qi seemed to shake slightly because it could not withstand the strong pressure. Looking at this extremely terrifying attack, the 3 allied forces below cheered. The atmosphere in the Black Mountain Fortress was somewhat gloomy. Such a terrifying attack was capable of tearing a hole in the fortress. Who could resist it? As the guardian of the Jiama imperial family and the most powerful cultivator of the empire currently present, Jia Xingtian gritted his teeth and said to Hai Badong at his side, Old Hai, let's go together. Hearing this, Hai Badong said nothing. He quickly condensed a cold qi between his hands, which then transformed into 2 sharp spinning ice blades. He then flapped his wings behind him and flew towards the sword qi. Boom! As the sword qi descended, Hai Badong swiftly conjured several massive ice walls above his head in an attempt to defend himself. However, the power contained within the qi was too overwhelming. With a resounding crash, the ice walls shattered and struck Hai Badong heavily. Letting out a low groan from his throat, Hai Badong's face paled slightly as a trail of blood trickled down the corner of his lips. Fortunately, just in time, Jia Tian appeared at his side and a giant yellow wall shot up from the ground, firmly containing the huge sword Qi. "Old Hai, are you all right? I won't die yet." Hai Badong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Seeing his attack being blocked, Yan Luotian felt a bit embarrassed. A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and the golden substantialized feathered wings behind him spread open. The edges of the wings extended with feathers, and the sharpness of the sword aura was revealed, swirling around with sword intent. Sword feather. In an instant, a substantial feather-shaped sword aura formed from within the golden feathers shot out and suspended on both sides of Yan Luotian, forming a pair of golden sword aura wings over 10 meters in size. The dazzling and brilliant light was like a sun hanging within reach, emitting a sharp aura that made people unable to look directly at it. Yan Luotian, at the center of the light, looked like a heavenly god at this moment. Under the golden light, Yan Luotian's already handsome face was covered with a layer of sacred radiance. The sword in his hand shook, and the edge of the blade pointed directly at Hai Badong and the others. Kill! The huge golden sword wings behind Yan Luotian trembled, and the two wings slowly closed in front of him, forming a golden sword blade, then shot out overwhelmingly. The sharp sword aura sliced through the sky like a blade cutting through paper-thin material, leaving a trail of black in its wake. The allied forces from the Mulan Empire and the other two empires cheered with excitement. There was no other reason, this kind of Do technique was too impressive and powerful. Deep down they knew that no one could stop it, and Hai Badong and Jia Xingtian were certainly going to die. Hai Badong and Jia Xingtian were indeed powerless against Yan Luotian's attack. Having withstood the previous attack and expended much of their Do Qi, they were barely able to dissipate some sword Qi before they began to be wounded. Suddenly, a streak of dark golden Do Qi approached them in secret. As it drew closer, the golden Do Qi surged and fiercely shot towards their foreheads. When they realized this, they tried to dodge it, but it was too late. Down below, Yun, Fama, and the others had bitter expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. It was indeed difficult to match up against a Do ancestor powerhouse. Just when everyone thought that both of them were doomed, a silver light flashed past the two of them, and their figures were carried some distance away, causing Yan Luotian's attack to miss. "Who is it?" Yan Luotian bellowed, flapping his immense wings and unleashing a myriad of golden rays that exploded into the sky with a deafening, whistling sound. Bang! 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 But the silver glow, which accelerated towards him at breakneck speed, crushed the golden rays with ease, leaving Yan Luotian momentarily stunned, and immediately, his face changed. A burst of golden light erupted from behind him, and a pair of colossal golden wings measuring 23 or 26 meters in length extended with a violent gust of wind. With astonishing speed, he vanished from his initial position in an instant. The pursuit continued fiercely before the Black Mountain Fortress, leaving the three elder Mulan and Xia Baiyan unable to provide support to Yan Luotian as they could not catch up with them. The silver light finally caught up with the golden light, colliding with him twice and obliterating him completely. Then, the silver light flew straight towards the Black Mountain Fortress and halted, revealing its true form, still clutching the previously haughty Yan Luotian. Chapter 262, Chapter 262, Killing. At this moment, Yan Luotian had lost his former arrogance. The golden sleeves of his robe had been torn, and those with better eyesight could see a fist-sized slit in his chest, with blood stains seeping faintly. As they watched his breath rapidly weaken, like a dying chicken, everyone showed an incredulous expression. Just a moment ago, Yan Luotian was so arrogant and domineering, how could he become like a dead chicken now? One had to know that he was a Do ancestor. Who was the one who came? On top of the fortress walls, Yun looked at that familiar figure, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. That's Master Xiao Ming. Master Xiao Ming. Hearing Yun say this, all the experts of the Jiama Empire began to look more carefully at the figure in the sky. Not everyone had seen Xiao Ming, but his portrait had always circulated within the Jiama Empire, so after careful observation, these people recognized him. It really is Master Xiao Ming. Ha ha ha, now our Jiama Empire is safe. The faces of Jia Xingtian and Hai Badong, who were saved by Xiao Ming, were also filled with joy. In fact, the two of them recognized Xiao Ming even before Yun Yun. After all, Xiao Ming had saved them both just a moment ago, and they had a brief interaction. Unlike the cheers of the Jiama Empire, the atmosphere of the three allied armies was somewhat silent. Especially the troops of the Luoyan Empire, who were even more deathly silent. In front of everyone, their strongest member had been directly killed on the spot, and the impact on morale was naturally self-evident. Sect Master. Looking at Yan Luotian in Xiao Ming's hand, the strongest members of the Golden Geese sect were the first to react. A dozen strong members with double wings on their backs flapped them and flew towards Xiao Ming, obviously wanting to snatch Yan Luotian from his hands. Looking at them from the corner of his eyes, Xiao Ming put the now dead Yan Luotian in his storage ring and then gently waved his palm. Immediately, the fire-red douqi turned into a douqi palm a dozen meters in size and fiercely slapped the Golden Geese sect experts. Boom! 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 A dozen collisions sounded, and the experts of the Golden Goose sect, who had just attacked with great momentum, all spewed blood from their mouths and flew backward. After doing all this, Xiao Ming smiled and looked at Jia Xingtian and the others not far away. Elder Jie, I read the letter you sent. I wasn't too late, was I? Haha, not at all, not at all. Jia Xingtian replied with a relieved smile. The Jiama Empire had not suffered any significant losses, so of course, it was not too late. I have to thank you for your intervention this time, Master Xiao Ming. You don't need to thank me, the Jiama Empire is my birthplace anyway, so it's only natural for me to take action. Of course, the corpses of the Dou ancestor powerhouses were also part of the reason, Xiao Ming added inwardly. Not knowing Xiao Ming's inner thoughts, Jia Xingtian clasped his hands together and said, Master Xiao Ming is noble and virtuous. Jia Xingtian's words were just a way of flattering him because of his superior strength and position. Xiao Ming also understood this, so he only smiled slightly before looking at Xia Baiyan as well as the three Mulan elders. Seeing Xiao Ming direct his gaze towards them, Xia Baiyan's entire body was covered with goosebumps. He could clearly sense that Xiao Ming was only in the one-star Dou ancestor realm. However, for some reason, he was able to give him, a three-star Dou ancestor, a threatening feeling. Just now, Yan Luotian being directly killed by him in an instant also proved that this Xiao Ming was indeed an enigma, even he himself could not do the same. Thinking that attacking the Jiama Empire would require more discussion, Xia Baiyan decided to retreat for now. With this thought, his somewhat ugly face showed an unsightly smile, and he said in a hoarse voice as gently as possible. Master Xiao Ming, your reputation precedes you. I have heard of your legendary feats for some time now. Seeing you in person, I can attest that your fame is well deserved. I will give Master Xiao Ming face and will no longer attack the Jiama Empire. I also promise never to invade it again in my lifetime. Retreat the troops. After saying this, Xia Baiyan immediately tried to sneak away, but just after flying a short distance, he had to stop. Looking at the woman in white in front of him, Xia Baiyan's eyes revealed a hint of wariness, and his face looked at Xiao Ming with an unusually ugly expression. What does Master Xiao Ming mean by this? I've already given instructions to retreat the troops. What else do you want? Do you want to force me to stay? Xiao Ming smiled and said, Hee, Xia Baiyan, you are a well-known expert. You don't think you can just leave so easily, do you? The people of the Chuyun Empire have always been ruthless and unpredictable. Today, Xiao Ming stopped Xia Baiyan's misdeed. But if he was allowed to leave safely, he could still cause some trouble. Xiao Ming was not afraid, but the Xiao family could not deal with him. The strongest expert Xiao Ming had left in the Xiao family was only the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King really couldn't handle a Dou ancestor who specialized in poison. Moreover, the Xiao family was located in the northeastern region, directly on the border with the Chu Yun Empire. Xie Bai Yan, this very day next year will be the anniversary of your death, mark my words. Jia Xingtian cursed angrily. He was extremely confident in Xiao Ming's strength. When they were at Misty Cloud Mountain, Xiao Ming had fought alone against two Dou ancestors, whose auras were much more powerful than Xie Bai Yan's. Jia Xingtian even felt that Xie Bai Yan might not last more than 10 moves in Xiao Ming's hands. Do you truly believe you have this old man at your mercy to make such bold statements? Xie Bai Yan retorted with a tone of disdain. He was a well-respected cultivator and deemed himself to be powerful, so he felt that Xiao Ming and Jia Xingtian were underestimating him. Xiener, go ahead. Xiao Ming didn't bother wasting time talking to him and gave directions to his partner who had been blocking Xie Bai Yan's path of retreat. Upon receiving Xiao Ming's instruction, Xiao Yixian emitted a dense purple poisonous dou qi around her body. The poisonous power contained in it made Xie Bai Yan, a Dou ancestor who had played with poison all his life, pale. After shouting, 3 Mulan elders, attack her quickly. Xie Bai Yan led the 3 Mulan elders to attack Xiao Yixian, ignoring Xiao Ming behind him. They wanted to repel Xiao Yixian together and then simply run away. Only a fool would fight Xiao Ming, who had killed Yan Luotian in seconds. The idea was nice, but the reality was cruel. Xiao Yixian was no ordinary Dou ancestor, and her realm was also in the 3-star stage. Therefore, the attacks of Xie Bai Yan and the 3 Mulan elders did not turn out as expected, as they were all blocked. Before they could attack once more, Xiao Ming arrived in an instant and launched a powerful attack, directly sending Xiang Tiaoyu, the Mulan elder who had used the 3-beast savage skill to raise his strength to Dou ancestor, flying hundreds of meters. The 3-beast savage skill had positioning and distance requisites, so Xiao Ming's attack directly shattered the 3 elders' formation. Third elder. Seeing Xiang Tiaoyu flying off into the air, the other 2 Mulan Valley elders were stupefied, and then quickly reacted, wanting to flap their wings and fly to Xiang Tiaoyu's side to regroup and reform the formation. But Xiao Ming would not allow them to do so. As they were halfway through their flight, a silvery light flashed, and the heads of the 2 men fell from the sky, blood spurting from their necks like fountains, spilling all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, a spear made of flames was sent towards the unconscious figure of Xiang Tiaoyu at lightning speed, turning his body into ashes. Seeing the 3 Mulan elders die so quickly, Xie Bai Yan suddenly panicked. Xiao Ming! Do you have to be so extreme in your actions? What he got in response was Xiao Yixian's overwhelming attack. Xiao Ming did not immediately get involved in the battle between her and Xie Bai Yan, but let the 2 of them fight each other first. Xiao Yixian had broken through not long ago, and this battle would benefit her in dominating her new realm. After a while, sensing that it was time, Xiao Ming summoned 3 flames and quickly changed the postures of his fingers, causing the flames to intertwine and merge, forming a huge seal that headed towards Xie Bai Yan. Being entangled in a battle with Xiao Yixian, Xie Bai Yan could only form a thick black protective shield on his body to face the sudden attack. Hiss! The colored seal came into contact with the black energy shield, and immediately, the dou qi in the shield began to boil. Seeing this development, Xie Bai Yan's face changed drastically and he let out a choked growl as another wave of black dou qi was sent into the energy shield. Unfortunately for him, Xiao Ming's color seal was not so simple to block. A moment later, the energy shield shattered, opening a large hole, through which the seal ruthlessly imprinted on Xie Bai Yan. Blarg! Xie Bai Yan vomited a mouthful of blood that gushed out as his aura weakened. His face contorted with anger as he looked at Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian. Hehe, you two make a good couple, both of you are so ruthless and unforgiving. Since you don't give me a chance to survive, then this old man has no choice but to give up. But if you want me to die, then you must pay a bloody price. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, Slapped to Death, Demon Poison Spot. Lifting his face, Xia Baiyan suddenly showed a ferocious and cruel smile to Xiao Ming, then fiercely stomped the air with his cane. Suddenly, his body seemed to boil in an instant, with countless blood blisters appearing densely on his skin, and even the boiling blood could be seen inside the blisters. This terrifying scene made the crowd shudder. Seeing Xia Baiyan in this state, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian were alarmed. "Be careful, he wants to self-destruct," Jia Xingtian shouted in a deep voice, with a serious expression on his face. The self-destruction of a Dou ancestor powerhouse was extremely terrifying. Bang! As its body swelled to its limit, a thunderous bang sounded. As the sound rang out, they watched Xia Baiyan's body shrink once again, and the self-detonation that Jia Xingtian had expected did not occur. While they were stunned, Xia Baiyan's face once again revealed a fierce smile, his blood blisters exploded one by one, and then his mouth swelled up and his head tilted back. Tui! As the blood bubbles quickly burst, Xia Baiyan's mouth suddenly opened, and then a black light shot out from his mouth in an instant. This black light was not very large, about the size of a thumb, but its speed was almost capable of directly penetrating through space. Even before the back part of the light shot out of Xia Baiyan's mouth, the upper part had already appeared in front of Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian, 100 meters away. With such speed, both of them did not have time to dodge at all. Faced with Xia Baiyan's sudden desperate attack, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Ming were caught off guard. At a critical moment, they only had time to circulate their dou qi out of their bodies to form a powerful defense. Xiao Yixian panicked, not because the attack was directed at her, but at Xiao Ming. On the other hand, when Xiao Ming saw the nature of the attack, he no longer put up any resistance, and at the moment of impact, the black light behaved like a liquid, passing through the shield and entering his skin. "You bastard!" Seeing that Xiao Ming had been hit, Xiao Yixian directly slapped Xia Baiyan, who could no longer offer resistance, to death. Then flew to Xiao Ming's side, removing his upper body clothes. On the impacted skin area was a conspicuous black spot the size of a thumb, with many black lines extending from it. "Xiao Ming, take a look inside that old bastard's storage ring and see if there is any mention of this strange black spot." Xiao Yixian's voice trembled with anxiety as she urgently handed Xia Baiyan's storage ring to him, her lovely green eyes were slightly reddened. "No need to worry, Xianer, although this black spot is a bit troublesome for me, it's not something fatal, what's more, it can actually bring me quite a few benefits." Xiao Ming showed her a smile and began to calm her down. Xiao Ming knew that this thing was called Demon Poison Spot. It was a vicious skill for those who practiced poison dou qi in the Chu Yun Empire. It was capable of gathering all of one's poison dou qi together and inserting it into an enemy's body. Finally, it would form a black spot that would continue to release poison lines. When these poison lines covered every single acupuncture point, the qi paths in the body of the person struck by it would swiftly fester. Finally, that person would suffer an endless amount of pain and slowly die. Although the demon poison spot was extremely sinister, it was not entirely bad. It contained Xia Baiyan's lifelong dou qi, and if one could withstand and assimilate it, this huge amount of dou qi would be fully integrated into the body. In other words, with enough means, this thing was a major enhancement gift package. Xiao Ming was naturally interested in this gift package, so he no longer resisted. Otherwise, with his strength, it would certainly be an illusory dream that the demon poison spot launched by Xia Baiyan could enter his body. As for how to refine the demon poison spot, the heavenly flame could solve it, and if it really couldn't, he would use the spirit to devour it. After explaining to Xiao Yixian, and seeing that she had already calmed down, Xiao Ming turned to look at the army of the three empires that had fallen in a commotion. "The strongest among you have died and have been killed by me, now retreat." Xiao Ming had little interest in attacking these soldiers. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the army of the three empires immediately embarked on a massive flight. For a moment, stampedes occurred frequently within the army, with screams everywhere, and countless people died under their own people's feet. Seeing this, Xiao did not order his soldiers to pursue them. Even a rabbit would bite when it was desperate. Pursuing the three empires' armies was not an easy task. Although the Dou ancestor powerhouses of the three empires had been killed by Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian, there were still many Dou kings and Dou emperors among them. Seeing the retreating army, the soldiers of Black Mountain Fortress cheered and shouted Xiao Ming's name, their voices reaching towards the sky as if they aimed to pierce the clouds. At the Black Mountain Fortress, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian landed on the city wall, and immediately, Xiao and the others surrounded them. Before they could speak, two figures, one tall and one small, also landed on the city wall. Xiao Ming. The newcomers were Ziyan and Yu Mei. Ziyan's appearance was understandable to Hai Badong and the others, but Yu Mei's presence puzzled them. However, Xiao and the others did not ask about this but first inquired about Xiao Ming's injuries. Master Xiao Ming, that Ziyan's attack just now seems to be the demon poison spot, which is an insidious move used by the poison masters of the Chu Yun Empire. It's extremely terrifying. Are you feeling all right? Xiao asked with a frown. Demon poison spot. When Yun and the others beside her heard this, they couldn't help but turn pale. Since the Jiama Empire was an old rival of the Chu Yun Empire, they had naturally heard of this move. In the past, they had only heard of Dou kings and Dou emperors casting it, and all those who were hit by it had no solution and died horribly. Therefore, they all looked at Xiao Ming with concern, knowing that the demon poison spot cast by a Dou ancestor would be even more horrible. Who knew that Xiao Ming would wave his hand as if nothing had happened and say, "Don't worry, although this Ziyan's demon poison spot is terrifying, it doesn't have the slightest effect on me." Seeing Xiao Ming's confident appearance, Xiao and the others put their minds at ease. Of course, Xiao Ming, being so powerful, would not joke with his own life. Why were they worried about it? Ha ha ha, Master Xiao Ming is worthy of being the greatest genius of the Jiama Empire for hundreds of years. Your strength is truly formidable, even that old monster Xia's demon poison spot couldn't harm you in the slightest. We must thank Xiao Ming Master for his help this time, otherwise our fate today would not have been so good. The powerhouses that gathered around him abandoned their previous restraint and began to compete to praise him. It was not surprising that they behaved like this. Xiao Ming's terrifying strength aside, this time he had saved their lives, so their behavior was not excessive. Xiao Ming only smiled politely at the praise of these Jiama Empire experts. Without waiting for them to continue chattering any longer, Xiao waved his hand at them. "All right, Master Xiao Ming just experienced a great battle, it's best to let him come in and take a rest first." "Oh, yes, it was our negligence, Master Xiao Ming, please come in quickly." A/N, since there were many negative opinions about publishing more explicit chapters on this site, Lemons, I have decided that they will remain as additional material for Patreon contributors. Update: I ended up separating both versions into 2 chapters, this way, everyone can choose to read or skip the scene. I will probably do the same for future scenes. Chapter 264, Chapter 264 Snake People Race, Medusa. The battle at Black Mountain Fortress was a resounding victory for the Jiama Empire. The 3 most powerful experts of the 3 empires' allied forces, Xiaoyan, Yan Luotian, and the 3 Mulan elders, were all vanquished by Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian on the spot. After the battle, Xiao Ming's reputation in the Jiama Empire soared even higher, and stories of his achievements began to spread through the streets and alleys of the empire. At this time, Xiao Ming did not know any of this. After killing Xiaoyan, he wanted to rest for a while in the Black Mountain Fortress. But the pitiful look in Ziyan's eyes compelled him to leave. So, without hesitation, the group headed straight to the Snake People tribe. In the endless yellow desert, several streaks of light of different colors shone from time to time, causing some small animals on the ground to stir. "Commander Yu Mei, we have already flown a great distance. How much longer will it take to reach the Snake People tribe?" Flying next to Yu Mei, Xiao Ming asked. "It will take a while to get there. In order to avoid the experts of the Chu Yun Empire, all the people of our tribe moved away from our original headquarters, so the distance is a bit long. Master Xiao Ming, please forgive me. Since there's still time to go, let's speed up." Yu Mei smiled bitterly at his words. She was actually tempted to say that her current speed was already the fastest. Yes. Still, she nodded her head, and with a flap of her doqi wings, her speed increased by several more points. Some time later, just as Yu Mei had said, the four of them arrived at the Snake People tribe's new headquarters. This was a stretch of desert cliffs that extended for more than 10 miles. Inside the base of the cliffs, there were caves of various shapes and sizes, each of which was guarded by some snake people to a greater or lesser extent. Among them, the largest cave in the middle of the cliff was guarded by the majority of the snake people. 4 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the largest cave, turning out to be Xiao Ming and his companions. As soon as they landed, it seemed that someone in the cave had noticed their presence, and several figures quickly came out of the cave, looking wary. But when they saw Yu Mei, they were surprised and reduced their guard. "Yu Mei, weren't you supposed to be negotiating an alliance with the Jiama Empire? Why did you bring 3 humans back with you? How did the negotiations regarding the alliance go?" asked a hoarse-voiced old man dressed in a black robe. "Yin Shi, there is no need to mention the alliance anymore. Xie Bai Yan of the Chu Yun Empire, Yan Luo Tian of the Luo Yan Empire, and the 3 Mulan elders have all died at the hands of Master Xiao Ming. The crisis of our Snake People tribe has been resolved for now." Yu Mei replied. "What? Is what you said true?" Yin Shi asked excitedly, but the excitement seemed to exacerbate his internal injuries, causing him to cough repeatedly. Due to the Chu Yun Empire's attack, the Snake People tribe suffered many casualties, and the remaining experts were all seriously injured. Among them, Yu Mei was in the best condition, which is why she was sent to the Black Mountain Fortress to propose an alliance. "Naturally, it's true. I wouldn't lie about something like that. Besides, Master Xiao Ming has already been invited by me," Yu Mei said, gesturing towards Xiao Ming. Hearing this, the Snake People tribe experts froze, and then their faces changed greatly. They had already heard of Xiao Ming, and although they did not know his exact appearance, they knew that his strength was terrifying. Although they were happy that Xiao Ming had killed the Chu Yun Empire's expert, what was the point of Yu Mei inviting him to the tribe? In case he wasn't happy, the current Snake People tribe wasn't even enough to serve as a warm-up for him. Especially since the Snake People tribe had previously offended him. Thinking about this, all these experts panicked inside. However, since Xiao Ming was right in front of them, they didn't dare to act rudely, so they all forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "So it's Master Xiao Ming who has arrived at our humble quarters. Sorry for not greeting you in advance." The males of the tribe were already ugly, and their smiles made them even uglier. When Ziai Yan looked at them, her nose wrinkled in disgust, and she said with dissatisfaction, "People with ugly noses, stop wasting our time and take us to see Sister Medusa." The snake men hesitated a little. Seeing this, Yu Mei explained, "You don't need to worry, it was Master Xiao Ming who I invited back to heal Her Majesty's wounds." After saying this, she directly led the 3 people inside the cave. And after hearing Yu Mei's words, the group no longer stopped them and just silently followed behind. Upon entering the cave, a huge subterranean tribe appeared before Xiao Ming and the others. The cave was enormous, and the tribe was built following the natural shape of the cave, looking as if it was perfectly embedded inside the mountain. Inside the cave, the snake people moved back and forth, while some snake people warriors stood fully armed on high points, their sharp eyes intently observing their surroundings. After a long while, they finally stopped at a square deep inside the cave. Standing in the square, Xiao Ming's gaze was drawn to the stone staircase that stretched to the end of his sight and finally stopped in the midst of the heavily armed snake people guards. There, the leader of the Medusa Guards unit, Huaxier, whom he had once met, was patrolling the surroundings, and judging from the pallor on her face, she probably suffered many wounds. The arrival of Xiao Ming and the others alarmed her. Her eyes suddenly widened as she looked at Xiao Ming and his group. Xiao Ming! Just like you may, Huaxia recognized Xiao Ming at a glance and her body suddenly froze. Then, with a flick of her snake tail, she appeared not far away from Xiao Ming, her eyes staring at him as she said with undisguised panic in her voice. Why are you here? Huaxia, there is no need for you to panic. Master Xiao Ming was invited by me to heal Her Majesty and the great elders. Please go and open the gate to the sacred land. You Mei said as she wagged her snake tail and walked towards Huaxia. The great elders are performing a secret technique inside, and they instructed us not to disturb them easily. Alas, forget it, follow me. Halfway through her speech, she shook her head. The four elders had been using the secret technique for a long time, and they still hadn't been able to rescue their queen. Instead of continuing to wait, it would be better to trust Xiao Ming. After all, he was a high-tier alchemist with a reputation that resonated throughout the surrounding empires, and his methods were not something the snake people could compare to. Swinging her snake tail, Huaxia reached the top of the stone steps, then waved her jade-white palm in complex hand movements, followed by a rumbling sound that echoed through the cave as the stone door slowly opened. Come with me, Huaxia said. Xiao Ming and his companions followed her lead, with only Yu Mei joining them. The other snake people remained at the entrance, guarding it diligently. It was clear that even they couldn't enter and leave the area as they pleased. The space behind the stone steps was surprisingly large, several tens of meters long and wide. There were many moonlight stones embedded in the rocks to provide light. In the center was a grey altar, with 4 cushions on which sat 4 female snake people elders. Medusa was in the middle, surrounded by them. The aura of the 4 female elders was faint, but Xiao Ming could tell at a glance that their strength was slightly greater than Jia Xingtian's. Of course, they had not yet reached Dou Ancestor, but they all were in the peak Dou Emperor. With this kind of background, it was no wonder that the Snake People tribe could persist against the siege of the 4 empires for so long. However, it was evident that the 4 elders of the Snake People were not in good condition. As if sensing the footsteps of the group, an old woman slowly opened her eyes. Her diamond-shaped pupils locked onto the group like a venomous snake. When she opened her eyes, the other 3 old women suddenly opened their eyes as well. 4 wisps of cold auras rose and converged together, merging into a black python in mid-air. The python's emotionless eyes fixed on the group, an invisible oppression arose silently, pressing down on their bodies with a force of thousands of pounds. Feeling the strong oppressive aura, Xiao Ming snorted coldly, and the temperature in the room suddenly rose. The coldness produced by the 4 old women disappeared instantly, and the black python shattered directly. A hint of surprise shone in the cloudy eyes of the 4 old women, and the old woman who opened her eyes first said slowly, "Dou Ancestor? I have only heard of one human being a Dou Ancestor powerhouse so young. Are you Master Xiao Ming of the Jiama Empire?" Her voice was quite unpleasant, like a stone scraping against the glass, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Of course, everyone here was not an ordinary person, so they could naturally filter out this feeling. "That's right, I am Xiao Ming. I didn't expect it. You really are as rumored, a young powerhouse who can reach the Dou Ancestor realm. Truly a person with exceptional talent." The old woman gave Xiao Ming an ugly and creepy smile and continued, "I am the first elder of the Snake People, and these are the second, third, and fourth elders." With a flick of her withered hand, the other elders politely bowed to Xiao Ming. Although the Snake People tribe was hostile to humans, regardless, Xiao Ming was a powerful individual and he deserved their respect. They were not young anymore and did not simply attack humans on sight. In the past, the Snake People tribe had even formed alliances with human alchemists, as the secret method of cultivating medusas required the alchemists to refine medicinal pills. Without human alchemists, who would have refined pills for them? 4 elders, I have invited Master Xiao Ming here to treat the wounds of Her Majesty the Queen and yourselves. At this moment, Yu Mei stepped forward once again and said, Good job. The first elder nodded slightly, then said to Xiao Ming, please proceed with treating Her Majesty's wounds first, Master Xiao Ming. No problem, Xiao Ming nodded before ascending the altar alongside the impatient Ziai Yan. Xiao Yixian and Yu Mei stayed behind, waiting patiently in the same spot. Approaching Medusa, Xiao Ming squatted down and examined her. Medusa's face was as seductive as ever, wrapped in a luxurious and expensive purple brocade robe that hugged her curvaceous figure, exuding a seductive charm. At this moment, her face was pale, without a trace of blood, adding a touch of fragile beauty to her appearance. In addition, there were multiple terrifying wounds running through her body, which had already stopped bleeding, but it was still evident that she had experienced an extremely brutal battle. Looking at Medusa's half-dead appearance, Ziai Yan finally couldn't hold back her tears. With tears in her eyes, she wanted to throw herself on Medusa, but Xiao Ming was quick to grab the back of her collar. Ziai Yan, Medusa is still seriously injured. If you do that again, I think we won't need to treat her anymore. We can bury her directly. Ah! Ziai Yan blinked her big watery eyes. Then treat her quickly, Xiao Ming. Putting Ziai Yan aside, Xiao Ming placed his hand on Medusa's arm and began to examine her under the expectant gaze of the Snake People tribe elders. After a moment, Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. Alas! Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Medusa awakens. Hearing Xiao Ming's sigh, a tense look appeared on Ziai Yan's face. Xiao Ming, how is she? The Snake People tribe elders also looked intently at Xiao Ming. He didn't immediately speak but pondered for a moment before answering. Queen Medusa's injuries are not light. There are various hidden injuries in her meridians, and many areas have swollen and ruptured. These injuries should have been caused by the long-term use of secret techniques to enhance her strength, and they are difficult to heal. There is also a small amount of poisonous dou qi in her body, which has been aggravating her internal injuries. If it were not for the subtle energy within her body that constantly stops this poisonous dou qi, she might have died long ago. However, this has still left her body riddled with wounds. Commander Yu Mei mentioned to me that you have a secret method to maintain her life, and this should be the power of that secret method. It cannot be stopped, otherwise, she will not survive. I have only talked about the injuries within her body. I won't mention the penetrating wounds on her skin, as you have all seen them clearly. So, Xiao Ming, can Sister Medusa be cured? Ziai Yan looked at Xiao Ming nervously. Hearing what he said, it seemed like it would be very difficult to cure her, but if it was Xiao Ming, he surely had to have a way, right? Of course, she can be treated. Xiao Ming said slowly. He, Xiao Ming, you really are the best, I knew you had a solution. Ziai Yan smiled happily as she spoke. The 4 Snake People tribe elders, along with Yu Mei and Huaxier, also showed joy on their faces. With Queen Medusa's injuries, the entire Snake People tribe was at a loss. Other than using the secret method to keep her alive, they had no other way. But after Xiao Ming arrived, he quickly found a solution. He was indeed a renowned alchemy master in the various surrounding empires. The first elder respectfully asked, I wonder how Master Xiao Ming can cure Her Majesty the Queen. There are multiple ways, Xiao Ming replied, looking at the first elder for a moment before looking at Medusa. One is to use a peak 7th tier pill, the bone-growing blood-fusing pill. This pill has already touched the 8th tier. If you can obtain this pill, Queen Medusa will immediately recover, and not only that, her strength won't be affected either. Upon hearing this, the elders and others were somewhat speechless. In the snake people's race, even a 5th or 6th tier pill is considered a treasure, let alone a 7th tier pinnacle one. With a bitter smile, the first elder said, Master Xiao Ming, please tell us another method. The second way is to use a low-grade 7th tier pill, the life-returning pill. This pill can save a life as long as one does not have a chopped-off head or a crushed heart. It's very suitable for your queen right now. The problem is that the pill only saves a life and is not specialized in curing hidden wounds. After that, you'll have to find another pill to deal with them. This, the Snake People tribe's first elder smiled helplessly. How was it another 7th tier pill? Where would they find someone to refine a 7th tier pill? Just as the first elder was about to ask for another method, Zia Yan said cheerfully, Xiao Ming, aren't you able to refine 7th tier pills now? Then hurry up and ask them to bring you the herbs to refine it. Hearing Zia Yan's words, the first elder revealed a look of surprise. She did not expect that Xiao Ming was actually a 7th tier alchemist. It was no wonder he kept talking about 7th tier pills, he was capable of refining them. Now that she thought about it, Xiao Ming had been a 6th tier alchemist for a long time, so it was reasonable that he was now a 7th tier one. One had to know that a 6th tier alchemist was already very rare in the northwestern region, and 7th tier alchemists were even rarer than Dou venerates. Compared to Xiao Ming's strength as a Dou ancestor, this 7th tier alchemist status was the most terrifying. About this peak grade 7th tier pill, bone-growing blood-fusing pill. Even if I could refine it, the materials needed would not be something you could obtain easily. Xiao Ming knew what the first elder meant and directly said. Not to mention the materials for the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, the Snake People tribe would find it difficult to gather the ingredients for a high-grade 7th tier pill. Furthermore, Xiao Ming would not refine it for them for free. The first elder smiled awkwardly before asking, so, about this life-returning pill, can Master Xiao Ming refine it? Naturally, I can. Xiao Ming nodded his head and said. He not only could refine the life-returning pill, but he also had one in his possession. Hearing Xiao Ming say that he could refine a life-returning pill, the excitement on the Snake People's faces was already hard to hide. It was the first elder of the Snake People who remained calm and asked, is there another solution? She still wanted to hear if there was another option, perhaps another option might be more suitable. In response, Xiao Ming did not get impatient but suggested several methods one after another. However, these methods were time-consuming and laborious, which the Snake People tribe could not afford at this time. At the end of his speech, Xiao Ming seemed to recall something and added. Oh, by the way, I heard that the Snake People tribe also has a secret method to use the power of the heavenly flame to evolve through destruction and rebirth. This is also a way to do it, and if successful, the benefits are huge, but the risks are also the greatest. After hearing Xiao Ming's proposal, the Snake People tribe elders exchanged glances and agreed that the second method was more suitable, completely ignoring the latest method. We choose the second method, and request Master Xiao Ming's assistance in refining it, said the first elder. Xiao Ming nodded. Since you have chosen the second method, there is no rush. Let's discuss the reward first. Of course, we apologize for our oversight, the first elder chuckled. Xiao Ming did not have an obligation to provide them with free services. May we know what Master Xiao Ming desires? We will do our utmost to fulfill your request. There were many things that Xiao Ming wanted. However, the vast majority of things were not something that the Snake People could bring out. So, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ming said, 4 sets of medicinal materials for the life-returning pill, as well as a Dichi method and a Dou technique, and then Xiao Ming made a bunch of demands, and the Snake People elders stiffened slightly. Master Xiao Ming, could you make it a bit more affordable? Our Snake People tribe isn't that rich. The Tager Desert where the Snake People lived was already a rather poor area, so the tribe had never been too rich. Then what do you suggest? Xiao Ming asked, frowning. How about our snake people tribe exchange a low-grade 7th tier pill recipe for a life-returning pill? The first elder said, feeling embarrassed. Low-grade 7th tier pill recipe. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. He had forgotten about this. The snake people tribe did have something like that. Medusa had even offered him to exchange it for a chance to use the heavenly flame, but he hadn't accepted at the time. The 7th tier pill for a 7th tier pill recipe was not a loss, and could actually be considered a bloody good deal. However, Xiao Ming still raised the price. In the end, the snake people tribe struck a deal with Xiao Ming for a set of ingredients for the life-returning pill, the 7th tier pill recipe, a 6th rank monster core, and a high Xiando technique. When an elder was sent to collect the reward, Xiao Ming refined a medicinal liquid that could speed up the recovery of wounds for the 4 elders as a small gift. Why didn't he refine a pill that could directly recover them from their wounds? That was because the snake people tribe was too poor. Even if Xiao Ming had refined it for free, it would have been difficult for them to get the necessary medicinal ingredients for a while. Besides, he wouldn't really refine a pill for free, and the snake people tribe had to provide a reward. Given their poverty, they definitely wouldn't be able to afford it, and he wasn't really interested in taking Yu Mei as his slave. So what Xiao Ming refined was a relatively simple medicinal liquid. This type of medicinal liquid did not have a fixed tier and would be used in a long treatment cycle, but the ingredients used were relatively simple and fairly easy to set up, and the treatment was also effective. For the current snake people tribe, it was still quite good. Master Xiao Ming, here is everything you asked for. We did not have some of the herbs in the tribe, so we used gold coins of the same value. Please forgive us. The elder who had gone for the reward quickly returned and handed a storage ring to Xiao Ming. The elder's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Xiao Ming transferred the contents of the storage ring into his star ring with a wave and nodded, "All right, let's begin." Approaching Medusa, he didn't immediately take out the pill but instead sent an invisible flame into her body. It was necessary to deal with the poisonous dou qi destroying her body before treating her injuries. This poisonous dou qi might be complicated for others, but for Xiao Ming, who was experienced in treating the internal injuries of others, it was not a problem at all. As soon as the invisible flame entered Medusa's body, it rushed toward the poisonous dou qi like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Despite attempting to resist, the poisonous dou qi was no match for Xiao Ming's fallen heart flame. Under its burning, the dou qi turned into nothingness. Xiao Ming retrieved the fallen heart flame after it wandered through Medusa's body. And the moment Xiao Ming retrieved the flame, Medusa let out a soul-stirring moan. The heavenly flame entering the body was unpleasant for the snake people, whose bodies were naturally cold. Medusa, who was unconscious, couldn't control herself very well. Unaffected by Medusa, Xiao Ming took out a tightly sealed jade bottle. He pressed down on the bottle with his thumb, ripping off the seal and releasing an intense medicinal fragrance that filled the air, refreshing everyone. Suddenly, a green light burst out of the bottle's mouth, and tried to escape, but before it could fly much further, it was grasped by a big hand. As expected, a 7th tier pill is extraordinary. It already has some spirituality. The eyes of the 4 snake people great elders showed some eagerness as they looked at the life-returning pill in Xiao Ming's hand. With this thing, Medusa's life could definitely be saved. Xiao Ming also took a look at the life-returning pill. He had obtained this pill from the simulator a long time ago, and it had been with him for almost 10 years. He had always kept it as a card to preserve his life. But unfortunately or fortunately, he had never had the opportunity to use it. Now that he had broken through to the 7th tier, this life-returning pill was no longer so important. After all, he could refine pills of the same tier, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it out. After looking at the pill one last time, Xiao Ming flicked it with his finger, and the green fluorescent light flew directly into Medusa's mouth. The life-returning pill was worthy of being a 7th tier pill. As soon as it entered her mouth, the medicinal effects began to take effect. The ferocious wounds on Medusa's body began to sprout tender flesh buds, and the wounds started to heal. The severely damaged purple snake scales on her lower body also began to fall off, and new scales started to grow. Not only did the surface wounds on Medusa's body gradually heal, but her aura also began to rise. If someone could observe the meridians inside Medusa's body, they would be amazed to find that most of the injuries on her meridians also began to heal, and hidden injuries, blood stasis, and so on were all resolved. The gentle medicinal power was nourishing every corner of her body, and a powerful vitality permeated the organs and viscera of her body. Obviously, the life-returning pill given by Xiao Ming was very effective. The only drawback was that, perhaps due to the mismatch of medicinal properties, although the injuries on Medusa's meridians had considerably recovered, there were still some small wounds that were difficult to heal. Although these injuries did not seem very serious, they would greatly affect Medusa's potential, and it would be difficult for her to break through to Do Ancestor by conventional means. Of course, as an alchemist with professional ethics, Xiao Ming had informed the Snake People tribe elders about the disadvantages of each method, so they already knew in advance. Time passed slowly amidst the Snake People's nervousness. When the medicinal effects were almost in full swing, a soft humming sound rang out and Medusa slowly opened her eyes. Medusa's movement was noticed by Xiao, who had been staring at her. Xiao rushed into her arms and nudged her head. "Woo! Sister Medusa, you're finally awake. Xiao? Why are you here?" Medusa, who had just woken up, did not react immediately and was surprised that Xiao appeared in front of her. At the same time, she was also surprised by her physical state, as she clearly remembered how bad she was before she fainted and thought that she would never wake up again. Of course, she quickly got the answer to why she woke up, as she saw Xiao Ming sitting next to her, and only he could have dealt with her injuries. "Was it you who saved me?" Medusa's eyes were complicated. She hadn't expected Xiao Ming, who had always disliked her, to save her. "Xiao begged me, of course. Your Snake People's reward wasn't bad either." Seeing that Medusa had woken up, Xiao Ming stood up and said, "Thank you." Patting Xiaoyan's head, Medusa said. It was unknown whether she said it to Xiaoyan or Xiao Ming, perhaps both. Medusa, who had always had a strong personality, actually said thank you, which caused Xiao Ming to give her an extra look, but that was all. He then turned to look at Xiaoyan and said, "You can stay here with her for a while." After saying this, he motioned to Xiao Yixian and they both left the place. Looking at Xiao Ming's back as he left, Queen Medusa motioned to the elders to tell her what had happened during this time. When Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian walked out of the stone door and down the stone steps, several Snake People tribe commanders looked in their direction. Seeing that it was Xiao Ming, they gathered around him. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Fusion of Heavenly Flames. Master Xiao Ming, how is Her Majesty's condition? Yin Shi asked respectfully. The other Snake People commanders around also showed great respect and did not dare to show any offense. "She's out of danger now," Xiao Ming said indifferently as he looked at Yin Shi. The Snake People commanders present showed great joy at his words and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Master Xiao Ming." "Thank you very much, Master." Not only the commanders, but even the ordinary Snake People guards were also excited, and it was clear that Queen Medusa had a very high prestige in the Snake People tribe. For the Snake People tribe, Medusa was undoubtedly a qualified queen. Her previous injuries were caused by the battle between the Snake People tribe and the Chu Yun Empire, so it was no wonder that she was adored by her tribe. When Yin Shi and the others thanked him repeatedly, Xiao Ming calmly said, "There is no need to say more words of thanks, you guys have already paid the reward." With his emotions slightly restored, Yin Shi's face overflowed with a smile, and he said, "Master Xiao Ming, you don't have to say it. No reward can compare to the life of Her Majesty the Queen. Oh, by the way, is there anything you need, Master Xiao Ming? I'll send someone to take care of it," Yin Shi offered. Hearing this, Xiao Ming, who had not wanted to say anything, suddenly had a change of heart and said, "Indeed there is something. I would like you to find me a secret room. I have something to take care of." "A secret room? I'll arrange it right away," Yin Shi agreed without asking Xiao Ming what he wanted to do. Soon, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian arrived at a well-lit secret room. "Master Xiao Ming, are you satisfied with this secret room?" Yin Shi asked with a smile as Xiao Ming looked around. "It's fine," Xiao Ming replied after examining the room. He found that the environment was quite good, with tables, chairs, cushions, and even a large bed. "I'll take my leave then. If you need anything, just call out loud and someone will come to attend to you. However, due to the sealed nature of the secret room, people outside won't be able to hear you unless you step outside," Yin Shi said before leaving. "Xiao Ming, why did you suddenly need a secret room?" After Yin Shi left, Xiao Yixian asked with some confusion while sitting on a cushion. "I need to deal with the demon poison spot," Xiao Ming replied. Xiao Yixian's heart tightened upon hearing his words. She hurriedly got up and ran to Xiao Ming, and with her slender fingers, she opened the collar of his clothes to reveal the strange poison spot. "Why does it seem like the spot has spread?" Although the demon poison spot had only spread a little, Xiao Yixian still looked worried. "It's just a minor problem." Taking Xiao Yixian's slender hands, Xiao Ming reassured her with a smile. Although the small spread of the demon poison spot had no effect on him, it was necessary to prevent it from spreading further. Even though a mild spread didn't pose much of a problem, if it spread throughout his entire body, even he would find it troublesome. He didn't want to risk his own life, so it was best to deal with the problem now. Xiao Yixian also understood that the most important thing now was to solve that demon poison spot, so she didn't delay him any longer. Repressing her anguish, she moved her delicate hands away from her chest, but she didn't leave the secret room and merely sat on a cushion not far away. Xiao Ming nodded affectionately to her, then sat cross-legged on a cushion and entered into a meditative state. Inside his body, his meridians, blood, and flesh emitted a faint light, while Dou Qi flowed incessantly throughout his body. The only exception was his right chest, which had a black mist emitting faint energy fluctuations. Xiao Ming recognized it as the demon poison spot, and with a flick of his mind, an invisible flame appeared inside his body. He manipulated the fallen heart flame to approach the mist, but even though the mist shook violently, its size remained the same. After a few moments, Xiao Ming stopped roasting it with a frown. It was difficult for the fallen heart flame alone to affect the demon poison spot. While the short roast wasn't useless against the demon poison spot, the purified energy obtained was too little. "Looks like I'll still have to try fusing the heavenly flames." The power of the fused heavenly flames would increase significantly, especially since Xiao Ming had 5 heavenly flames. If these flames were fused, the resulting flame could easily rank in the top 10 in the heavenly flame ranking. However, Xiao Ming had never attempted to fuse the flames over the years. At most, he had forcibly mixed them outside his body when using the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, but that kind of fusion was not considered a true fusion. The reason Xiao Ming never fused his flames was due to 3 reasons. Firstly, the heavenly flames were fierce and difficult to fuse, and there was a risk involved. Secondly, he had no need for it, as a single heavenly flame had been enough for him. Thirdly, he was studying the flame mantra. Xiao Ming had been studying the special characteristics of the flame mantra that allowed the perfect fusion of the heavenly flames. After all these years of studying it, he had gained some understanding of it. "It's better to try to do it now, maybe today is the day I could fuse them," Xiao Ming thought. With a flick of his mind, 5 thumb-sized heavenly flames appeared in front of his chest, 2 of which were almost identical. These 5 small flames slowly approached each other and then touched under Xiao Yixian's stunned gaze. Hiss! At the moment of contact, there was a small friction between the heavenly flames, which finally exploded with a bang. However, the explosion did not cause any damage and was easily wiped away by Xiao Ming. They were just 5 thumb-sized heavenly flames, so the impact was limited. There were some signs of fusion just now, but there were still some issues. Perhaps it should be done like this. Xiao Ming pondered about the circulation route of the flame mantra as another 5 heavenly flames appeared in front of his chest. After failing hundreds of times, the thumb-sized heavenly flames finally merged into a strange flame that was white with a slightly transparent texture in front of Xiao Ming. Staring at the new flame, he revealed a happy smile. He could feel that this heavenly flame was much stronger than Yao Lao's bone-chilling flame. Getting into the top 10 of the heavenly flame ranking would be easy now, but it was difficult to estimate how high it could rank since he hadn't seen any of the top 10 heavenly flames. Of course, the power comparison of the heavenly flames also took into account the energy they contained, and it wasn't a simple ranking comparison. Xiao Yixian, who had been watching Xiao Ming the whole time, was surprised at the amount of time he had spent on this. She couldn't see how it was related to solving the spread of the demon poison spot. Xiao Ming, I think you should solve the problem of the demon poison spot first. If it doesn't work, I can help you suppress it with a poison-to-poison method, she suggested. Don't worry, I won't do anything useless at this critical moment. This new heavenly flame has miraculous effects to refine and seal the demon poison spot, Xiao Ming reassured her with a slight smile. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, Refining the Sky Demon Puppet. This is the non-explicit version. If you want to read the full version, skip to the next chapter. Hearing him say that, Xiao Yixian nodded her head in understanding, then suddenly asked, have you thought of a name for this new heavenly flame? I haven't really thought of one yet, so why don't you choose? Xiao Ming chuckled. Xiao Yixian's interest was piqued by his suggestion. Since you say so, then I won't hold back. I noticed that this heavenly flame is white but slightly transparent, like glass. A couple of your heavenly flames have the character heart in their names, so let's call it white glazed heart flame. What do you think? I think it's pretty good. Since it was up to Xiao Yixian to name it, there was no need for objections, and Xiao Ming thought the name was indeed good. Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Xiao Yixian was extremely happy. Alright, next, I need to seal the demon poison spot. Please help me keep watch and make sure no one disturbs me, Xiao Ming said. With a slight opening of his mouth, he swallowed the white glazed heart flame that was in front of his chest. After the white glazed heart flame entered his body, Xiao Ming controlled it to move towards where the demon poison spot was. Unlike the fallen heart flame alone, the white glazed heart flame was significantly more powerful. Under the burning of the white glazed heart flame, the demon poison spot shook violently, during which a faint black mist was evaporating, and a trace of pure Do Qi was refined from it. After the pure Do Qi was refined, it once again passed through the calcination of the white glazed heart flame, and then was directly absorbed by Xiao Ming, whose aura began to slowly increase. With the amount of demon poison spot, if it were all refined, Xiao Ming could possibly increase his realm by 2 stars in a very short time. However, Xiao Ming did not become obsessed with refining the Do Qi. After experimenting for a while, he formed several strange seals with his hands. Flame Mark. Flame Mark was a sealing technique that Xiao Ming had obtained from the simulator. It is very powerful, with the ability to isolate perception and seal at the same time. Xiao Ming previously used this technique to seal the soul of Yun Shan. As he gestured, the white glazed heart flame slowly wrapped around the demon poison spot, causing it to tremble slightly, as if knowing what the flame intended to do. A net of black lines spread out from the demon poison spot towards other parts of his body. Xiao Ming could not allow it and mobilized a large amount of Do Qi, which surged towards the white glazed heart flame like a tide. The white glazed heart flames shot out as it received the supply of Do Qi, and the black net extending from the demon poison spot was melted by its terrifyingly high temperature. Finally, they were completely engulfed. After losing these black lines, the demon poison spot seemed to recognize the situation and became obedient. The white glazed heart flame easily engulfed it and then compressed it to the size of a pigeon egg. The energy in it was constantly refined by the flame and then channeled into all parts of Xiao Ming's body. Not bad, the energy refined from this is much faster than my own cultivation. Xie Baiyan is indeed a good person, sending me such a big gift before dying. Naturally, Xiao Ming's words were just a joke. The demon poison spot was something highly poisonous to others. Unless a powerhouse in the Do Venerate realm helped dissolve it, anyone who was hit by it would die, and only Xiao Ming would deliberately let Xie Baiyan hit him. The refinement of the demon poison spot can increase cultivation, and Xiao Ming suddenly thought of an extremely buggy operation. That is to let those powerful people cultivate the demon poison spot, then let them attack someone. Because the demon poison spot does not immediately take effect, but has a buffer period, if someone absorbs the powerful cultivator's do qi during this time and refines it, they can also become a strong cultivator in one fell swoop. Over time, the refining process would have some losses, but at least about 80% could be conserved. Following this method, some Do kings and Do emperors from one's own side could be mass-produced. Tisk, this would be much more convenient than the life-devouring pill. Xiao Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh as he considered his grand plan. Despite its numerous flaws, he seemed completely oblivious to them. As he finished his internal lament, he suddenly felt his body shiver violently, his temperature skyrocketing. These are side effects of the heavenly flames fusion? There really are such strange side effects. Finally realizing what was happening, Xiao Ming felt a bit bewildered. His body trembled violently again, and his heart felt as if it was being squeezed tightly by a large invisible hand, causing Xiao Ming's panting to be a little heavy. Just when he felt like he could control it, Xiao Yixian at his side noticed that something was wrong. Xiao Ming. Did something happen? She asked with concern in her voice. The sweet voice of Xiao Yixian made Xiao Ming slowly open his eyes. As Xiao Yixian's alluring curves filled his vision, Xiao Ming felt his self-control begin to slip away. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his breathing grew ragged. He clenched his jaw, fighting to stay focused. Xiener, the side effects of this fusion are like an aphrodisiac, so please go out and ask the snake people to bring me some ice, Xiao Ming said, trying to keep his voice steady. AP aphrodisiacs. Xiao Yixian was stunned. Yes. Hurry. Xiao Yixian looked surprised and concerned, but without a moment's hesitation, she nodded and quickly left the room. As soon as she left, Xiao Ming took out the cold ice marrow and created a large pile of ice to wrap himself in layers. He lay on the ice, trying to cool down his burning body. Unfortunately, the ice did not seem to work well and the lust was only suppressed for a short period of time before it resurfaced. When Xiao Yixian returned and saw Xiao Ming wrapped in layers of ice, her expression became complicated. With her intelligence, she naturally understood that he had asked for the ice not because he thought it would help, but because he wanted her to stay away and avoid any possible harm. However, wasn't she his partner? Although she had initially planned to save herself for their wedding night, after spending so much time with Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian found herself yearning for him in ways she never thought possible. The depth of their connection went far beyond physical intimacy, but the desire to be with him, to feel his touch, grew stronger with each passing day. So, when this unexpected circumstance arose, she didn't hesitate. As long as it was Xiao Ming, she didn't mind giving herself to him. The thought of being his, body and soul, filled her with a sense of immeasurable expectation. As her thoughts raced, a slight blush crept up her cheeks. She turned to the open door and saw some snake people approaching with the ice she had requested. A certain dissatisfaction showed in her gaze as she quickly closed the door and locked it. Her body began to heat up, and as she turned her face up and looked at Xiao Ming, her hands moved to untie her white dress, revealing her jade-white curvaceous body. With her dress removed, only a few pieces of underwear covered her most intimate parts, but in reality, they only served to heighten the desire to uncover what was hidden beneath. Opening his eyes and noticing Xiao Yixian's actions, Xiao Ming was startled. "Xiener, what are you doing? Put your clothes on quickly or I'll..." Xiao Ming's voice trailed off as he was caught off guard by Xiao Yixian's slow and seductive walk towards him. "Leave it to me." Xiao Ming lay on the bed next to Xiao Yixian, their naked bodies entwined in the aftermath of their passion. The bed was a mess, with the bed sheets tangled and crumpled around them. Looking at the sleeping fairy with affection, Xiao Ming rubbed his waist with a wry smile at the memories of their wild night together. In the end, they had gotten a little carried away. But he had emerged victorious, so he wouldn't complain. Carefully untangling himself from her embrace, he covered her with a clean blanket and gently kissed her forehead. After admiring her beauty and grace in the soft light of the room, he went to the futon in the corner and set up a spatial barrier for her. Perhaps because she was too tired, Xiao Yixian did not wake up at all. However, the corner of her mouth arched upward slightly, as if she was having a pleasant dream. Xiao Ming's face was contemplative for a moment before he waved his hand, causing two frozen corpses to appear on the ground, Yan Luotian and Xia Bai Yan. Yan Luotian's strength was around 2-star Do ancestor before he died, while Xia Bai Yan was a 3-star Do ancestor. There was not much difference in their strengths. One of them is reserved for Venerable Tian Huo's body, and the other will be used to refine the Sky Demon puppet. Xiao Ming thought to himself as he put Yan Luotian's corpse back into his storage ring with a wave of his palm. Next, he flicked his finger and white flames erupted, enveloping Xia Bai Yan's corpse as the layer of ice around it quickly melted under the scorching heat. As the ice melted, Xia Bai Yan's clothes turned to powder. Xiao Ming remained calm as the scorching temperature turned the corpse a fiery red. With the continuous roasting, faint black gas suddenly emerged from the corpse, and was burned into nothingness by the white flame. This black gas was a kind of corpse qi, which faintly contained some subtle thoughts of the owner's life. If this kind of corpse qi was not completely expelled, it would be difficult for another soul to completely merge with the body. However, for the refining of the Sky Demon puppet, the corp, monster core, and soul must be completely fused together. Therefore, this so-called corpse qi must be expelled. Chapter 268, Chapter 267.5, Refining the Sky Demon Puppet. Warning: this chapter contains explicit scenes. If you are not interested, read the censored version, previous chapter, or skip to the next chapter. Hearing him say that, Xiao Yixian nodded her head in understanding, then suddenly asked, "Have you thought of a name for this new heavenly flame?" "I haven't really thought of one yet, so why don't you choose?" Xiao Ming chuckled. Xiao Yixian's interest was piqued by his suggestion. "Since you say so, then I won't hold back. I noticed that this heavenly flame is white but slightly transparent, like glass. A couple of your heavenly flames have the character heart in their names, so let's call it White Glazed Heart Flame. What do you think?" I think it's pretty good." Since it was up to Xiao Yixian to name it, there was no need for objections, and Xiao Ming thought the name was indeed good. Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Xiao Yixian was extremely happy. "All right, next, I need to seal the demon poison spot. Please help me keep watch and make sure no one disturbs me," Xiao Ming said. With a slight opening of his mouth, he swallowed the white glazed heart flame that was in front of his chest. After the white glazed heart flame entered his body, Xiao Ming controlled it to move towards where the demon poison spot was. Unlike the fallen heart flame alone, the white glazed heart flame was significantly more powerful. Under the burning of the white glazed heart flame, the demon poison spot shook violently, during which a faint black mist was evaporated, and a trace of pure Do Qi was refined from it. After the pure Do Qi was refined, it once again passed through the calcination of the white glazed heart flame, and then was directly absorbed by Xiao Ming, whose aura began to slowly increase. With the amount of demon poison spot, if it were all refined, Xiao Ming could possibly increase his realm by 2 stars in a very short time. However, Xiao Ming did not become obsessed with refining the dou qi. After experimenting for a while, he formed several strange seals with his hands. Flame Mark. Flame Mark was a sealing technique that Xiao Ming had obtained from the simulator. It is very powerful, with the ability to isolate perception and seal at the same time. Xiao Ming previously used this technique to seal the soul of Yun Shan. As he gestured, the white glazed heart flame slowly wrapped around the demon poison spot, causing it to tremble slightly, as if knowing what the flame intended to do. A net of black lines spread out from the demon poison spot towards other parts of his body. Xiao Ming could not allow it and mobilized a large amount of dou qi, which surged towards the white glazed heart flame like a tide. The white glazed heart flames shot out as it received the supply of dou qi, and the black net extending from the demon poison spot was melted by its terrifyingly high temperature. Finally, they were completely engulfed. After losing these black lines, the demon poison spot seemed to recognize the situation and became obedient. The white glazed heart flame easily engulfed it and then compressed it to the size of a pigeon egg. The energy in it was constantly refined by the flame and then channeled into all parts of Xiao Ming's body. Not bad, the energy refined from this is much faster than my own cultivation. Xie Baiyan is indeed a good person, sending me such a big gift before dying. Naturally, Xiao Ming's words were just a joke. The demon poison spot was something highly poisonous to others. Unless a powerhouse in the Dou Venerate realm helped dissolve it, anyone who was hit by it would die, and only Xiao Ming would deliberately let Xie Baiyan hit him. The refinement of the demon poison spot can increase cultivation, and Xiao Ming suddenly thought of an extremely buggy operation. That is to let those powerful people cultivate the demon poison spot, then let them attack someone. Because the demon poison spot does not immediately take effect, but has a buffer period, if someone absorbs the powerful cultivator's dou qi during this time and refines it, they can also become a strong cultivator in one fell swoop. Over time, the refining process would have some losses, but at least about 80% could be conserved. Following this method, some Dou kings and Dou emperors from one's own side could be mass-produced. Tisk, this would be much more convenient than the life-devouring pill. Xiao Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh as he considered his grand plan. Despite its numerous flaws, he seemed completely oblivious to them. As he finished his internal lament, he suddenly felt his body shiver violently, his temperature skyrocketing. These are side effects of the heavenly flames fusion? There really are such strange side effects. Finally realizing what was happening, Xiao Ming felt a bit bewildered. His body trembled violently again, and his heart felt as if it was being squeezed tightly by a large invisible hand, causing Xiao Ming's panting to be a little heavy. Just when he felt like he could control it, Xiao Yixian at his side noticed that something was wrong. Xiao Ming. Did something happen? She asked with concern in her voice. The sweet voice of Xiao Yixian made Xiao Ming slowly open his eyes. As Xiao Yixian's alluring curves filled his vision, Xiao Ming felt his self-control begin to slip away. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his breathing grew ragged. He clenched his jaw, fighting to stay focused. Xiener, the side effects of this fusion are like an aphrodisiac, so please go out and ask the snake people to bring me some ice, Xiao Ming said, trying to keep his voice steady. AP aphrodisiacs. Xiao Yixian was stunned. Yes. Hurry. Xiao Yixian looked surprised and concerned, but without a moment's hesitation, she nodded and quickly left the room. As soon as she left, Xiao Ming took out the cold ice marrow and created a large pile of ice to wrap himself in layers. He lay on the ice, trying to cool down his burning body. Unfortunately, the ice did not seem to work well and the lust was only suppressed for a short period of time before it resurfaced. When Xiao Yixian returned and saw Xiao Ming wrapped in layers of ice, her expression became complicated. With her intelligence, she naturally understood that he had asked for the ice not because he thought it would help, but because he wanted her to stay away and avoid any possible harm. However, wasn't she his partner? Although she had initially planned to save herself for their wedding night, after spending so much time with Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian found herself yearning for him in ways she never thought possible. The depth of their connection went far beyond physical intimacy, but the desire to be with him, to feel his touch, grew stronger with each passing day. So, when this unexpected circumstance arose, she didn't hesitate. As long as it was Xiao Ming, she didn't mind giving herself to him. The thought of being his, body and soul, filled her with a sense of immeasurable expectation. As her thoughts raced, a slight blush crept up her cheeks. She turned to the open door and saw some snake people approaching with the ice she had requested. A certain dissatisfaction showed in her gaze as she quickly closed the door and locked it. Her body began to heat up, and as she turned her face up and looked at Xiao Ming, her hands moved to untie her white dress, revealing her jade-white curvaceous body. With her dress removed, only a few pieces of underwear covered her most intimate parts, but in reality, they only served to heighten the desire to uncover what was hidden beneath. Opening his eyes and noticing Xiao Yixian's actions, Xiao Ming was startled. "Xianer, what are you doing? Put your clothes on quickly or I'll..." Xiao Ming's voice trailed off as he was caught off guard by Xiao Yixian's slow and seductive walk towards him. "Leave it to me." Her every step was filled with grace and sensuality, her movements deliberately slow and tantalizing. She reached him, her hand slowly and sensually brushing aside the ice covering the top of his body, as her full and luscious curves moved from side to side. She looked at him with a loving gaze, her eyes filled with desire. Xiao Ming couldn't take his eyes off her. The sight of her semi-naked body and the way she looked at him invoked his deepest desires. But before giving in completely, he wanted to be sure. "Xianer, are you really sure? Once I'm free of the ice, there's no turning back," he said, his breathing growing more and more ragged. "Take me," Xiao Yixian replied in an incredibly seductive voice, her desire unmasked. Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat at her words, he said nothing more and stored the cold ice marrow inside his body. Then, immediately leaned in, capturing Xiao Yixian's soft and sweet lips in a passionate kiss. As he gently caressed her soft, pink lips, Xiao Yixian let out a seductive moan and opened her mouth to allow him to deepen the kiss. Their tongues danced together in a frenzied embrace as they urgently pressed their lips together. When they finally broke apart, Xiao Yixian's eyes shone with desire and longing. "Xiao Ming, make me yours," she whispered to him. At this moment, nothing could stop them. Xiao Ming's hands cupped her face as he pulled her back in for another kiss. This time, the sensations were different, intense, addictive, and impossible to resist. They lost track of time as they explored each other's mouths, and as they finally parted, they both gasped for breath, a trail of saliva lingering between them. As Xiao Ming felt Xiao Yixian's body weaken from the stimulation, he moved his hands to hold her butt and lifted her into the air. Her legs intertwined around his waist, and her lower body clung to his abdomen. With her breasts pressed against his chest, her white masses spilled out of her white strip of silk, driving him wild with desire. Xiao Ming brought his mouth close to her breasts, at the lower part of her jade neck, and began to lick them slowly while his palms squeezed her ass cheeks, molding her shape as he pleased. The sensation of her soft skin against his fingertips was exhilarating. MMNNGNNN, the seductive moans that escaped Xiao Yixian's mouth were uninhibited and full of pleasure. Her body moved up and down in sync with Xiao Ming's, as if she wanted to merge with him completely. MNNN, feeling Xiao Ming's hand slowly rubbing her semi-naked back, she let out a loud moan, her blurry eyes gazing at him with a mix of pleasure and blame for continuously teasing her. Her hands moved to his robe, trying to undress him, but she quickly grew impatient and tore the top of his robe to shreds. Satisfied, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her face positioned close to his ear as she moaned. Ha-hum-hum, her moans were like music to Xiao Ming's ears, tempting him to move on to the main event. But before that, he had to control his overflowing lust. Despite retracting the cold ice marrow, the spirit was still supplying his body with constant doses of ice chi to stay conscious enough not to hurt her. He wanted their first time to be memorable, a pleasant experience for both of them. After carrying her towards the bed, Xiao Ming quickly untied her white strip and pulled it to the side, causing her generous breasts to bounce into view. Even though they were not massive, they were perfect when viewed next to her slim waist. Xiao Yixian felt her heart beat faster as she saw the hungry gaze Xiao Ming gave her breasts. Although they had touched each other's bodies before, it had only been through their clothes, so this new experience caused her some embarrassment, but also intense anticipation. As soon as Xiao Ming's hands rested on her breasts, Xiao Yixian felt a sudden surge of pleasure that invaded her whole body. He kneaded her breasts in different ways, causing her to reflexively want to push his hands away, but before she could move, he plunged his tongue back into her mouth, leaving her in a pleasurable trance. SCHLP. The room was filled with the sound of their ragged breathing and the soft, wet sounds of their kissing. After a while, Xiao Ming broke away from their kiss, leaving her panting and gasping for air. His gaze moved from her flushed face to the soft, round masses in his hands, each with a pink bud in the center that had already hardened. Xiao Yixian opened her eyes, wanting to regain some clarity, but immediately, another incredibly pleasurable sensation filled her entire body. Xiao Ming took one of her breasts into his mouth, and he ran his tongue all over it, tracing the all curves and crevices. He sucked on her pink nipple, gently at first, then with more urgency as her moans grew louder. Meanwhile, his hand worked on her other breast, kneading and pinching it to match the rhythm of his mouth. As his lips wrapped around her nipple, Xiao Ming sucked on it hungrily, his tongue twirling around it before he bit down on it gently. Xiao Yixian's body arched towards him, a wave of pleasure washing over her as she moaned louder, her hands gripping his hair tightly. Xiao Ming's attention went to her other breast, his tongue flicking over it delicately before he took it into his mouth, sucking on it with intensity. With each touch, her body trembled, and her moans grew more intense. She could feel the pleasure building inside her, coiling like a spring waiting to be released. As she watched Xiao Ming worship her breasts, a primal urge took hold of her. She became more vocal, her moans turning into seductive cries of pleasure, and her gaze filled with nothing but lust for him. And, as Xiao Yixian writhed in pleasure, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Ming's mouth moved lower, leaving a trail of kisses and licks down her body. The sensation of his tongue on her skin was electric, causing her to arch her back and grip the sheets tightly. Xiao Ming's fingers traced circles around her navel before moving lower, and she moaned in anticipation. His touch was feather-light, yet it sent electric shocks through her entire body. As he continued to tease her, she could feel herself getting wetter and wetter, the fabric of her white strip soaked with her arousal. Soon, he shed the last of his robes, revealing his chiseled body. But instead of returning to her lips, his attention was drawn to her thighs, which he parted gently. With a sly grin, he flicked his tongue along her inner thigh, eliciting a gasp from her lips. Her body quivered in anticipation as he slowly traced the outline of her most intimate area with his tongue, teasing her with light touches. She couldn't help but arch her back in pleasure as he continued to explore every inch of her most sensitive spot. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Xiao Ming dove in, pulling aside her white strip and eagerly lapping at her folds and flicking her clit with his tongue. With each stroke, Xiao Yixian moaned uncontrollably, her fingers digging into the sheets. The sensations were so intense that she thought she might pass out from pleasure. SCHLP no, her breathing became erratic as she struggled to catch her breath. Her body was on fire, and she was teetering on the edge of an explosive release. Every inch of her skin was alive with pleasure, and she could feel her inner walls clenching and unclenching in anticipation. With a final flick of his tongue, he brought her to the brink of orgasm, and then stopped, leaving her gasping and desperate for more. Xiao Yixian's body was racked with pleasure, and she could feel her muscles twitching involuntarily. The love juices that flowed from her core drenched the fabric of her strip, making her feel incredibly shy. With her mouth slightly open, she felt her mouth being invaded again by Xiao Ming's tongue. With choked moans she focused on entwining his tongue with her own, but only a few seconds later, Xiao Ming pulled away slightly. Xiao Yixian couldn't bear being separated from his lips, so she opened her mouth slightly, teasingly flicking her tongue to entice him. With a sharp intake of breath, Xiao Ming grabbed her chin, deepening the kiss. His hands roamed freely over her body as their lips moved in a frenzied passion. Their tongues intertwined outside their mouths, each seeking to dominate the other. Xiao Yixian felt as though she was melting under his touch, every nerve ending in her body firing with pleasure. Their lips finally parted, both of them gasping for air. Xiao Ming's hand moved from her breasts down her stomach, and as he reached her most intimate area again, she eagerly spread her legs, inviting him to explore the depths of her desire. His fingers brushed against her most sensitive spot, and she gasped in pleasure, her hips bucking involuntarily. Every touch from him felt like electricity, sending waves of pleasure throughout her body. She couldn't help but moan his name, her voice heavy with desire. Xiao Ming continued to tease her, exploring every inch of her tender flesh with his fingers. As she grew more and more responsive to his touch, her moans became more urgent, and she finally pleaded with him for release. He watched her with a sly smile, finally giving her what she craved, sending her spiraling into an explosive orgasm. She arched her back and cried out in ecstasy, her body convulsing with pleasure. As she lay panting and quivering with pleasure, Xiao Yixian gazed up at Xiao Ming, her eyes heavy with lust. She was completely under his spell, and she wanted nothing more than to give herself over to him completely. Seeing her lustful gaze watching him with a hint of hidden anticipation, he knew it was time to move things to the next level. He slid his body between her legs and gently pulled them upwards, causing her to arch her back in pleasure. Slowly, he removed the white wet strip of cotton, letting it slip down her legs until it finally fell away from her jade feet. With a firm grip on her supple legs, he parted them slowly, revealing her sacred place in all its glory. Swallowing saliva, Xiao Yixian's heart raced as she realized that the moment she had been waiting for was finally here, the moment when she would become one with her beloved. She immediately felt something hard resting on top of her sacred place, as if claiming it as its own. She could not restrain her curiosity, and lifting her head, she saw his hard member, which immediately caused her breathing to become heavier, and love juices began to gush from her valley. Her body was betraying her with its eagerness, filling her with embarrassment, but at the same time, she longed to feel his hardness deep within her. Seeing her valley wet with love juices, he moved his member down and slowly brought it closer to her sacred place. His stiff, hard member touched her outer vaginal folds, immediately filling him with warmth emanating from her entrance. For Xiao Yixian, however, it was as if a bolt of lightning electrocuted her body, making her tremble slightly. Pleasure, nervousness, anticipation, all these made her unable to control the trembling of her body for an instant. Xiao Ming noticed her reaction and leaned forward to kiss her, calming her trembling body. With a gentle touch, he slowly pushed forward, feeling her warm, velvety folds contract and throb around his member, trying to push it out. He paused, waiting for her to adjust to his size before moving again, slowly inching deeper and deeper inside her. Xiao Yixian did not feel the stabbing pain she expected, instead, a pleasurable sensation began to fill her as she felt a hard, thick object rubbing against her inner folds. Normally, female cultivators were not exempt from the pain of losing their virginity, except for those above the Dou ancestor realm. Reaching this realm meant not only an improvement in cultivation but a complete transformation. A small tear of extreme happiness rolled down Xiao Yixian's cheek as she lost her virginity to her beloved. This moment was a stark contrast to the fear she had lived in just a few years prior, constantly worried that someone might take advantage of her at any moment. This was only a fleeting thought, as she immediately felt her lips being sealed again, which made her forget everything else. She could feel every inch of Xiao Ming's member inside of her, filling her completely. The sensation was unlike anything she had ever experienced before, and it made her crave more. With each thrust, her body responded eagerly, urging him on. Their tongues continued to dance in a heated exchange, each trying to taste more of the other. Xiao Yixian's fingers dug into Xiao Ming's shoulders as she held onto him for dear life, her hips meeting his with a frenzied passion. Nnn. Xiao Ming pulled his hips back and penetrated her deeply with a single thrust, causing her to let out a choked moan. Pah! The folds of her insides clung to his member as if they didn't want to let it go. Nnn. She wrapped her legs around Xiao Ming's waist, pulling him deeper into her. Each thrust sent waves of pleasure through her body, causing her to moan uncontrollably. As she felt her orgasm building, she tightened her grip on him, urging him to go faster and deeper. Xiao Ming, sensing her increasing pleasure, picked up the pace, driving into her with more force. The sound of their bodies slapping together echoed in the room. Plap 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 plap. Xiao Yixian moaned loudly, her body shuddering as her lips pursed tightly and her hands clawed at Xiao Ming's back. Each thrust caused her to shudder in pleasure, holding her in a cycle of pure satisfaction. This orgasm was different from the one she had experienced before, it was many times more intense and almost drove her crazy. As she came out of her ecstasy, she felt Xiao Ming's member throbbing inside her folds, as if it would explode at any moment. She looked at him, and he looked at her, they both stared at each other for an instant. Xiao Yixian increased the grip on her legs, not allowing him to pull it out. Understanding that this fairy wanted it all inside her, Xiao Ming resumed his thrusts, fulfilling her insatiable desires. Plap 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 hngh. Feeling his member pierce inside her again, Xiao Yixian, who still had the aftertaste of the previous orgasm, sensually licked her lips while letting out moans that would drive any man crazy. Xiao Ming felt her wet insides, filled with nectar that gave off a sweet, intoxicating smell. As he continued to thrust inside her, Xiao Yixian's body quivered with each movement. Her moans grew louder and more desperate as she clung to him, her fingers digging into his flesh. Xiao Ming, fill my insides with your seed, mark me as yours. With those words, she let out a cry of ecstasy, her body shaking as she climaxed around him. He continued to thrust into her as she rode out her orgasm, and he felt his own release building within him. He vigorously penetrated her a few times more until, after a low grunt, he let his seed spurt inside her, filling her to the brim. Splurred splurred. Feeling the sticky liquid entering deep into her slit, Xiao Yixian shuddered and let out more of her nectar, completely covering the hard member inside her. Pop. Feeling his towering rod still throbbing inside her, Xiao Ming pulled it out, causing both of their juices to mix and spill out, announcing his conquest of her previously unexplored valley. Witnessing the lewd sight of the fairy shuddering in ecstasy beneath him, with sweat covering her entire body, Xiao Ming knew that she had officially become his woman. The side effects of the heavenly flames fusion had begun to cease, and realizing this, he was about to tell her. But before he could, he felt her long, thick legs wrap around his waist again, pulling him closer to her. Her eyes sparkled with renewed desire, and her lips parted in an inviting gesture. Without a word, Xiao Ming was drawn back into her embrace. As their lips met in a heated kiss, he could feel his member stir to life once again, eager to plunge back into her warm, wet folds. Xiao Ming lay on the bed next to Xiao Yixian, their naked bodies entwined in the aftermath of their passion. The bed was a mess, with the bed sheets tangled and crumpled around them. Looking at the sleeping fairy with affection, Xiao Ming rubbed his waist with a wry smile at the memories of their wild night together. In the end, they had gotten a little carried away. But he had emerged victorious, so he wouldn't complain. Carefully untangling himself from her embrace, he covered her with a clean blanket and gently kissed her forehead. After admiring her beauty and grace in the soft light of the room, he went to the futon in the corner and set up a spatial barrier for her. Perhaps because she was too tired, Xiao Yixian did not wake up at all. However, the corner of her mouth arched upward slightly, as if she was having a pleasant dream. Xiao Ming's face was contemplative for a moment before he waved his hand, causing two frozen corpses to appear on the ground, Yan Luotian and Xia Bai Yan. Yan Luotian's strength was around 2-star Do ancestor before he died, while Xia Bai Yan was a 3-star Do ancestor. There was not much difference in their strengths. One of them is reserved for Venerable Tian Huo's body, and the other will be used to refine the Sky Demon puppet. Xiao Ming thought to himself as he put Yan Luotian's corpse back into his storage ring with a wave of his palm. Next, he flicked his finger and white flames erupted, enveloping Xia Bai Yan's corpse as the layer of ice around it quickly melted under the scorching heat. As the ice melted, Xia Bai Yan's clothes turned to powder. Xiao Ming remained calm as the scorching temperature turned the corpse a fiery red. With the continuous roasting, faint black gas suddenly emerged from the corpse and was burned into nothingness by the white flame. This black gas was a kind of corpse qi, which faintly contained some subtle thoughts of the owner's life. If this kind of corpse qi was not completely expelled, it would be difficult for another soul to completely merge with the body. However, for the refining of the Sky Demon puppet, the corp, monster core, and soul must be completely fused together. Therefore, this so-called corpse qi must be expelled. Chapter 269, Chapter 268, Man Demon Puppet. The persistent Medusa Xiao Ming had precisely controlled the temperature of the flames to expel the residual corpse qi from the body without burning it. Refining the body alone consumed a lot of time, but once he had completely expelled all the corpse qi, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he flicked his fingers, and two gusts of wind shot out, punching fist-sized holes in the chest and forehead of the corpse. No blood flowed out because the remaining blood had been evaporated by refining the corpse qi. This was a small step in the refining process of the Sky Demon puppet. Xia Bai Yan's body had shrunk several times over, with grey-white skin tightly adhering to the dry muscles underneath. The palms of his hands had become especially long and slender, like sharp daggers. Following the recorded method of refining the Sky Demon puppet, Xiao Ming refined the body slightly, and then, with a wave of his hand, a 7th-rank monster core containing a large amount of pure energy floated out, finally falling into the small hole in the corpse's chest. After completing all of this, Xiao Ming calmly took out a jade bottle, from which emanated a powerful soul wave. Xiao Ming, what exactly do you want to do? Release this old man right now. Just as the jade bottle appeared, a resentful and angry voice came from within. Release you? How is that possible? You still have great use to me. But don't worry, you will soon be relieved, calmly shaking his head, Xiao Ming said. With a squeeze of his hand, the jade bottle exploded, revealing a white soul. As soon as the soul appeared, it disregarded everything and rushed towards the door of the secret room, but Xiao Ming, who had already prepared, grabbed it back with one hand. Glancing indifferently at the struggling soul of Xia Bai Yan, the flames in his hand surged and eventually enveloped him. In the next moment, Xia Bai Yan's eyes went lifeless as he stopped struggling. After estimating the degree of refinement, Xiao Ming continued to increase the flame temperature. With this high refining temperature, Xia Bai Yan directly transformed into a pure soul with a faint sound. Xiao Ming looked at this mass of soul power in his palm and immediately tossed it gently. The soul power turned into a white dragon qi that lightning fast drilled into the hole in the corpse's forehead. With the entrance of the pure soul, Xia Bai Yan's tightly closed eyes snapped open, and the pupils of his eyes filled with a deep black hue. As Xiao Ming watched the scene, he remained unfazed. He swiftly retrieved a collection of metallic objects with an unusual sheen from his storage ring, which he then made float in front of him using his 10 fingers. Surveying the many strange metals, Xiao Ming gave a small nod before flames burst forth from his palm like a blazing tongue, greedily drawing in the metals with a suction force. Under the scorching intensity of the white glazed heart flame, the metals began to display signs of melting, although they were not yet fully liquefied. In the meantime, Xiao Ming had to split his focus in two. One side concentrated on controlling the flames to quench the body at a consistent temperature, while the other focused on using high temperatures to refine the strange metals. This high-low flame temperature demanded exceptional flame control, but fortunately, Xiao Ming had always possessed formidable flame control, allowing him to handle it with ease. Refining both the body and metals required a substantial amount of time, with the quenching of the body necessitating a certain degree of perfection for ideal compatibility with the soul and the monster core inserted into it. During the time that Xiao Ming spent refining the sky demon puppet, quite some time passed. Xiao Yixian woke up from her sleep and yawned, feeling a bit disoriented. She rubbed her eyes and stretched out her arms, looking for Xiao Ming's figure on the bed. Not finding him, she opened her beautiful eyes and looked around the room. Soon, she spotted him in a corner of the secret room, his eyes closed in meditation. She lowered her gaze and observed the blanket covering her body, then Xiao Ming sitting cross-legged, and the space barrier between them. An indescribable feeling of happiness coursed through Xiao Yixian's body, and a sweet look shone in the depths of her eyes. After staring at Xiao Ming for a while, Xiao Yixian seemed to have remembered something and got up from the bed. As she rose from the bed, a slight twinge of pain shot through her lower belly, reminding her of the ecstasy she had experienced with Xiao Ming just hours before. A blush spread across her cheeks as she relived the intense moments they had shared. Though she had the power to dispel the pain with a healing pill, she decided against it. The ache, however fleeting, was a reminder of the depth of her connection with Xiao Ming, and she cherished it. With a flick of her wrist, she retrieved her clothes from her storage ring and dressed quickly, the fabric sliding over her smooth skin. As she folded the bedding neatly and put it away, a soft smile played on her lips. With everything in order, she moved to the corner of the secret room and stretched out her slender hand to touch the spatial barrier that Xiao Ming had set up. As she did so, she felt a strange energy emanating from the barrier. It was at this moment that Xiao Ming seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. Xianer. Looking at his lovely partner in front of him, a fond smile appeared on his face. Xiao Ming. Xiao Yixian's gaze was filled with undisguised affection as she returned the smile, her face flushed with a heady blush. Aren't you going to rest a little longer? After all, we may have overdone it a bit earlier. Xiao Yixian's blush deepened. Don't worry, I feel fine. I'll go find Sister Ziyan while you finish your work. She actually wanted to stay longer with him, but she couldn't help feeling extremely shy at this moment. Besides, he was busy. So she decided to go out and spend some time with her sister. Understood. It will be a few days before I'm done here. Oh, and don't let Medusa take Ziyan too far away from the tribe. Although he didn't think Medusa was going to leave the tribe at this time, it was always better to be sure. Xiao Yixian hummed in agreement, and after one last affectionate look, she quickly left the secret room. If someone who knew Xiao Yixian saw her at this moment, they would notice that her gait was a bit awkward. As Xiao Ming watched her go, he couldn't help but feel amused. This little succubus had been quite bold before, but now she was back to being shy again. After clearing his mind of other thoughts, Xiao Ming closed his eyes again and continued to refine the corpse as well as the strange metals. This time, Xiao Ming spent 3 full days refining the strange metals until they were completely melted into a dark gold liquid that flowed slowly in the flames, emitting an inexplicable shine. The metal refinement was complete, but the perfect match for the body, soul, and monster core was still missing. Xiao Ming was not impatient because he knew that impatience would cause him to miss the fleeting moment of perfection. In that case, not only would the body be ruined, but also the monster core and even the soul it contained would be instantly ruined. This was the most difficult part to control when it came to refining the sky demon puppet. Xiao Ming kept his mind in a calm state, and another day passed. At a certain point, 3 days later, Xiao Ming's body, which was sitting in meditation, trembled violently, and his eyes, which were tightly closed, opened wide. There was a flash of joy in his coal-black eyes, and then a strange seal quickly formed in his hand and he shouted an unusual sound. As the shout echoed, Xia Baiyan's body suddenly trembled, and the soul floating in its brain was forcibly shattered by an invisible force, turning into countless tiny points of light and spreading densely throughout all parts of its body. At that moment, the monster core that had been lying in its chest emitted a faint humming sound, and a violent energy surged out like a rushing lake, flowing through its body's meridians. As the soul and monster core changed, the gray-white color on the body's surface became darker, and the body gradually shrank. A majestic aura slowly emanated from the corpse, comparable to a 3-star Do ancestor powerhouse. Feeling the powerful aura, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up as he moved his hand. The dark gold liquid floating in front of him poured slowly onto the cold corpse. Hiss! Hiss! When the extremely hot dark gold liquid was poured over the corpse, a white mist appeared, and a faint smell of smoke was emitted. However, the skin that came into contact with the liquid did not show the slightest sign of damage. The soul power swept over the puppet's body like water waves, and the dark gold liquid was slowly applied to every part of its body. For a while, a pungent white mist emanated from the puppet's body, and the hissing sound produced by the contact between the high temperature and the skin was somewhat chilling. When the liquid was fully applied to the puppet's body, the eerie gray-white color was replaced by a dark gold color that shimmered with a strong and strange feeling of firmness. Glancing at the puppet covered in the liquid, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and then waved his sleeve. The white flame once again burst out, wrapping the puppet completely and exuding a terrifyingly high temperature. As the high temperature continuously roasted the puppet, the dark gold liquid also began to slowly corrode into the puppet's skin. With the intensification of this corrosion, the color of the puppet's body gradually became dark brown, resembling copper. Man-Demon Puppet. The Sky Demon Puppet was divided into 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Man. The best way to distinguish these 3 grades was to observe the color of their skin. Heaven was gold, Earth was silver, and Man was copper. The color displayed by this puppet was obviously the last grade of the 3. Xiao Ming was not particularly disappointed with this. After all, Xia Baiyan was only a 3-star Do ancestor. It was a pipe dream to want to refine an Earth or Heaven puppet. Moreover, it wasn't as if this copper puppet could only remain as a copper puppet. It could evolve by devouring the pill lighting, and at the end of its evolution, it could be comparable to a Do venerate. Xiao Ming would have plenty of time to refine pills in the future, so sooner or later, this Sky Demon puppet would evolve. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming did not stop the roasting of the flames. The terrifying high temperature continued to penetrate, slowly dissolving the liquid into the skin and dry muscles of the puppet. The method of refining the Sky Demon puppet involved the use of metal materials to enhance a person's physical strength. If a living person were subjected to this transformation, they would likely have died instantly due to the intense pain. However, in a painless and unconscious state, the puppet could endure the process. Once successfully refined, the puppet, despite lacking knowledge of Do techniques, would possess the ultimate killing weapon within its flesh. With the dark gold liquid gradually absorbed by the puppet, the Man-Demon puppet suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. Outside the secret room, in the cave, Medusa was sitting next to Ziyan and Xiao Yixian when a powerful aura caught their attention. This aura? Do ancestor? But it seems a bit strange. A hint of surprise appeared on Medusa's face. Compared to a few days before, her complexion had improved significantly. Xiao Yixian, who was sitting next to her, also stood up abruptly. In her perception, this aura was not weaker than hers, and it came from the secret room where Xiao Ming was in. But when she thought of the corpse that Xiao Ming was refining when she came out, Xiao Yixian had an idea in her heart. This should be caused by Xiao Ming. He should be coming out of seclusion. Upon hearing that Xiao Ming was about to come out, Ziyan's face lit up with joy. He, Xiao Ming is finally coming out. I haven't seen him for several days. Let's go and meet him. After saying that, Ziyan bounced towards the direction where the aura was coming from. Xiao Yixian and Medusa exchanged glances and followed suit. When the two of them arrived outside the secret room, they found Xiao Ming and Ziyan surrounding a bronze-colored humanoid creature that was walking. Every time the humanoid creature landed, cracks resembling spider webs would spread on the ground, its powerful force surprising both of them. This thing's aura doesn't seem to be weaker than Yun Shan's, and it's even stronger. But it doesn't seem like a living being, it looks more like a puppet. Queen Medusa's heart had just shown a glimmer of doubt when she heard Ziyan's question. What is this, Xiao Ming? This is a man-demon puppet, with the strength equivalent to that of a 3-star Do ancestor, he said. 3-star Do ancestor. Hearing this, Ziyan's eyes lit up. With this thing, she wouldn't have to worry so much when she went out to collect herbs in the future. Thinking of those heavenly treasures, Ziyan couldn't help but swallow saliva. Xiao Ming, can I borrow this to play with for a couple of days? Ziyan asked eagerly. Xiao Ming knew exactly what she meant. With a helpless nod, he gave Ziyan control of the man-demon puppet. You can play with it, but remember to return it to me when I need it, Xiao Ming said. The man-demon puppet would be what Xiao Ming would use to block the pill lightning. Without other materials, he couldn't make another one, so he didn't mind lending it to Ziyan. In fact, if circumstances allowed, he would have liked to make a few more and leave one for the Xiao family to keep. However, there were no Do ancestor experts who were his enemies to kill for the moment. Hearing Xiao Ming's agreement, Ziyan happily began playing with the man-demon puppet. Watching from the side, Queen Medusa was envious. If the Snake People tribe had such a puppet, they could definitely leave the harsh Tager Desert. Despite her envy, Medusa knew that it was impossible for the Snake People tribe to obtain such a puppet, so her thoughts strayed to her own evolution. Medusa had never given up on evolution, and after the incident with the Chu Yun Empire, she had become even more eager for strength. Without strength, she could not protect her people. But she was aware that conventional methods of evolution would no longer work for her, and Xiao Ming would not refine the snake's sacred soul advancement pill. Therefore, she could only focus on evolving through the use of the heavenly flame. Just providing the heavenly flame was not a difficult task for Xiao Ming. If the reward was sufficient, he might be able to agree to it. Just as Medusa was hesitating how to ask, a loud explosion suddenly came from outside, and the whole cave shook. Xiao Ming, I know you're inside, please come out for a bit. Chapter 270, Chapter 269, Gu Clan's visitors. These words were extremely resonant, echoing throughout the entire cave. Upon hearing them, Medusa looked towards Xiao Ming. She hadn't anticipated that the visitor was seeking him out and that they had even discovered the new settlement of her tribe. Looking for me? Xiao Ming frowned, but then gradually relaxed. Even though it was a bit unusual for someone to be looking for him, it didn't matter. The person was already outside, and he couldn't avoid them. Let's go out and take a look. With that, Xiao Ming took the lead and walked out of the cave. Humph! I want to see who dares to mess with us. Ziyan controlled her newly acquired toy, wrinkled her nose, and followed Xiao Ming's footsteps. Medusa and Xiao Yixian naturally followed closely behind. As they emerged from the cave, it shook violently a few times. Outside the cave, many snake people who were capable of transforming their Do Qi into wings were viciously shot down from the sky, raising a large amount of dust upon impact. Recognizing several of them, it was none other than Yin Shi and his group. Ugh! Yin Shi spat out a large mouthful of blood, angrily staring at the black spots in the sky. Those black spots were not human figures but rather more than 10 beasts with jet black bodies and a silver horn that was many meters long on top of their heads. The horns were covered in strange patterns, and there was even a faint sound of wind and thunder emanating from them. The beasts had large wings on their backs, which, when flapped, created a strong wind that whipped up sand and dust in the area. Yin Shi had never seen or heard of these unfamiliar creatures, but he sensed an extremely fierce aura emanating from their bodies. These auras were even stronger than his own, indicating that these beasts were not just ordinary transport creatures, but rather a type of flying combat creature. Flying beasts were already rare, and those used for combat were even rarer. Only powerful forces had the ability to raise and tame them. To be honest, Yin Shi and his group didn't want to get into a conflict with these people, but these people acted as if they were invincible and wanted to intrude into their snake people stronghold. Pushed to a corner, they had no choice but to resist. But they never expected to be defeated in just a few moves. However, at least these people no longer intended to enter their stronghold. First General, I never expected to find snake people in this northwestern region. However, compared to the snake people of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe, these ones seem a bit weak, said a young man to a slightly younger companion in the sky. These snake people are indeed inferior to those of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. They must have migrated here from the beast region countless years ago, Gu Qingyang replied with indifference while looking down at the snake people below. The young man beside him nodded in agreement and asked, by the way, First General, is Xiao Ming's strength as exaggerated as Miss said? Is it true that he's already a Dou Emperor at such a young age? You are only a Dou Emperor yourself, and your talent is second only to Miss in our clan. Sooner has no reason to lie, Gu Qingyang expressed his view. However, no matter how outstanding his strength may be, we must still complete the task entrusted to us by the elders. Often, one's level does not necessarily represent their combat power, he continued indifferently. The young man next to him nodded in agreement. Xiao Ming came from the northwestern region and probably didn't have any exceptional technique. Even if his realm was higher, it wouldn't necessarily give him an advantage against them. After all, they were from the Gu clan, and Gu Qingyang in front of him was a strong candidate to be the next Black Submerged King of the Black Submerged Army and possessed an unknown number of high-class Dou techniques. They're coming out, Gu Qingyang said as he noticed a young man and several young women walking out from the underground cave below. Is that Xiao Ming? His strength seems even more exaggerated than what Suner said, he exclaimed. Because Suner had mentioned that Xiao Ming had an exceptional appearance, Gu Qingyang could recognize him as the handsome young man standing in front of the group. However, he couldn't see through Xiao Ming's strength. Down below, Xiao Ming saw Yin Shi's group sitting on the ground with torn and injured clothing. Then, his gaze shifted to the backs of the peculiar four-winged unicorns in the sky. On each unicorn's back stood a figure wearing a set of purple-black robes with an expressionless face. Their eyes flickered slightly, sharp as blades, sending shivers down one's spine. Almost every figure possessed a strength beyond that of a Dou Emperor. The youngest one among them, who was on the unicorn's head, led the group. At the sight of her tribe members injured, Medusa's eyes blazed with anger. Damn, these people! Just as she was about to fly up to confront them, Xiao Ming held her shoulder firmly. Don't go up there, you're no match for them. But... no buts. They won't fight you one-on-one, and besides, you can't afford to offend them. Upon seeing their attire, Xiao Ming immediately knew who had come looking for him. Members of the Gu clan. I just don't know which talented individual from the Gu clan it is. Could it be Ling Chuan? Doesn't seem like it. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Medusa's ample bosom heaved up and down, but she also understood that what Xiao Ming said was the truth. Ignoring Medusa, Xiao Ming lifted his foot and suddenly disappeared from his original location. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gu Qingyang and the others. Are you looking for me? Are you Xiao Ming? With a serious expression on his face, Gu Qingyang looked at Xiao Ming, who was about the same age as him. When Xiao Ming appeared earlier, he had a sense of unease. Now, Xiao Ming suddenly flashed in front of him without using his wings to levitate in the void. How could he be a Dou Emperor? He must be a Dou ancestor. A 17-year-old Dou ancestor, even the current Gu clan doesn't have one. He never expected that the fallen Xiao clan would have such a genius. Shocked, Gu Qingyang's tone became slightly more polite. I am the first general of the Black Submerged Army, Gu Qingyang. The Black Submerged Army? The Black Submerged Army of the Gu clan in the Central Plains. You seem to know quite a bit. Gu Qingyang was slightly surprised to hear that Xiao Ming knew about their Black Submerged Army. Well, I am at least a 7th-tier alchemist. It's not abnormal to know a bit more, is it? Xiao Ming remained calm and revealed his 7th-tier alchemist strength. Being a 7th-tier alchemist alone was not impressive, but being a young 7th-tier alchemist with the strength of a Dou ancestor would signify great potential. Moreover, as a 7th-tier alchemist, he was considered a mid-level force in the Pill Tower, so knowing more was normal. Hehe, I didn't expect Brother Xiao Ming to be a 7th-tier alchemist as well. Gu Qingyang pursed his lips, feeling that this mission was quite tricky. Alchemists were good at soul attacks, and coupled with Xiao Ming's own strength, it would be extremely difficult for them to get the Tuoyushi Ancient God's Jade from him. Chapter 271, Chapter 270, Conversation. Although they found it tricky, they couldn't just run back to the Gu clan without a word after coming all this way. Therefore, Gu Qingyang cleared his throat and said, Brother Xiao Ming, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Xiao family and our clan had a connection in the past. Oh! Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and gestured towards the Snake People commanders who were injured. Is this how you honor old connections? In any case, Gu Qingyang knew that he was in the Snake People tribe, and ordering his subordinates to act against them did not seem like giving Xiao Ming a face. Gu Qingyang let out a dry laugh and felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. How could he bring up old connections after such a blunder? After a brief pause, he casually took out an emerald green jade bottle and said, We will compensate for this matter. This is a 6-tier healing pill, enough to heal their injuries. What do you think, Brother Xiao Ming? It was not uncommon for Gu Qingyang to have 6-tier pills on him. 6-tier pills were suitable for the Dou Emperor realm, which was exactly his realm. Even if Gu Qingyang were to take out a 7th-tier pill, Xiao Ming would not be surprised. Xiao Ming raised his hand and sucked the pill from Gu Qingyang's hand into his palm. Since that's the case, I'll thank General Gu Qingyang on their behalf. Now, do you have anything else to say? The matter is like this, your Xiao clan ancestor had an agreement with our clan to give us the Tuoyushi Ancient God's Jade. Since so much time has passed, shouldn't you honor that agreement and give it to us? Gu Qingyang said, without feeling the least bit uncomfortable at the mention of the Tuoyushi Ancient God's Jade. Fortunately, Xiao Ming was a reincarnator. If it were any other member of the Xiao family, they probably wouldn't even understand what Gu Qingyang was talking about. This was simply because the current Xiao family had long forgotten their own family history, including the name Tuoyushi Ancient God's Jade. They only knew that this jade could be used to sense whether the clan head was dead or not. Of course, perhaps Xiao Zhan knew a little more. After hearing Gu Qingyang's words, Xiao Ming chuckled and pretended not to understand. The Gu clan is a well-known presence throughout the continent. When I was 6 years old, I left home to study and knew little about the family's affairs. I didn't expect that we still have such a relationship. However, as for the Tuoyushi Ancient God's Jade, even if you come to me for it, you've got the wrong person. I don't have this so-called Tuoyushi Ancient God's Jade, and my Xiao family doesn't have any special jade either. It should have been lost a long time ago. After all, before me, the strongest person in my Xiao family was only a Dou Grand Master. Even if we ever had items that your clan valued, they should have all been lost or sold long ago. Gu Qingyang definitely did not believe Xiao Ming's words. How could a valuable item like the Tuoyushi Ancient God's Jade be lost? The Gu clan had sent Sooner to look for it for over a decade, but she didn't find any trace of it. If it was hidden so securely, how could it be lost? He didn't believe it. Most people of the Gu clan also thought the same way. The Tuoyushi Ancient God's Jade must have been hidden by the Xiao family. If they could not find it in the Xiao family, then it would have to be in the possession of the strongest person in the clan. Of course, Xiao Ming knew that this statement would not convince Gu Qingyang and his group. However, one thing he said was not wrong, he didn't really have the Toushi ancient god's jade with himself. Brother Xiao Ming must be joking, how could such an important item as the Toushi ancient god's jade be lost? I think it's only right that we honor the agreement made by our ancestors. Gu Qingyang said. Xiao Ming naturally ignored this statement. How could the Xiao family agree to give the Toushi ancient god's jade to the Gu clan for free? In fact, the content of this agreement was established by Xiao Xian. Before Xiao Xian died, he found Gu Yuan and made an agreement. If Xiao Xian became a Do god, he would give the Xiao family's ancient jade to Gu Yuan and help him become a Do god too. But if he failed to be promoted, he would lend the 2 spots of the Xiao family for the heavenly tomb to the Gu family, hoping that the Gu clan would help the Xiao family and give their outstanding juniors the opportunity to enter the heavenly tomb to pay homage to him, the ancestor of the Xiao clan. After Gu Yuan got the spots from the Xiao clan, the clan head of the Xiao family, with the so immense help of Gu Yuan, managed to break through to Do Grand Master. He then relied on his almighty intermediate Xian Qi method and overwhelming strength to dominate Wutan city. Tisk tisk. Xiao Xian was aware that the Gu clan had not fully complied with the agreement, but if he had known that the Gu clan had not complied with the agreement at all, it is feared that he would have been so furious that he would have slapped to death all the members of the Gu clan who had entered the heavenly tomb. Despite this, Gu Yuan and the Gu clan still had designs on the Xiao clan's Toushi ancient god's jade. In terms of shamelessness, Xiao Ming would certainly recognize them as having the thickest face. As if sensing Xiao Ming's contemptuous gaze, the young man behind Gu Qingyang became furious and said, Xiao Ming, don't overestimate yourself. I admit that you have some talent, but in front of our Gu family, your talent is not enough to be seen. The ancient clans valued bloodline grade as the most important factor. Those with high bloodline grades experienced a terrifying leap in strength after undergoing the emperor's altar baptism. Therefore, all these people of the ancient clans had their eyes above their heads, and when they saw that Xiao Ming showed little respect in his words, they naturally felt that Xiao Ming had disrespected them greatly. Hehe, in front of the entire Gu clan, my insignificant talent is indeed not enough to be seen, but for you. Xiao Ming shook his head, showing a very disdainful look. For the Gu clan, Xiao Ming did not have a good impression, and this person even spoke out of turn, so naturally, he would not be polite. You! The young man was angry. That's enough. Aren't you ashamed enough? Gu Qingyang scolded. The young man immediately shut his mouth and dared not speak when scolded by Gu Qingyang. Gu Qingyang's status in the clan was not something he could compare to. Since brother Xiao Ming doesn't want to hand over the Toushi ancient god's jade, let's forget it. But the clan has assigned the task to us. It wouldn't be good to return just like that. Gu Qingyang said. Do you mean to have a fight? Xiao Ming asked casually. Gu Qingyang didn't speak, which was obviously an agreement. This Gu Qingyang is quite confident, despite knowing that I am a Do ancestor, he still wants to make a move, tisk, but with the Gu clan's heritage, he might have the means to rival a Do ancestor. As the atmosphere between Xiao Ming and Gu Qingyang became tense, Zia Yan flew into the sky with the newly crafted man-demon sky puppet given by Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, will there be a fight? Leave it to me. I can also try out the combat power of this thing. Zia Yan said, patting her small chest confidently. Xiao Yixian also flew into the sky, her voice full of coldness. Should I intervene? She, who had her heart set on Xiao Ming, was absolutely livid with these unwelcome guests. Her beautiful face was stern, and her eyes brimmed with a fierce, icy stare. Even Medusa flew into the sky, her eyes flashing with anger. She kept remembering the incident of her tribe members getting injured by these people. Chapter 272, Chapter 271, Easily defeated. No need, let me handle it, Xiao Ming said as he ran his right hand through Xiao Yixian's silky hair. His voice was calm and confident. The Gu clan had many means, and if Xiao Yixian and Ziyan were careless, they might get hurt. Xiao Yixian's eyes softened as she looked at him, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Be careful. She also understood that Xiao Ming's strength surpassed hers by a considerable margin, so she didn't insist further. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's decision, Ziyan pursed her lips and could only accept it. Medusa also furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. Xiao Ming waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that he would handle the situation. Observing Xiao Ming deftly handling the beautiful women around him, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but feel envious of his good fortune. After a brief moment, he inquired, "Are you ready?" "Of course, but if you come to me without reason and ask for a fight, shouldn't you offer something in return?" Even if he defeated Gu Qingyang, Xiao Ming would not have much to gain, and he couldn't forcefully take anything from the other party. Wasting his strength for nothing would not be worth it. "Oh? That was my oversight. Since brother Xiao Ming is an alchemist, I happened to acquire this item a few days ago. I can use it as compensation," Gu Qingyang said, smiling. He pondered for a moment before taking out a jade box. Inside the box lay a blood-red elliptical fruit, exuding a strong vitality with its blood-like aura. A blood essence demon fruit. Xiao Ming's eyes widened in recognition of the fruit. The blood essence demon fruit was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient, a demonic fruit that absorbs essence blood. This fruit hid underground and absorbed the life force within essence blood before it eventually transformed into the shape of a fruit. The blood essence demon fruit was a main ingredient for refining the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, and its value was comparable to that of an intermediate 7th-tier pill. To refine the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, 3 main ingredients were needed: the blood essence demon fruit, the 10,000-year-old green spiritual vine, and the snow bone ginseng. Xiao Ming had been searching for the ingredients in the imperial city, but he hadn't found all the auxiliary materials for the pill, let alone the main ingredients. He planned to try his luck in Central Plains, but unexpectedly, Gu Qingyang offered it to him. Beside him, Ziyan's eyes lit up upon seeing the blood essence demon fruit. "Not bad, that's right, it's exactly the blood essence demon fruit. I wonder if brother Xiao Ming is satisfied? As long as you defeat me, I will hand this item over to you with both hands." "Hehe, then I won't be polite. Will you fight me alone, or will all of you come at once?" Xiao Ming's words showed that he didn't take Gu Qingyang and the others seriously. However, since Gu Qingyang was willing to challenge him despite knowing that he was a Dou ancestor, it could be said that he too did not take Xiao Ming's fighting ability seriously. "Brother Xiao Ming is joking. Of course, it's just me," Gu Qingyang replied, his aura rising to the level of a Dou ancestor. However, his aura was a bit unstable, obviously raised by a secret technique. Indeed, the Gu clan has exceptional means. Xiao Ming thought to himself as he watched Gu Qinjiang's aura surge to the Dou ancestor realm, yet his body showed no signs of discomfort. Secret techniques were not something that could be used casually. For example, after using his secret technique, the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Ming would suffer some serious side effects. However, because his physical body was strong and had a strong resistance to these side effects, he could use the technique without much concern. The higher the level of the secret technique, the smaller the side effects, and the easier it is to control the power gained. Gu Qinjiang's secret technique was obviously of a very high level. "Sorry for the offense," Gu Qingyang said, quickly forming hand seals to absorb the surging Dou Qi into his palms. As the energy flowed into his palms, a dazzling light gradually appeared, almost as bright as the sunday. This aura indicates that this is at least a high Dou technique. The Gu clan really has a lot of good things. Let's finish this quickly. Xiao Ming sighed lightly and took a step forward. With lightning-fast speed, Xiao Ming disappeared from Gu Qinjiang's view and reappeared behind him. He then aimed his palm at Gu Qinjiang's back. But before it could connect, Gu Qinjiang's body floated forward strangely. A massive energy handprint, many meters in size, suddenly appeared between the two of them. Open mountain seal! Gu Qingyang shouted as the energy handprint appeared, causing the surrounding space to ripple rapidly. Xiao Ming's face remained unchanged as he lightly pressed his right hand on the energy handprint, just as he had done before. Boom! His right hand moved very smoothly, but the force contained within it was enough to make people gape in shock. When Gu Qinjiang's open mountain seal collided with Xiao Ming's right hand, it made a thunderous sound. The weaker snake people below even experienced temporary deafness, and their vision was slightly blurred. After a brief stalemate, the open mountain seal shattered in front of everyone. How is this possible? The black submerged army on the four-winged unicorns exclaimed in disbelief. After all, what Gu Qingyang had used was the Gu clan's God Seal technique. The God Seal technique was a high Dido technique. Legend has it that it was created by a certain Do god during ancient times. It has a total of 5 styles. The Open Mountain Seal, Sea Flipping Seal, Overturning Land Seal, Sky Burying Seal, and the Ancient God Seal. When fully mastered, it could rival a Tian class Do technique, and one had to be in the Do King realm to begin cultivating it. Although Gu Qingyang only used the Open Mountain Seal, it was still a genuine high Dido technique. But what they saw was unbelievable. Xiao Ming had casually slapped it away with a single palm. The Open Mountain Seal didn't even last 2 seconds in his hands. Seeing this result, Gu Qinjiang's pupils contracted fiercely and his mouth twitched. What a strong body! With his eyesight, he naturally saw that Xiao Ming did not use any Do techniques, yet was able to break his God Seal technique. After shattering Gu Qinjiang's attack with a palm, Xiao Ming did not give him much time to catch his breath. He stepped forward and appeared in front of him once again, aiming his right hand at his chest this time. To others, Xiao Ming's movements seemed slow, but in Gu Qinjiang's eyes, they were incredibly swift and difficult to resist. However, Gu Qingyang was a talented heir of the Gu clan who had received the best training on the continent since childhood, and his mental strength was extraordinary. A clear space fluctuation surged on the soles of his feet, and the next moment, he strangely retreated more than 3 meters backward to avoid Xiao Ming's attack. A Do technique of movement involving space, at least a high Di class. Worthy of being an ancient clan. Xiao Ming thought calmly he wasn't surprised that he couldn't defeat Gu Qingyang with 2 palm strikes. It would be really surprising if Gu Qingyang was defeated by him so easily. In that case, the Gu clan's reputation would be worthless. However, it ends here. Xiao Ming thought as he disappeared from his original position without any apparent movement, leaving only a faint phantom that slowly dissipated. That was an afterimage produced by speed reaching a certain level. Seeing this, Gu Qingyang did not dare to be careless. His hand seals changed like lightning, and then 2 brilliant energy hand seals erupted from his hands, heavily attacking in front of him. Open Mountain Seal. Sea Flipping Seal. As soon as the 2 brilliant energy hand seals appeared, they quickly merged and converged together. This combination of 2 seals was not simply adding 1 + 1 = 2. Even a normal 1-star Do ancestor would only end up defeated and even lose their life against this move. But unfortunately for Gu Qingyang, his opponent was Xiao Ming. With a crystal-clear hand slightly shining, Xiao Ming shattered the attack like a withered tree and falling leaves. Then, he pressed his hand directly onto Gu Qinjiang's chest at lightning speed. Boom! Suddenly, Gu Qinjiang's body was like a cannonball, heavily crashing onto the ground, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Chapter 273, Chapter 272, Gu Qinjiang's warning. The first general, lost. The young man on the 4-winged unicorn looked at the dust on the ground and felt somewhat incredulous, feeling a huge gap in his heart. After all, Xiao Ming had only used 3 moves, without even using his Do techniques, while Gu Qingyang had used secret techniques to enhance his strength and even used a high Dido technique. And yet, he still lost? The young man swallowed saliva and felt that this matter was too surreal. Nevertheless, the fact was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Cough. The dust on the ground dissipated and the figure of Gu Qingyang was revealed. His green robe was in tatters, and his body bore numerous abrasions. The palm print on his chest was particularly prominent, and he appeared far from the composed figure he was when he first arrived. Upon seeing Gu Qingyang's current state, the black submerged army didn't have time to be shocked and quickly flew the four-winged unicorns to land beside him. "First General, are you all right?" Standing up slowly, Gu Qingyang breathed a sigh and said, "It's nothing serious." Seeing the blood flowing from their general's mouth, those black submerged soldiers swallowed their saliva. This didn't look like nothing serious at all. However, in reality, Gu Qingyang was indeed fine. Xiao Ming had held back some of his strength in the end, and Gu Qingyang only sustained minor injuries. Otherwise, Xiao Ming could have ripped his head off. Gu Qingyang understood that Xiao Ming had held back, so when he looked at him, his eyes were somewhat complex. He had originally thought that Xiao Ming, who hailed from a small empire in the northwestern region, even as a seventh-tier alchemist, would not have outstanding combat power. With the backing of his Gu clan, he should have been able to handle a Dou ancestor, albeit with some difficulty, and ultimately come out on top. Unexpectedly, the clown ended up being himself. Although he still had some tricks up his sleeve, Xiao Ming hadn't even used his Dou techniques from start to finish. With just 3 moves, he had defeated him, and there was no need to continue the fight. Xiao Ming, who did not know Gu Qingyang's thoughts, landed directly in front of him and asked, "Do we need to continue?" "No need. I admit defeat. This is the blood essence demon fruit. As agreed, it belongs to you." Gu Qingyang's hand flashed with white light, and the blood essence demon fruit, which had just been collected in his storage ring, appeared in his hand once again. Xiao Ming raised his hand, and the jade box containing the blood essence demon fruit in Gu Qingyang's hand was immediately sucked into his palm. General Gu Qingyang is indeed generous. After examining the blood essence demon fruit, Xiao Ming chuckled and said, "It's just a matter of skill. Brother Xiao Ming has made me realize that there are always people better than oneself." Gu Qingyang was worthy of being a talented individual who was highly regarded by the Gu clan. His character was quite good. Despite being defeated by Xiao Ming, Gu Qingyang remained calm and collected, showing no signs of hysteria or distress. Xiao Ming could only smile in response, saying nothing. Looking at Xiao Ming's smile, Gu Qingyang understood that there was no need to stay any longer. He took out a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it before riding his own 4-winged unicorn. Just as he was about to ride away, he hesitated and turned his head. "Brother Xiao Ming, I don't know if the Tou Shi Ancient God's Jade is really on you, but if it is, I advise you to hand it over to our Gu clan. After all, there are more than just our clan who are eyeing that thing. If you hand it over to us, you may still receive some resources and avoid some danger. That's all I have to say. Please consider it carefully." After speaking, Gu Qingyang left with his group. Watching Gu Qingyang and his group depart, Xiao Ming fell into deep thought. Gu Qingyang's words made him have to consider how to deal with the Gu clan. To be honest, he didn't value the Tou Shi Ancient God's Jade that much since he already had the origin Qi. There was no need to rely on that thing to advance to Dou God. However, it was impossible for him to hand it over, especially to the Gu clan. His impression of the Gu clan was not good, and even 2/5 of the clan were spies. What was the difference between giving it to them and giving it to the Hall of Souls? If Hun Tiendi got the Tou Shi Ancient God's Jade and started his plan ahead of time, and he didn't have the strength to intervene, then everything would be messed up. So it was impossible to hand it over, but it was also difficult to deal with the Gu clan's constant attention. Actually, Xiao Ming didn't think the Gu clan valued the Tou Shi Ancient God's Jade that much. After all, it only became useful when all 8 pieces were collected, a task that was not easy to achieve as they would have to dominate the other ancient clans. From the fact that the Gu clan only sent younger members, it could be inferred that its level of importance was limited, and not everyone valued it. Xiao Ming seriously suspected that those who valued the Toushi ancient god's jade were the 2/5 of the Hall of Souls. Anyway, forget it. I was planning to travel around the northwestern region with Qinglin, looking for opportunities that appear in the simulator, but now I can only head to the central plains. After joining the Pill Tower, with their protection, they can't do anything to me. Xiao Ming thought to himself. As a holy land for alchemists across the continent, and with the Pill Tower's founder being a 6-star Do saint, it still carried significant weight in the eyes of the Gu clan. The Gu clan didn't need to go all out for the Toushi ancient god's jade that they hadn't seen in thousands of years. In fact, if Xiao Ming were to wander around the continent, he wouldn't encounter much trouble, as the Doqi continent was vast, and finding someone was more difficult than reaching the sky. Unlike the Hun clan, which had the Hall of Souls as its pawn across the continent, the Gu clan didn't have such extensive influence. But one could only hide for so long, so it was better to appear in the Gu clan's view to avoid them searching for him in the imperial capital, causing chaos for the Xiao family. Xiao Ming, what is that jade thing? Can you eat it? Why do they all come to you for it? Ziyan asked, flying over to Xiao Ming and shaking his arm, pulling him out of his deep thought. That's something that will bring misfortune to anyone who gets too close to it, Xiao Ming replied, rubbing her head. In a way, Ziyan was a victim of that thing. Ah? Then why do they still want it? Did they cultivate until their brains were damaged? She tilted her head, trying to understand. They are just too greedy, Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. The Gu clan did not have the strength to sweep away other ancient clans like the Hun clan, so their pursuit of the Toushi ancient god's jade was nothing but greed. At this moment, Medusa and Xiao Yixian flew over to his side. Here, this is for you, a bottle of healing medicine floated in front of Medusa. This is the compensation that person gave to your snake people tribe. Seeing Medusa hesitating, Xiao Ming explained and then led Xiao Yixian and Ziyan towards the underground cave. Looking at Xiao Ming's back, a strange color shone in Medusa's eyes. Xiao Ming's aversion to the snake people tribe seemed to have reduced significantly. Perhaps the matter of borrowing the power of the heavenly flame could be successful. After spending 2 hours resting in the underground cave, Xiao Ming was ready to leave with the girls. However, at that moment, Medusa suddenly stood in front of him, blocking his way. Chapter 274, Chapter 273, Snake People's Treasury, Evolution. What are you doing blocking our way? Don't tell me you want us to stay and be your guests in the Snake People tribe? I don't have that much time to waste. Xiao Ming asked with a hint of doubt, looking at the alluring figure in front of him. Ziyan lifted her little head and chimed in, that's right, Sister Medusa. We have to leave now. I promise to come back and visit you. Please move aside quickly. Well, Master Xiao Ming, I was actually hoping to borrow your heavenly flame for a period of time. Medusa hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and speaking up. Xiao Ming was first surprised by the softer tone of the usually dominant Queen Medusa, but then he noticed what she said. Borrow his heavenly flame? It seemed that Medusa had not given up on the idea of evolution. But that was understandable given the circumstances. Her meridians were damaged, making it almost as difficult to break through to the Do ancestor realm through conventional means as it was to reach the heavens themselves. Using the heavenly flame would break through the bottleneck and not only allow her to enter the Do ancestor realm but also evolve her bloodline. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but the success rate was low. Medusa also knew that the success rate was low, but she had no other choice. Xiao Ming would definitely not help her refine the snake sacred soul advancement pill, so she could only try to borrow his heavenly flame. Your Majesty, you can't. Before Xiao Ming could say anything, the snake people elders and commanders who had come to bid farewell to him and the girls had a change in their expressions. The use of this secret technique is too risky. If you fail, Your Majesty, then our Medusa bloodline will be cut off. This is absolutely not acceptable. Yin Shi, an old and experienced member of the snake people, trembled as he spoke, just like an ordinary old man. After trying to persuade Queen Medusa, he didn't forget to say to Xiao Ming, Master Xiao Ming, I beg you, please don't agree to this. The other snake people also tried to persuade her, talking all at once. This secret technique is too risky. Let's find another way. Your Majesty, you must not take such a risk. In fact, Xiao Ming had already presented the option of using the heavenly flame to evolve when he treated Medusa earlier, but at that time, the great elders did not even consider it and simply discarded the option. The reason was that this method was too dangerous. If it failed, it would be a price the snake people could not accept. Medusa's frustration boiled over as she looked at the clamorous group around her. She was doing this to protect them, but these people were not only not helping to persuade, but they were even dissuading the other party from helping. She had never seen such tribemates before. Enough, she shouted, her regal tone cutting through the noise. I am the queen. It is not your place to make decisions for me. Her authority over the snake people was undeniable, and her forceful words brought the cacophony to a sudden halt. After the tribe members quieted down, Medusa once again turned her beautiful eyes to Xiao Ming, with a charming smile on her face. Master Xiao Ming, I'm sorry about what just happened, but about borrowing the heavenly flame. Medusa began tentatively. What price are you willing to pay? Xiao Ming interjected, cutting her off. The snake people had shown great respect to Xiao Ming and his companions since he had saved their queen, almost like they were their own parents. If the price was good enough, Xiao Ming wouldn't mind lending her his heavenly flame. Lending it meant only consuming a little dou qi. The question seemed to make the snake people somewhat anxious, but Medusa silenced them with a quick glance. As for the reward, Master Xiao Ming, please take a look at our snake people's treasury, she offered, uncertain of what Xiao Ming might want. The snake people's treasury? Lead the way. Medusa nodded and led Xiao Ming and the girls away, leaving the snake people behind, watching them go with concern etched on their faces. Sighing inwardly, Yin Shi walked to the First Elder's side and said, First Elder, could you persuade Her Majesty? This secret technique is not something that can be used casually. Most of the previous queens who tried to break through with it have failed. It's not like you don't know the queen's character. After a moment of silence, the First Elder, who was the only one who hadn't advised her before, sighed. While the Snake People tribe sighed, Xiao Ming and the others followed Medusa to the Snake People's treasury. The Snake People's treasury was similar to the royal treasury, but with fewer items, including a large number of gold coins and some weapons and armor. Of course, Xiao Ming wasn't interested in these things, and Medusa knew that, so she took them deeper into the treasury. This is our Snake People's treasure trove. If Master Xiao Ming likes anything, you can take it. Medusa said, pointing to the rows of jade boxes. Xiao Ming nodded slightly and immediately picked up a jade box. Inside was a Lo Xiando technique called Snake Soul Devouring. Xiao Ming shook his head and placed the jade box back on the shelf. Just then, Xia Yan approached, her curious expression piquing Xiao Ming's interest. Do you want to pick something too, Xia Yan? He asked. Use your talent for treasure hunting to show me what valuable things are in this treasure trove. It will also help your sister Medusa. At me. Just like that, Xia Yan was recruited by Xiao Ming. Actually, Xiao Ming also had the talent for treasure hunting, but he preferred to let Xia Yan do the searching. After a brief search, Xia Yan returned with 3 jade boxes and a green stone. Xiao Ming, here are the things I found. Xia Yan said, tiptoeing to hand over the items to him. Xiao Ming took the items and inspected them briefly. He discovered that the 3 jade boxes contained powerful medicinal herbs, all of which were the main ingredients for a 6th-tier pill. With his eyebrows raised, he didn't say anything. After all, Xiao had a penchant for medicinal herbs, so it was not too surprising for him to get such a result. He moved his gaze from the jade boxes to the ordinary-looking green stone. At first glance, the stone was no different from an ordinary one. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the stone was covered with strange patterns. Additionally, the stone's surface was slightly transparent, and if placed in a place with strong light, one could vaguely see some viscous liquid flowing inside. As Xiao Ming's hand touched the green stone, he felt a cool and refreshing sensation. He gently shook the stone, and a faint sound of liquid sloshing inside could be heard. After careful examination, Xiao Ming sighed with emotion, "Heavenly Numjade Essence, I didn't expect your snake clan to have such a good thing. If you had told me earlier, it wouldn't have been so troublesome." The value of the Heavenly Numjade Essence was no less than that of the Blood Essence Demon Fruit obtained earlier, so Xiao Ming made this remark. Medusa was a little puzzled when she heard this. What is the Heavenly Numjade Essence? Xiao Ming was taken aback by her question and then looked at Xiao. Where did you find this? It was just a stone used to pad the shelf of medicinal herbs. I thought it looked unusual, so I picked it up. It appeared that the Snake People tribe was unaware of the value of this item. Indeed, without prior knowledge, it was not easy to recognize its worth. It seemed normal for them to use it as a pad. Master Xiao Ming, are you satisfied with it? Asked Medusa, looking at Xiao Ming with a curious expression. She didn't know what this Heavenly Numjade Essence was, but she could tell that Xiao Ming was pleased with it. Ahem, it's not bad, replied Xiao Ming as he put the item into his storage ring. Not bad? He hit the jackpot. The Heavenly Numjade Essence was a primary material for many high-tier alchemy pills. Whether he used it himself or traded it, it had great value. Then, the matter of the Heavenly Flame. Medusa's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As you wish. But please prepare as soon as possible. I won't stay in the Snake People tribe for too long, replied Xiao Ming. Understood, we'll do it tonight then. Medusa's secret room was located in an open-air cave. It was circular and spacious, with the sand, mud, and dirt cleaned up neatly. In the center of the cave, there was a stone platform, and on it stood a man and a woman facing each other. Xiao Ming's gaze lingered on the moonlight outside before turning to Medusa. She was dressed in the same luxurious and expensive purple brocade he had seen her wear when they first met. The fabric draped her graceful body, accentuating her voluptuous figure and exuding an enchanting allure. Her light golden eyes were bewitching and seemed to captivate the gaze of every man who looked at her. Beneath the purple brocade, a purple snake tail lazily swayed, giving off a wild and exotic charm. Are you ready? Asked Xiao Ming. Medusa breathed in lightly, gazing up at the sky. A rare hesitation flashed across her enchanting face, but it turned into determination in an instant. She then swung her snake tail and slowly raised her fiery body. I'm ready. Let's begin, she said. Xiao Ming didn't waste any time. He made a gesture with his hand, and a burst of green flames suddenly erupted, quickly growing in size until it became a raging blaze in just the blink of an eye. Under this fiery green blaze, the surrounding space began to warp, and the ground started to crack. For some consideration, Xiao Ming didn't use the white glazed heart flame this time, but instead, he used the green lotus core flame. Ignoring the searing heat that enveloped their surroundings, Queen Medusa bit her red lips as she gazed upon Xiao Ming before her. You got it cheap. Her jade hand slowly unfastened the buttons of her brocade robe, revealing a perfect jade body that seemed like a divine masterpiece. In the luminous moonlight, her white, voluptuous curves emitted an irresistible allure. Her beautiful face bore a hint of seductive charm, reminiscent of that of a fairy. Her slender, fair neck showed off an elegant curvature. Looking down, her ample, pert breasts, round and tender, came into view. Perhaps due to the scorching heat, a single crystal-clear droplet appeared from her neck, rolling down and grazing over one of her full breasts, creating a slightly seductive arc before dropping off. Beneath her slender waist was a wild purple snake tail, swaying slightly with a captivating charm. Medusa's sudden movement made Xiao Ming's eyes widen and his body react strangely. He quickly looked away and silently sighed in his heart. Rumor has it that Medusa of the snake people race is born with a kind of charm. For men, this charm is like the most intense aphrodisiac. I didn't expect this charm to be so strong. Even I have some difficulty controlling myself. Allowing her purple brocade robe to slide to the ground, Queen Medusa slowly took a step forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on the green flame in mid-air. She bit her red lips and spoke softly, "The northwestern region is becoming more unstable with the emergence of Do Ancestor powerhouses. If I don't break through to Do Ancestor, I won't be able to protect my tribe. I must succeed this time." As she spoke, Queen Medusa gracefully untied the purple ribbon that bound her hair, causing her fiery red locks to cascade down her back, reaching her willowy waist. With a gentle shake of her head, her hair swayed in the wind, making her even more irresistible. With her hands slightly clasped together and her beautiful eyes closed, Queen Medusa's jade hands continuously changed into strange handprints. As her handprints changed, the energy fluctuations in the cave became more and more intense, and in the end, a huge energy vortex was formed in the cave, which was faintly covered by a rich glow, encompassing her. Looking at this change, Xiao Ming's heart was somewhat surprised. This snake people tribe's secret technique is quite interesting. The light surrounding Medusa fluctuated, and after a moment, a roar that resembled both a lion's and a tiger's echoed loudly from within. Shortly after, the blinding light intensified and then suddenly disappeared, revealing a 33-meter-long purple giant snake hovering in the air. The purple giant snake was imposing, with a hint of elegant beauty in its appearance. Its pale purple pupils radiated a sense of tranquility and detachment. Xiao Ming recognized this kind of purple giant snake as a magical beast called Quiet Purple Flame Serpent. It was said that this kind of snake had a trace of the ancient exotic beast, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, flowing in its blood. If the opportunity was sufficient, this kind of quiet purple flame serpent could activate the faint bloodline and evolve into its ancient ancestor. It was unclear whether Medusa could successfully awaken the bloodline of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python as she had done in the original story. As Xiao Ming pondered, the huge purple snake circled several times in the sky before plunging headlong into the green flames with a low, crisp hissing sound. Without hesitation, Medusa rushed furiously into the green flames. The instant the purple snake entered the heavenly flame, Queen Medusa let out a piercing scream that made one's scalp tingle. Hearing Medusa's piercing scream coming from within the heavenly flame, Xiao Ming frowned. In mid-air, the giant purple snake was frantically rolling its huge body within the green flames. Within Xiao Ming's range of vision, he could clearly see the scales on the purple snake's body twisting rapidly after entering the heavenly flame, and eventually being burned to a crisp black, falling helplessly from the snake's body. After the scales fell, the deep red blood gushed out, but in the instant it appeared, it was burned into nothingness by the terrifying temperature of the heavenly flame, leaving behind glaring blood-colored marks on the snake's body. Squeak, squeak. Standing on the stone platform, Xiao Ming could even hear the squeaking sound emanating from the heavenly flame. Due to the rapid loss of blood, the huge body of the purple snake was shrinking at a visible speed. It was hard to imagine the intense pain that Queen Medusa was enduring. This Medusa is quite ruthless to herself. Xiao Ming sighed, observing that the energy of the green lotus core flame was rapidly being consumed. He quickly channeled the Do Qi from his body into the air to keep it burning. Chapter 275, Chapter 274, Seven-Colored Heaven Swallowing Python. The tumultuous noise created by Queen Medusa was overwhelming, and her piercing screams echoed throughout the entire underground cavern. Countless snake people were agitated, their faces etched with worry as they gazed towards the source of the commotion. Some of them attempted to rush into the secret room where Medusa was evolving, but her personal guards stopped them, and they could only stand outside, feeling anxious and waiting for the outcome. Outside the secret room, the snake people commanders and elders listened to Medusa's screams with clenched hands and concerned expressions. The evolution has begun, all we can do now is wait for the final result, one of the elders said, voicing their collective thoughts. I hope Her Majesty the Queen can succeed. Another added with a sigh. Even Xiaoyan's usually cheerful face was replaced with a serious expression, as she too felt the gravity of the situation. However, Xiao Yixian remained unaffected, as she had no personal connection to Medusa. Inside the open cave, Xiao Ming had already retreated to the edge. The stone platform where he was originally standing had turned into a pitch-black hole, at least a dozen meters deep, with spider web-like cracks spreading in all directions. The energy required for Medusa's evolution was not a small amount, so Xiao Ming did not hesitate to input large amounts of dou qi into the green lotus core flame from time to time. The green lotus core flame, which had received sufficient dou qi supply, emitted a terrifyingly high temperature, resulting in the current situation. Inside the green flames, Queen Medusa's piercing screams gradually weakened after almost half an hour of intense shouting. At this point, perhaps because its strength had been exhausted, the huge body of the purple snake had almost stopped tumbling. Its once lustrous purple scales had been charred to an unrecognizable black, and the 30-meter-long body had been reduced to a mere 2 or 3 meters. It was a gruesome sight, and it was impossible to fathom how many bones and how much blood had been consumed by the heavenly flame. As the echoes of Queen Medusa's screams faded away, all the snake people rose to their feet in unison, hoping against hope for a miracle. But as time passed, a sense of despair began to set in. Suddenly, a mournful howl echoed through the cave, casting a gloomy pall over the entire area. Did Her Majesty the Queen fail? Yu Mei asked with a bitter expression as she perceived no movement in the secret room. The snake people around clenched their hands tightly, unwilling to believe it. Master Xiao Ming has not come out yet, so she hasn't failed. Keep on waiting. The snake people's first elder finally spoke up. Xiao Ming, mentioned by the snake people's first elder, was closely watching Medusa, judging her condition. In the green flames, Queen Medusa lay motionless, allowing the green lotus core flame to burn continuously on her body. A faint burnt smell slowly emanated from her body, but Xiao Ming could not find any signs of life in her. Failed. After observing for a while with a frown, Xiao Ming suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, which had suddenly become much darker and slightly silent. This Medusa is quite lucky. Outside the secret room, Xiaoyan waited anxiously, her eyes tearing up. The energy of heaven and earth burst forth. Suddenly, the cold voice of Xiao Yixian rang out, and her eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the walls as she looked towards the sky. Outside, the originally bright moonlight became extremely dim, and clouds of unknown origin slowly enveloped the entire sky. Boom! In the clouds, thunderous booms suddenly rang out, and silvery lightning flashed like silver snakes. The sudden sound of thunder surprised everyone, leaving them all looking confused. The first elder was the first to react, his eyes widening with excitement. Did she succeed? According to the snake people's records, a race with a noble enough bloodline and successful evolution would attract heavenly thunder. The current scene fit this description perfectly. As soon as the first elder finished speaking, a deafening rumble echoed through the sky, followed by a massive silver lightning bolt that shot out of the clouds. The lightning illuminated the world, striking the ground before crashing into the purple light screen. The green flames within the screen were also hit by the lightning, causing a brilliant flash of light. The thundercloud came and went in a flash, and the dark clouds rapidly dissipated. The bright moonlight once again poured into the secret room. However, a faint green mist began to seep out of the purple giant snake, obscuring Xiao Ming's vision. The green mist is the result of the collision between the lighting and the heavenly flame. It can't be penetrated by soul power, and the situation inside has been completely isolated. If I want to know more, I'll have to go inside. Xiao Ming concluded after scanning the light screen with his soul perception. At this moment, his body was covered with a thick layer of dou qi. The thunder strike had a significant impact on him, who was standing close to Medusa. As a result, the entire secret room was deepened by more than 20 meters. As Xiao Ming moved closer to the center of the room where he remembered Medusa was, the green core lotus flame he had released earlier reappeared. However, the flames had shrunk to the size of a fist and were floating in the air, constantly changing shape. Xiao Ming could feel that the qi he had input into it was almost exhausted. With a wave of his right hand, he collected the green core lotus flame and looked down at the ground. There, a giant snake covered in black charcoal lay silently, its body cold and lifeless. Before Xiao Ming could make any moves, a slight cracking sound suddenly rang out. The blackened skin on the snake's body began to peel off slowly under Xiao Ming's gaze. The peeling gradually accelerated, and in the end, something seemed about to break out from inside the snake's corpse. Boom! Suddenly, the snake's body exploded with a loud boom, and its jet-black scales flew in all directions, turning the body into powder. As the snake's body turned to powder, a vast and terrifying aura burst out, quickly enveloping the area. Did Her Majesty succeed? Feeling a familiar energy, countless snake people looked at each other and then erupted into wild joy, and the sound of earth-shaking shouts of joy echoed through the clouds. However, in just 10 seconds, the energy that had erupted dissipated like a tide. As the energy dissipated, the snake people's cheers also abruptly stopped. All of them had looks of shock filled with anxiety. The explosion of the snake's corpse raised a cloud of black dust, which fell like snowflakes, gradually drifting down. In a split second, a rainbow light burst out from the mist, piercing through the barriers of space and moving so fast that it caught people off guard. Xiao Ming could clearly discern the outline of the rainbow light, but he didn't move a muscle. He let the light, accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking wind, flash past him. As the rainbow light shot towards Xiao Ming at a breakneck speed, it suddenly came to a halt just a few centimeters away from him. Its motion and stillness were so perfectly blended that there was no sense of distortion whatsoever. The light seemed to have transformed into a perfectly rounded shape, suspended in mid-air with a serene stillness that belied its earlier frenzied movement. The rainbow light came to a halt just a few centimeters away from Xiao Ming, revealing a small snake that was only about 20 centimeters long. Its body was covered with tiny 7-colored scales, and its pale purple snake pupils gave off a strange feeling. An unusual and refreshing fragrance wafted around its body. Although it had a small and delicate appearance, it exuded elegance and nobility that would make many people forget their fear and disgust towards snakes. Even though the small snake didn't have many sharp attack parts on its body, it exuded a terrifying power that even though emperor powerhouses would not dare to underestimate. The small snake floated in front of Xiao Ming, and its pale purple eyes showed no signs of killing intent, but rather a purity and cleanliness. The 7-colored snake slightly shook its tail, stared at Xiao Ming with its large pale purple eyes, and cautiously moved forward a little bit. When it saw that Xiao Ming did not react, it swayed its tail and spun around once, sliding onto Xiao Ming's shoulder. It curled up its body slightly, and its pale purple eyes looked at Xiao Ming with a bit of pitifulness. During that time, it even used its small head to lightly nudge against Xiao Ming's cheek. Body of 7 colors, pupils slightly purple, emitting a fragrant aura, a power capable of reaching the heavens. Hehe, it really is the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. Xiao Ming said as he extended a finger and lightly stroked the little creature's head. The 7-colored heaven-swallowing python seemed to enjoy being touched by Xiao Ming's hand. After a moment, the small snake suddenly lifted its crystal-clear eyes and emitted a few soft hissing sounds towards Xiao Ming, the gentle tone sounding as if it was acting coquettishly. Seeing the little 7-colored snake's behavior, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's lips. "This little girl is quite likable," he said as he flipped his hand, revealing a small jade bottle filled with purple liquid. Since obtaining it, Xiao Ming had rarely used the amethyst lion birth essence. Instead, he just kept it as a collection item. As the jade bottle appeared, the small snake, which had been coiled in mid-air, instantly appeared in Xiao Ming's palm as if it had teleported. It then stuck its small head into the bottle and licked it greedily with its tongue, quickly reducing the amount of amethyst lion birth essence inside by almost 1/5. It was merely a collectible item, so Xiao Ming didn't feel any regret as the seven-colored heaven swallowing python consumed some of it. The little snake didn't excessively indulge in the consumption, and after a few licks, it withdrew its head. In its crystal-clear snake eyes, excitement and satisfaction could be seen. Perhaps due to absorbing the amethyst lion birth essence, the little seven-colored snake's affection towards Xiao Ming grew stronger as it gazed into his eyes. After giving the little snake's head another pat, Xiao Ming took it and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Rumble. The stone gate leading to the evolution site slowly opened, and Xiao Ming's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Ziyan was the first to rush to his side, tiptoeing to look behind him, but only saw a blank space. Xiao Ming! Where's Sister Medusa? Ziyan asked anxiously, blinking. Before Xiao Ming could answer, the snake people gathered around him. Wait, I know what you want to ask. Here, this is Medusa. Xiao Ming preemptively spoke and then took the seven-colored heaven swallowing python off his shoulder. As everyone looked at the colorful little snake in Xiao Ming's hand, their eyes were full of amazement. This, is Her Majesty the Queen? How did Her Majesty become so small? Yume asked in surprise, her lips slightly parted. According to the records, it is indeed possible for this situation to occur, the elder of the snake people, who had more knowledge, explained to everyone. So cute! Ziyan looked at the seven-colored heaven swallowing python in Xiao Ming's hand, her eyes shining brightly. She carefully took it from Xiao Ming's hand and examined it closely. Perhaps due to the influence of Medusa's soul, or perhaps for some other reason, the seven-colored heaven swallowing python did not feel repelled by Ziyan's actions. Instead, it seemed to accept her touch with some sense of ease. As they watched the comfortable-looking seven-colored snake close its eyes in contentment, the faces of the snake people showed a strange expression. Her personality doesn't seem like that of Her Majesty the Queen. Could something be wrong? One of them asked. Ziyan also noticed something was off and asked Xiao Ming, has Sister Medusa succeeded? Why can't she transform into human form and speak to us? Currently, it's the soul of the seven-colored heaven swallowing python that dominates her body, not Medusa's soul. The evolution process consumes a great deal of energy, and Medusa's soul has fallen into a deep sleep. As for why Medusa has two souls, it's due to the secret technique of the snake people. Xiao Ming explained. After giving Ziyan a brief explanation, Xiao Ming said, "All right, Ziyan, hand over Queen Medusa to the elder." Upon hearing this, the elder of the snake people showed an expectant look and turned to look at the seven-colored snake in Ziyan's hand. Ziyan's expression was reluctant as she stroked the little colorful snake. This little snake was too cute to let go. After struggling for a while, Ziyan slowly handed the seven-colored heaven swallowing python over to the elder's waiting hands. But just as she was handing it over, the seven-colored heaven swallowing python whipped its tail and glided through space like lightning, then landed on Xiao Ming's shoulder. Master Xiao Ming, this... The elder's face was filled with astonishment. Maybe this little girl saw me first, like a newborn baby, so it's somewhat dependent on me. Xiao Ming said. But what do we do now? The snake people were a bit helpless as they watched the little snake coil around Xiao Ming's shoulder. They didn't dare to use forceful means. Chapter 276, Chapter 275, following this little girl possesses the fire attribute. Do you have any natural treasures that contain fire energy? Perhaps we could use them to lure it, Xiao Ming suggested. The snake people exchanged glances and shook their heads in disappointment. They mostly had a yin constitution and had not collected any natural treasures with fire attributes. The first elder turned to Yan Ci, one of the tribe's 8 commanders, and asked, "Do you have any of those treasures in your Yan snake tribe?" Yan Si responded with a hint of regret, "We did have some, but in the battle with the Chu Yun Empire, our Yan snake tribe was at the forefront, and those treasures were destroyed." The other snake people's faces fell upon hearing Yan Si's response. The situation seemed bleak. However, their disappointment was short-lived as the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, having absorbed part of the amethyst lion birth essence earlier, shook its head and fell asleep on Xiao Ming's neck. Seeing this, Xiao Ming carefully lifted it up and handed it over to the first elder. The first elder took it cautiously and then passed it to Yu Mei. "Yu Mei, take Her Majesty down and settle her in. I need to consult something with Master Xiao Ming." "The rest of you may leave," the first elder instructed. Yes. Since the queen had successfully evolved, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. The snake people left one by one. Eventually, only Xiao Ming and his group, along with the snake people first elder, remained. "First elder, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask," Xiao Ming said, addressing the old woman who appeared hesitant to speak in front of him. In truth, this old woman simply wants to know how long Her Majesty's current condition will last. The snake people first elder sighed, her face lined with concern. Most of the snake people were immersed in the joy of the queen's successful evolution just now and did not consider that her condition seemed somewhat abnormal. Even if someone noticed something amiss, they quickly brushed it aside. After all, it was normal for the snake people to have two souls, one of which was artificially fused using secret methods. In their view, once Her Majesty the Queen awakened, this soul would disappear as before, so there was no need to worry. The snake people's first elder was the only one who had keenly sensed that something was amiss. "Your snake people tribe does not have any records?" Xiao Ming asked, surprised at the first elder's question. "To be honest, our records are incomplete, and this situation is also the first of its kind that we have ever encountered," the first elder replied, her tone tinged with frustration. "I see." Xiao Ming nodded in understanding and continued, "Without external interference, this situation will last for at least 10 years. It will take about 10 years for Medusa to fully control her body for an extended period of time." 10 years. The first elder couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. Realizing her outburst, she quickly regained her composure and apologized. "I'm sorry, it was this old woman who lost her composure." Xiao Ming shook his head to indicate that she had nothing to worry about. "But is what you said true, Master Xiao Ming? I'm not questioning you, but 10 years seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it?" the first elder asked. "Exaggerated?" Xiao Ming couldn't help but laugh. This was not an exaggeration at all. In this evolutionary process, it wasn't just Medusa who benefited, the soul of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, the former quiet purple flame serpent, also gained considerable improvement. The soul had made significant progress and was no longer under Medusa's control. Of course, in comparison, Medusa's soul definitely had the advantage, but it was still difficult for her to control the newborn soul of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python and merge it with her own soul without a prolonged struggle. 10 years might even be an understatement. After listening to Xiao Ming's explanation, it was difficult for the first elder to hide the bitterness on her old face. "Master Xiao Ming, do you know of a solution to our queen's problem?" Naturally, there was a solution, and Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes, not hiding it. "You can find a 6th-tier alchemist or higher to refine a pill that will merge their souls." Upon hearing this, the first elder's old face lit up with a hint of surprise. "Then I wonder if Master Xiao Ming can help us. I've been in the snake people tribe long enough, and I'll be leaving tomorrow. I don't have the time to help you refine the pill. Besides, collecting the herbs for a 6th-tier pill also takes time." "There's no need to bring this up again," Xiao Ming decisively refused and left with Ziyi Yan and Xiao Yixian. The first elder sighed, "Never mind, Master Xiao Ming has already helped us enough. Asking for more would only be pushing it." Walking through the tunnels of the cave, Ziyi Yan skipped ahead, holding Xiao Ming's hand. Xiao Yixian walked beside Xiao Ming, taking his other hand. Xiao Ming could smell the faint fragrance of both girls, and suddenly he heard Xiao Yixian's voice beside him. Xiao Ming, are we really going back to the academy tomorrow? Yes, we need to pick up Qinglin at the academy before heading to Central Plains. Central Plains? Yes, Central Plains is the most prosperous place in the entire continent. With my status as a 7th-tier alchemist, we will be able to grow faster, and maybe we can find Ziyan's home there. Xiao Ming hadn't told Ziyan that she was an ancient void dragon. After all, Xiao Ming had never seen her true form, and it would be hard to explain if he suddenly said she was an ancient void dragon. After they arrived in Central Plains, Ziyan would naturally sense the location of the ancient void dragon tribe and return home. Once she returned to the ancient void dragon's territory, her strength would quickly improve. She would also be a powerful ally. Ziyan, who was walking ahead, heard Xiao Ming mention her and paused for a moment before immediately turning her head. He, if we find it, Xiao Ming, you have to make sure to go with me. Xiao Ming glanced at Ziyan and noticed that her smile was somewhat stiff. Ziyan had been wandering since she was young, so returning home could also be a knot in her heart. Reaching out and stroking Ziyan's head, Xiao Ming said, if there's a chance, I'll go with you. He said that, but deep down, Xiao Ming sighed. Although Ziyan came from a powerful background, the ancient void dragon tribe had many issues that needed to be dealt with. When they arrived there, she might not be able to be as carefree as she was now. Well, why think so much? Let's wait until we get to Central Plains. The following morning, at dawn, Xiao Ming and the girls were sent off by the Snake People tribe's first elder as they rushed towards the Jiama Empire. Not long after their departure, a commotion erupted in the territory of the Snake People tribe. Half an hour later, the Snake People's experts gathered together and the second elder asked, Huashir, where is Her Majesty the Queen? We haven't found her. Huashir replied helplessly. Not found? The cave isn't that big, and you can't find her? Didn't I tell you to take good care of the Queen? What kind of Medusa royal guard are you? The second elder scolded. Huashir felt wronged. Although the small snake that her queen had turned into seemed harmless, its strength was indeed real. If she blinked, the other party would disappear. What could she do? However, this was indeed her dereliction of duty, so she could only bow down and say, I am willing to accept punishment. Forget it, this is also our mistake. The first elder waved away the second elder and continued, let's search for another half hour. If we can't find her, then let it be. The first elder thought of the seven-colored heaven swallowing python's dependence on Xiao Ming yesterday and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes.